I didn't know the world was ending. I didn't know God's wrath was next. I never seen that many trolls down a rabbit hole until I went and logged into X. I asked the man what to do with my fingers, and the man didn't disappoint. He said, I'll tell you a story, look at that minority and point. If peace ain't turning a profit, if love ain't making a buck, it takes two to tango. If they need a bad guy, the man's gonna make one up. Man tamed down the horse, and that he saw no error. So he did the chickens and pigs and the cows, and then he domesticated terror. And the snowball kept rolling, and we can't seem to get it to stop. They're trying law and order and securing the border, but our own field grows the crop. If I ever want to see that flag up high, I'm gonna have to cut the pole in half. Cause most of our lives, most of the time, it's been flying down at half mast. Whoa, hotels, casinos, and spaceships, Teslas and tunnels are fine. Folks get too close to that big White House and they lose their goddamn mind. Then the Navy SEAL came to me. He said, boy, I'm gonna tell you the news. I said, aren't you CIA? He said, I used to, but I still do too. Then we chewed our creatine gummies, and I wondered if he was lying. I said, well, what do you know about Vegas? He said, what do you know about dying? He said, it's gonna be a bloody 25. He said, there's gonna be some loss of life. He gave me a one-time code for 10% off Blue Chews and collagen peptides. Then a man in a big white hat came. He said, buddy, I'm gonna fix it. You're gonna sleep good at night and keep all your rights. He was buttering up my biscuits. He said, life is like a box of chocolates, but you should really only eat meat. I said I had my doubts, but the man had gout, and that was more than I could say for me. He sent me a PDF. He said, check the box down here. There was a user agreement, but I didn't read it. Now he's listening through my ears. Hotels, casinos, and spaceships, Teslas and tunnels are fine. Folks get too close to the big White House and they lose their goddamn mind.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. Whoop, there we go. Nope. There we go. I am here with Bran, JM Unleashed, Bonnie, and Rescue. Thank you guys for being here. And that artist is Jesse Wells, and that was a domestic error. Please go check out his channel. He has a ton of, I'd say, truther music videos, and just a really talented guy. Puts a lot of the information out there for us all in music form, which I appreciate. All right, tonight is flipped. So we're doing conversation first and music around 11 p.m. Eastern. The link is pinned in the chat if anybody wants to come up and join us for conversation, and then later for music. And also tonight, for the first time, I am streaming live on Rumble at the same time. So it might get a little crazy. I'm going to be trying to jump over there to that chat as well. I don't have a lot of subs on Rumble yet, so please go sub up my channel. I think Snooks or Anti will be dropping the link throughout the night in my YouTube chat, so you can go over and sub. My name on there is Crimson Veritas, and that was my name on there before I was ever IndependentMany United over here, but then I just haven't really streamed over there. So anyway, yeah, something new and different. So please go sub up over there if you're on Rumble, and if you're not, consider making an account. Right now, I'm just streaming the same thing there as here, but it is a more free speech platform. So I'm kind of coming up with some ideas for how I might use it to do sort of some of the things we've done in the Backstage Speakeasy, maybe starting over here and going over there for some of the things that we're not allowed to share here on YouTube. So should be fun, be able to do some different things, and I'm looking forward to it. So make sure you sub up. All right, how are you guys all doing tonight up here on panel and in chat?
I'm doing okay.
It's a crazy week.
It has been. I think
Hey,
everybody's
Nacho, welcome. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
a state of, do you call it trepidation?
It's perfect. Yeah. That's a great word for it. Good to see you, Craig. Kissed off, much love to you. Rock, good to see you. Everybody coming in. Decat, good to see you. I'm sorry to hear your loss, and much love to you. We'll be praying for you. Tate, thank you so much for the super sticker and for all of your support. And thank you to Tiger for becoming a member or renewing your membership. Appreciate you. Good to see you, John. Right. Yeah, a lot of us can relate to Kat. Ozark, much love to you. Jerry Lee, much love. Hey, Cooking with Mike B, welcome. How are you doing tonight? We cannot hear you so far.
Pardon me?
There we go. Couldn't hear you, but now I can.
I'm sorry,
Welcome.
my internet's been kind of messed up today. But hey, hello! I appreciate you sharing my link out with and the Bonnie's channel and Camel Cars channel and everything. And
Yeah, absolutely.
hello, everybody. How you all doing? Hope you're having a great day, and hope you're all staying warm because it is so cold here. It is unbelievably cold. It's really cold.
Yeah. Where are you located, Mike, if you don't mind sharing?
Massachusetts.
Okay, yep. Yeah,
It's
it's starting to get colder here in Washington State, but it's not, we don't have snow or anything yet. So I'm definitely in better shape than a lot of people right now as far as temperature.
yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Over here, it actually warmed up the last day or so. Like we actually went a little bit above freezing, but then we're going into a deep freeze.
Yeah, I can't
by
wait.
next Monday. So I think we're going to be getting what you're getting down there in Massachusetts.
I think it's going to be nationwide because it's hitting us too in Texas. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, it's unfortunately West Coast is burning and the East Coast is freezing, and
Right.
tomorrow it's what is it gonna? It's gonna be a deep freeze for the Texas and the whole East Coast. Right now it's 17 degrees right now, and I'm saying we're having a heat wave right now, but later on it's gonna get bad. It's gonna get into zero digits, and it's minus zero digits too with the wind chill. It's gonna be up.
yes, and our wind has been crazy here.
Oh, your wind's been crazy too.
Yes, I don't know if Rescue's having it, but over here it's been really windy. Like it even blew my doormat off the deck. It's
Well, because here it's I've lived here pretty much all my life. Well, I've moved a few places and stuff, but here
Good
it's
news.
been absolutely awful. I mean, I granted it's winter, all right, but you know we get windy days. But this is going to be going on the consecutive. If it does this tomorrow, it's going to be consecutive 4 weeks of this wind that is actually so cold. It feels like it's minus 20. It's awful. It's completely awful. I don't
Yeah.
even want to go outside and get my mail right now anymore. That's how bad it is outside.
I bet.
yeah.
Yeah, that is too cold. I agree. It hurts when it's that cold.
Yeah. And with the wind, it just like it just bites through you.
Wow, Jeremy. Yeah, well, especially in these places where they're not used to the cold, I'm sure, that's quite a shock to the system. If you haven't had
Yes.
time to adjust, and acclimate. Right, Craig? Craig says, I can't handle these temps.
Yeah, Craig knows. And so I'm bringing all these old-fashioned clothes back, like the leg warmers and
Yes. Always rock the leg
knee-high
warmers.
socks. Yes.
Love
Hey,
it.
hey, Craig, can you come on panel for a minute? I'd like to say hi to you in
Oh, wow,
person, well, not in
Jeremy.
person, but just like I'd like to say hello to you because I always listen to your songs and that. Like, be nice to say hi to you. Come
There
on,
you go,
Craig, get up
Craig.
here.
Shout out. Oh, that's pretty cool, Jeremy. I hope you guys get some snow then. That's great. He said that Christina and the kids have never seen snow.
Oh my goodness.
Just make
That's
sure you get
wild.
bundled up. It's been said that
Yeah.
there's no bad weather, just inappropriate clothing.
Yes, but
I
not
like that.
too much.
Wasn't that To Kill a
Not too much
Mockingbird?
because you don't want to sweat. I'm sorry.
Was
Wasn't
that To
there
Kill a
a
Mockingbird?
chapter in To Kill a Mockingbird about the first experience with snow? I think that's the book I'm thinking of.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't read that in so
It
long.
was
You're
it was
probably
my
right,
favorite
Bran.
chapter of the book. I think it was To Kill a Mockingbird.
You have a great memory, a great memory and recall for things like that. All right, Craig says, "Give me a minute." Awesome. Good to see you,
Well,
Count. Good to you.
you also gotta watch out for the little light bit of snow on the ice because today when I came back, I had to get the bird seed that I got from Walmart to feed my birds and everything, and I got that in my cat litter. I'm going around the corner of my garage after I shut that down, and I almost slipped and
Nice to meet
fell.
you.
There was this one little piece of ice there that I didn't see, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So I sanded that, and it's like you have to watch that because you have to watch where you walk.
Yeah.
And public service announcement: running shoes will not give you traction on ice or snow.
Right?
No.
I know they're comfortable, but
Exactly. It doesn't matter what kind of tread you have on. It's if you hit a track thing of ice, it's gonna slip unless you have those rubbery ones with those spiky
Like,
uh,
yeah,
uh, cleats in it or whatever they're called. But you make sure you take them off because you don't want to put them on your don't want to walk in your house and mess up your floor on that.
right. That's what my snow boots have. Did you see DeCat's comment about the Sky Wars?
Yeah, I
Just
did. I
curious.
highlighted that.
Oh, okay.
He says, "Sky Wars and the game is on. Let's get it together and stop it now. By no more weather warfare." Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can definitely talk about that with all the fires going on and this weird weather. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think that it's engineered or do you think that it's natural? Where do you
In
land
my
on these?
opinion, it's the Mountain Dew thing over in California, if you know what I'm talking about, because the trees are still there. All that blue stuff is still there. The East Coast is freezing right now, and now count. I can't talk right now. Not counting today. It's only what 2 days before T gets in office, and hopefully we can get everything back on track for what they did
Yeah.
before.
There we go, Bran. I knew you'd find it. Yeah, I know, right? The inauguration coming up. I figure that's, a big subject because there's so much that hinges on that, and then we've got the rally that he's doing on the 19th. And
Yeah.
that seems crazy to me. Like it's just asking for trouble.
And plus, you got to realize this too. He's getting inaugurated on the Martin Luther King Day, and it's going to be the coldest, as far as they say, is the coldest weather
Hey, Neil.
inauguration day ever for that
Welcome.
day, ever in history.
Right. And they've said that they're moving the inauguration now indoors, and they're saying it's because of the cold temperatures. But I wonder if it's not really more about security, which is
Well,
probably wise.
I'm just hoping there's no more shenanigans because I'm sick of this, sick of it. What this inauguration
Bye,
did
guy.
before with that stuff, I'm just hoping everything gets better. I really do. I'm just tired. Everybody's tired of everything.
So fish.
Everything's going up in price. It's awful. It's totally awful.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Bonnie?
I wouldn't question LA fire except for that
Right, Count.
there was a aerial, and 5 different fires starting at the exact same time just seemed a little odd to me. Never seen
Right.
that before.
Well, and
Well,
they've
they
shown that there
have
are people
the
there.
thing. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on one second, Mike. That's okay. They've showed that there are people who've been lighting the some fires at least since then on purpose, but there's some speculation that
Yeah,
maybe they could even be hired, disruptors. And there's a name for that, eco-terrorism.
yeah.
Or or it could just be people who have a vendetta or are mentally unstable. I mean, there's just really no way of knowing. Yeah, right, exactly, D. The rally is out of sorts. Yeah, it just seems really, it doesn't it. Okay, remember before J6, a lot of people felt like that was a trap, and it was. I mean, a lot of people
Yeah.
went really good intentions, and I think rightfully so. But the same thing, I have that exact same feeling about this rally. I'll just put that
Yeah.
out there now. And maybe we've been conditioned to think that way. I don't know, but
Well,
And
during that
y'all
January
know,
thing, T wanted to call it the National Guard in, and Pelosi said no.
right. Yeah. And we knew that. I mean, we knew that when it happened, a lot of us. I mean, some of that's coming out again now, and that's good for other people to start, noticing these discrepancies. But it's just, I know a lot of people are frustrated because it's like, I don't know, it's a catch-22. It's frustrating to hear things people are talking about like they're new, like it's new news 5 years after the fact or 4 years after the fact, but then it's also good that more people are starting to become aware. So,
Well,
Bonnie,
T
what were you
also
going to
so
say?
says
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Mike. Go ahead, Bonnie.
calm down, Mike. um, no, I'm just joking.
Much love,
You
John.
know, y'all all know Apple Dumpling. You've seen her around in
Oh, I
chats.
love Apple. Yes.
Okay.
She's a
So
longtime friend.
I've been
Hey,
in
Al. Much
contact
love.
with her, and she's in
Hey.
LA.
Yes.
And so she's been telling me things um that she's seeing firsthand. But one thing that she said that I could
Because
share
it's all
out
very creepy.
is the air quality. She said that yesterday was the first day that it was a little more bearable. They're all um, having lung issues because of the air quality, the smoke in the air. And she said if anybody's able, they need all the help they can get. Um, Awnings down, just with the people who are left that still have a home, they still have damage. There's shingles off of roofs. There's just a lot of stuff like that. And of course, we know the insurance companies aren't doing anything. Um, I did see where Biden said he would help 100%. I don't know. It didn't sound like she knew anything about that. Um, so it's just they need a lot of prayers over there. There's good people there too. It's not just movie stars. I think
Yeah.
Steve-O is pretty close to that area also. Steve-O that's come up here and sang. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I'd like a moment when you give me a chance.
Go ahead, Neil.
I yield.
Oh, hell, that was quick. I don't take this wrong way. I feel sorry for anyone who loses everything they've had in their house. That is a horrible thing, whether it's natural, man-made, whatever. It's not a good thing right off the bat. But what I have to say is it's awful amazing that for 4 years in a row, Northern California towns burnt to the ground and it was made illegal for them to burn back. And as soon as LA is not even finished burning, they're talking about building it back. But yet everyone in Northern California and like the town of Paradise, it was illegal for them to build back and because they were in
Right.
fire zone. Well, it appears to me that most of those people in those hills have lived in fire zones their whole life. So why are they getting such pity and being allowed to build back when thousands of people, well, maybe not thousands, but definitely hundreds of people in Northern California towns that got burned out, it was made illegal for them to rebuild. They were forced to move because of it. And yet all these people have sympathy and they should have sympathy. But that same sympathy should have gone to Northern California and rebuilding their houses, not forcing them to move. That's all I have to say.
Well, and the thing is with that is nobody's talking about this either. And this started to happen, and it was 3 days ago. You know, Cascadia abduction zone. That's right now. That's it's cracking it right in half right now. I'm not talking about San Andreas. I'm not talking about the other what the hell? It's the thing in the ocean. But California is being cracked in half right now with that. And then another thing about what we were talking about with the fires, with the let's go back to Maui, right? Go back to Maui, and nobody is talking about all those the little ones that were in the schools, that the hundreds of them, not a few of them, hundreds of them that are no longer here. They vanished. Where did they go? They don't talk about that anymore at all. Where did they go?
If you watch the congressional hearings, the next person that's taken office to find out mentioned that and brought up specifically, they're going to look into it.
Yeah, or the 300,000 that came across the border, I think.
340 was the number they gave in the congressional meetings they had, or the congressional
meeting.
Today was 300,000. Christy Gnomes, I've point blank said the 300. That's what I'm going to, Senator. We're going to find the 300,000.
I mean, that's
because they've been singling them out. I got to say, I've gotten some enjoyment watching these particular nomination confirmations because
very much
all these people are fighting back. So they sitting there. You're not getting no little rhetoric bullshit. You're getting some talk back. You're getting pushback.
You see Pam Gandhi and how she handled herself.
Yeah,
fucking like.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I have to say this, Craig. I would like to say hello to you for the first time, sir. I'm so glad to say hello to you, well, not in person, but hello, Craig, sir. I love you,
Mike, I'm having a cappuccino right now. I just had some olives and bay leaves that I got from Sam's Wholesale Club.
Nice.
And I'm enjoying listening to you, Mike B. I'm your biggest fan.
You should be having a cup of chicken bouillon and a Dr. Pepper, sir.
Yeah, I don't know about the chicken bouillon, but I do love the Diet Dr. Pepper for sure. So,
I don't really drink
very
pop
sorry
very
to hear
often.
about the cat. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No, I was just talking about pop. When I don't drink pop very often, but when I do, it's root beer.
Sorry to hear about what I didn't.
Oh, the cat. The cat lost his father, and the cat. I know. Unfortunately, many of us do. We know that it's horrible, and all my love and prayers to you and your family. And
yes,
right, D.
It'll be better.
What was that? What was the serial killer thing? I didn't get the thing because I can't. I'm not in chat. I can't see chat right now.
Good to see you, Dank. Just so you know, Mike, if you go to where it says comments in StreamYard, you can see the chat.
Talk.
By the way, Snooks, my opinion is to make it a good day, that there's so much goodness out there, just relish in that. There's my opinion. I don't know what you wanted it on, but that's my random thought.
We're going to play a video about that in a minute.
Baby, I think the cat
spamming the chat. That's right, Brad Guy. Question everything.
Yeah, exactly. The person that just said that. Yeah, a few days before that, the fire insurance just they canceled it. They canceled the stuff, and but all the rich people, they're gonna get all their money back because Potato said, "Oh, we're gonna fund everything." Yeah, fund everything for the rich people, but all the poor people,
they're going to recollect it from the illegals. They're going to ask for the money back. We need that money back. We got to give it to all these rich people in the Palisades. But
right.
But I saw 20 days before all this went down, the fire department was talking with them about how these cuts were going to
exactly.
Flat
Hell,
out.
back in 19, Trump was trying to tell them back in 19, you can't do this, and they blocked that water flow anyway.
Rescue, they cut it severely. Last time.
So, I mean, you're pretty much retarded when you have a city and you have a fire department and your fire hydrants run dry. You're at 100% full rerun.
Woot, Brad.
I got one better than that.
And why didn't they go to the lakes and the ocean? I mean,
That's
Well,
what I
You
said.
can't use the
That's
ocean because you
exactly
can't
what I
use salt
said.
water. That's a myth.
Hold
That's
on. Hold on, Mike. Mike, I'm going to mute you for a second. You're talking over people. You got to give others a chance to talk. I'm glad you're up here. But when other people are talking, then we get too many people talking and nobody can understand anybody. Go ahead, Rescue.
you can't use salt water. So people that think that you can't just go out there and grab salt water, because salt water, it reacts different when you dump that on hot coals and hot areas. So it reacts at a certain temperatures. I forgot the actual science, but salt water is bad.
oh, okay.
It also causes a saturation to the soil, which will stop anything from growing there for years and years.
Yeah, salt.
I got one better than
Wow.
that. I just did a report and a video, the Cascadia mountain range. It goes through California, Oregon, Washington, up
That's where I
into
live.
Canada.
Good point, John.
They are just now letting us know that for years they've known that there's the largest freshwater reserve in America underneath the Cascades. They just haven't tapped into it yet because
They won't let them.
We don't need water, obviously. But
That
they
was
know
what.
about
That's
it.
one of the things Trump was talking about when you hear him go, and that he won't allow it. They just block the water. That's the water he's talking. It's like there's millions of gallons that
Yeah.
you just.
Yeah, and
That actually comes from Klamath. It's called the Klamath River, and
no,
They blame it on a fish.
This is all no. That's a totally different thing. This is a reservoir underwater, and it's 3 times the size of Lake Mead. It's under the mountain range. It's not a
that's where I live.
And there's no fishies around it. It's like a couple 100 foot under the ground, a full reservoir.
Good to see you, Lauren.
Oh, but
Does it come out nowhere?
don't think they won't find a critter. They're going to find some critter to protect.
Yeah, but
that's
they've known
in
about
that for
this
sure.
water.
Oh, it comes out somewhere. That's all they got to do is find a boat.
California's needed water. They've known it.
They have albino crawfish in there. We can't harm the albino crawfish.
Mm-hmm.
So the water that feeds the Klamath River is literally goes underneath where I live. I live in the Cascadia Mountains, and I know what the underground source in which you're talking about. But that is what feeds the Klamath River, and the dam that they have is blocking the Klamath River. And if they opened that dam, they could have a free flow of water that would actually travel down through California. The problem is that if they did that, then California would possibly become an island again.
Well, they could easily divert it to the ocean like they do the water now.
Correct. But, I know where you're talking about. Indy, I came up to talk about the children. And I had left a comment in the chat, and I think that's why Anti-Adjack sent me up. So the last reported number in regards to missing children in Lahaina area was considered to be around 3,000 children. Now, they said that there was a recovery of a large number of those children, but there's never been any concrete evidence of the children actually being recovered. That was the statement that came from the government. Okay. But there was a report that was done about 3.5 weeks ago. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, you were in the chat when I played it, where there was a testimony going on in front of one of the committees there in Washington, D.C., where it was actually admitted that the number of missing migrant children has exceeded 500,000. So the 325,000 that is being mentioned by Kristi Noem today in her hearing, which I think was phenomenal. I agree 100% with Rescue. She is probably one of the best qualified for that position, and going into the DHS. But just know that number is has exceeded the 325,000 by far.
Right. 500,000. I mean, that's just sick, you guys. It's
I
awful.
mean, I
And
wouldn't
why
doubt
is
it.
there not more attention on this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think we really know why, but it's disgusting and we have to do more about it. I mean, we just have to.
Well, and
And
you have to keep in
hopefully,
mind that's
go
that's
ahead.
the ones that they've like said, hey, we're taking custody of these and we're sending them to these people. So those are the ones that like they've played the middleman to. There's probably a million
Right.
that
Exactly.
we never even saw or heard about or know nothing about.
Yeah,
Yes,
So yeah,
exactly.
the
Agreed.
ones
I
that
mean,
are
and that's
just
not even
lawful.
talking about the farming that happens. I mean, that's a real thing. There are people
yeah.
that breed children off, they don't get birth certificates. They don't come through the border,
Oh,
that are,
I just heard that, Indy. Oh,
yeah.
was that today
That's
or
crazy.
yesterday? I heard that in an interview, and it was a lady who had interviewed the border patrol agents, and they actually have a like a nickname for that, and it's like a revolving. Is this a revolving kid or something? And it's because they will recognize that those kids are bred over there just to use to get people across the border. Once they get over here, they load them up and they send them back over, and somebody else will grab that kid and they use them. Of course, I'm
Or
Right.
they
sure
just
there's
desert
severely
them.
ugly things in the process, but
Gosh, it's like a
Yeah.
puppy mill. You know,
yeah.
there's more outrage for a puppy mill.
Oh,
You
right.
see
Yeah,
more outrage for that.
Yeah.
But
Right. Yeah.
exactly.
Remember, we're in the middle of a genocide from, partially involving Fauci, but people got upset about the beagles. And I do think that the testing on beagles was disgusting. And it's also disgusting to think what they really are doing that testing for, because it's not about how the beagles will respond. That's
yeah,
not what they are really
the
testing the
human,
beagles
yeah,
for.
it's
But
worse.
also, but the people get more upset about that is mind blowing to me.
It is. You're right. It's crazy. We live in a weird society,
Yeah.
and I'm kind of
Meanwhile, how many
it's hard
millions of
keeping it
unborn
together,
children
Indy.
are killed
Sometimes
every day? You know what I
It's
mean? Like, or
it's
throughout the year.
psychological. It's
it
people
Yeah.
get
really is. It's a big
desensitized by being
psychological.
bombarded with stuff. You get desensitized. So all of a sudden you can just see that and go, oh, wow. And you just go on. And it's like, wait a minute. There was a time in history when that would have like jaw dropping stuff, but it's you get bombarded. By the
It's
way, Mike
unbelievable.
B still muted.
Oh, Mike, you just have to unmute yourself. You can unmute.
Damn it.
If I mute you
Damn it,
just for
Mike. I've
a
been
second,
missing you.
you can unmute. Sorry about that, Mike. Here. There
No,
you go.
she's not. She does it to me all the time, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, just be ready.
Yeah, but
This is
you're
what
rude,
YouTube's
Neil.
all. This is what YouTube's all about. You got into it. Welcome to YouTube.
The Take Two drum covers, and I don't mean to change the subject, but the desalination is, I guess it's
Desalination plants.
Desalination. Yeah.
yeah,
You're taking the salt water out of it. You can, and
that
that's a
they're
total legitimate exercise process. I think we intentionally don't do things like that in California because that's that control number thing. Because you could very well easily do that
yeah.
on any of these coastal states.
The
But
excuse they give is it costs too much because we in Northern California have been bitching about LA not having a couple, and they say it costs too many billions of dollars for them to build a desalination plant.
So, can I ask a question? Has anything been said about children missing in North Carolina or LA yet, even? Because everything that is done seems to involve the children. Whenever, like you were talking about what they do with the children rescue, and
Good to see
that's
Matt.
not even to mention the ones that are just dumped. And that's why we have so many unclaimed children. Is that what they call them?
yeah. Well, I personally am not a fan of CPS. I mean, I understand the
Right.
concept and the initial probably principle, but it's just one more of those corrupt avenues that says, hey, I'm not a pharmaceutical company, so I don't make drugs, but I'm kind of like really a freak and a pervert, so I traffic in kids. And so they're just another dope leader. They just do it with kids.
Good to
But
see
it's
you,
people.
Pat.
And
Well, it's any
disgusting.
time that any organization becomes about a profit of any type, it becomes corrupt because people care more about
yeah,
money than morals.
You know
and
what?
that's where because people are saying, but we need them for the children who are actually being abused. No, we don't. That's when you call your law, your sheriff, and the law takes care of it. And surely there's one family member that is responsible enough to take care of that child. And if not, that's where the community steps up.
Much love,
The-
Chess.
Yeah.
Well, now,
you're-
even if you have a family member, sometimes the system won't let that family member get
Yeah.
access to the child. And if it's a friend of the family and not someone related by blood, then it's almost impossible for that person to get custody.
Yeah.
It'll go,
Yes.
that child will go into the system instead.
Now, how
Yeah,
long do you think this has
all
been
the
going on?
regulations for that are geared for the kid to get into the system because the system gets paid when that happens.
Good to see you,
The whole-
Franks.
The whole
Yeah.
thing needs to be changed.
Every-
to make it easier.
And
Ever
just what you
since they
said, think about
created it.
how long that's been going on.
Hold on, you guys. We got to take turns. Craig, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I was just going to say, just think about how long that's been going on. How long have orphanages been in existence? We've heard stories from way back in the 30s.
Since Cain went walking away.
Tomorrow.
It's
Look
probably
what they
going
did to
way
the-
further back. Who knows
To
how
the
long?
Native
Cain.
Americans.
Since
And we've
Cain.
been
Yes.
so blind to it. That's what's crazy. We're all just now waking up. That's why I think it's really
It's not a now waking up. It's a social media and other media is not presenting it in public. A lot of us know about. I know FBI agents who retired working on child abduction cases.
Yeah, it's nothing new. But that's just it. So the system is what I'm saying we don't need, because anything that
Right.
is decided by the system is okay. An example is a family, and the grandmother said that she would take the child, and they couldn't
Right,
find
Carol.
anything wrong with the
Accountability.
grandmother. They couldn't find anything wrong with the grandmother's house. So they used, because she smoked cigarettes. Nope, can't have it. They'll use any little thing, and if they can't find something, they'll make something up. And that's why
Exactly.
I think the system is so corrupt, because we know what they're doing, and they make it almost impossible for the child to be with family,
Right.
at
Good to
least
see you,
someone that
Cecil.
they know and are familiar with. They want to take them completely away from that so that they can reprogram, whatever you want to call it.
Well, it becomes a commodity. It's kind of like the pharmaceuticals and in the medical field. They're the idea. It sounds good, and in the old days, there was pride in curing people. That's not the take anymore. It's kind of like in
Right.
the automobile industry. It was
Good to
awesome
see you,
to take
Amethyst.
pride in building a vehicle that lasted, and then one day somebody goes, "Hey, this just ain't worth the buck." So we make things that dispose. Well, people and kids all get treated that same way. It's a commodity. And this
Yeah.
used to be, I mean, as a society in our early days, this was your church. Even people that aren't, I get it. If you're not, I'm not preaching. I'm just saying, I know down
No,
here
but
in Texas, it was churches. So as people came in an area, they would
yes,
establish a gathering place, a town. And then if there was a widower, or as people started having more kids, there would be a place for these kids, and they would want them to know how to read. So then they came up with schoolhouses there. And
yep.
it's easy to think of everything being bad, but it used to not be. It's just that as technology came, we grew, society got bigger. I personally don't think we were ever built to actually live in large tribes,
Well, even
metropolitans. I think we were designed to cohabit in smaller tribes.
It's actually
yes,
unhealthy to live inside a city because you lose everything as far as nature. Having a dog, going over to a friend's house, just that simple action, living in a city to outside a city. Instead of going to a friend's house, you go outside, you run across the lawn, jump the fence, you're at his house. In a city
right.
scenario, you open a door, run down the hallway, and knock on another door. What life experiences have you cut yourself off from those two scenarios?
Just the grounding alone,
Right,
because they're
Tiger.
just surrounded by cement. But even the NGOs are in on it.
Yeah,
Well,
for
if
sure.
you look at North Georgia, and I don't ever, this is a public announcement I discovered. In North Georgia, there was 3M's being sued by a large carpet manufacturer because they were selling these, what's known now as a forever chemical that this carpet company used for stain resistant, water resistant feature. And they've polluted the waters in northern Georgia. I don't recall the name of the chemical, but it's supposed to be 5 parts per million. And
I wonder if that's DuPont
I don't know,
and
but
tied in with DuPont.
In some of the rivers, they've discovered this chemical at 750 parts per million when it's only.
I watched a video recently called Dark Waters. It's a movie called Dark Waters, and it's based on the DuPont corruption that happened with them, where they knew that Teflon, you know, the nonstick surface that we all used to cook on, hopefully you don't anymore, that it's a carcinogen. And it was not only that, but the plants were having runoff that were affecting the waters, and people all at the plants and all around the area were getting sick. They knew that pregnant women their children were having birth defects because of it. And they were continuing even years after they knew. They let the workers work there, you know, and under those same conditions. And it's just disgusting. They do not care about us. They do not.
Stop using the Teflon, baby. I didn't know.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry.
And just remember,
we still use it. We still use Teflon.
Remember,
No,
NGO
yeah, you really
is
do need to stop
non-governmental
using that, for
organization.
real.
That's all. That's just their non-union version.
Say that again. Say that again, Rescue.
I said, just remember, NGO is non-government organization.
Right.
A non-government.
It's them
so all that
outsourcing.
is there's a union side and a non-union side. So you have the government side, and then we'll make it look good. We'll do a non-union side. Okay, we'll call that the non-government shit. Yeah, there you go.
Quick question.
Right. Well, and hold on one second. And the thing about that, Rescue, I agree with you completely, is that they're under less regulation than the government.
Yep.
So that all it means when it's an NGO really is that they're outsourcing so that it's off the books.
Well, and most of them all have shares in those companies, in those NGOs.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Hey,
absolutely.
quick question for Rescue. What is the ultimate tribe size? 300?
Good to see you, Tiger. Thanks for coming up.
I don't know. It's just because like even when you look, I mean, I personally, you know, I do the Bible a lot. So I have a faith, belief in God. So that's where I kind of come from. And when you look at the size,
good to see you.
You don't hardly see anything really over like 100,000. If you kind of look at numbers, everything starts getting larger. There's usually something that happens. There's an event in that book, and it usually means that it's always plus 100,000. So there's a reason. I don't know.
That's a good number. No, I'm glad you said that, Rescue. I was just wondering because I always thought 300 was the best number. But
that would probably be a really good number. I don't know. It worked out too well for the Spartans, but they held out for a little while.
Yeah.
For a little
Hold
while.
on one second. Hold on one second, you guys.
Hey, Indy, I'm going to jump down. Love y'all.
Oh,
Much
okay.
love.
By the way,
right.
appreciate
Craig,
you, brother. It's good to see you.
Too busy. Hard to
Thanks for
talk
coming
on
and
this
saying
panel.
hi.
Sorry. Love y'all.
I know. We got a lot of talkers trying to talk over each other at the same time. Case in point.
Craig,
Okay,
Craig,
hold on.
It was nice to meet you, brother, Craig. I love you, Craig. Love you, Craig. Have a great night, Craig.
All right, hang on a second, Mike. Okay, Mike, I'm muting you, but you can unmute. I'm just muting you for now. All right, Algo pointed out that Rumble isn't playing, and I am aware of that. I don't know what to do about it. This is my first time trying to stream on Rumble, so it looks like that will happen another night. I'll have to figure out what I did wrong in the setup, that it's not going live on Rumble. But you can still go over and say hi in the chat. You can still make sure that you're subbed, and I would appreciate that very much. All right. Okay, let's make sure we're taking turns, you guys, because really in the chat, even though we can hear each other in StreamYard a little bit better speaking over each other, it makes it really hard for the people in the chat to be able to hear anybody. Okay.
And good evening, everybody.
Right. John says everything has become an industry. It's sad, but even the children have become a product. Absolutely. We're all products.
Did I do something wrong? I apologize if I made anybody mad. I didn't mean to.
No, you're not making anybody mad, Mike. You just have to be more careful speaking over people. You're talking out a lot over others, and it might be a delay issue. Sometimes that happens where you might not be hearing somebody speaking, and then you start talking. But yeah, just kind of give a gap and make sure you're not interrupting someone.
I have one thing to say about this Obamacare that I know from personal experience when it comes to $1 figure. A good friend of mine came down with a simple
good point, Chess.
answer. It was called prostate cancer. We didn't find out it was prostate cancer until the autopsy. And they spent, I'm up here in Northern California, so we have like UC Davis, Berkeley, Stanford, Cal Berkeley, a lot of really, really good colleges that do medicine. And this guy was on Obamacare, and he came down with a cancer. They sent him to all these colleges to get all of these tests, went through almost exactly $5 million worth of insurance money on testing. And then the gentleman died of prostate cancer. And of those colleges,
how old was he?
He was 64. But anyhow, of all those colleges I was mentioned to you, those great named colleges, Stanford, UC Davis, not of one of them I was thinking to myself, why couldn't they figure out it was prostate cancer? So of course I looked into it deeper. So did the guy's wife, and it turns out
Thanks
that
for coming up, Pop. Much love.
under Obamacare, you are worth a certain dollar amount to the insurance companies and hospitals. So they were going to go through as much of that as possible, and then you have no insurance or you're dead. So we do have a problem with putting a dollar figure on a human being.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I watched an interview that I think it was Tucker did it, and actually as that dude was talking about the whole surgery and how them diverting people, I'm like, holy crap, dude, have you been like listening in on my doctor visits and shit? Yeah, because it's like nobody wants to address the surgery. Everybody keeps circumventing me to pain management and deal with it. And he talked about, because he's apparently a dude who owns some clinics in Texas, and he had gotten into the industry, so he got to see it firsthand. And he goes, oh man, it's so ugly. He said you wouldn't believe it. He said it's worse than you would think. He said because they literally, you have doctors that won't do anything because either they get threatened that they'll lose their license in that area because these people have just gone in and taken control because they have to practice. You have to practice out of a hospital, so they take control of the hospital.
Yep, I saw
control
that.
the doctors.
I saw that interview also.
That's why I got out of the medical industry back in 1993.
And we saw that during COVID run fully amok.
Well, here's a question about the 2020 thing. Okay, in the very beginning, this is me. This is me. Did any of you do the same thing? Okay, you know, I didn't know for sure when it first started. I took my precautions too. I was safe. I did the, I did the social distancing and everything, and then after about 3 weeks, I said, something ain't right here. How long did you guys figure it out that it was a bunch of BS?
Good to see you, Seawolf.
Took me about
I work in nursing. I work in nursing, so I already knew from the get-go what they were saying was a bunch of BS. We literally lost no one from COVID. We lost 2 people from the vaccination.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
So which one?
Yeah.
So which one is worse?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. We were
Good question, John.
Everyone was brainwashed into thinking about I don't want to say this. I don't want to get your channel in trouble about the P word, and then
Pandemic?
you got to get the D thing, and then after that, you know, it wasn't the disease. It wasn't the made up thing. It was the thing you got that got rid of everybody, which is unfortunate. And I weep and cry and pray for all those ones that are no longer here with us right now.
Right. It's a genocide. And I'm going to say that every single week because I can't believe that we're allowing things to go the way they are collectively. It's crazy to me.
What we
My whole thing is think of all the things. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. What we noticed first thing was, okay, they were saying that this was so contagious, you had to wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were following what people were doing the first 2 weeks. But the first thing we noticed was that there was no hazardous material containers to put the mask in after you wore them into a public place. And so we were like, what's up with this? And there were masks laying in the parking lots. They were just laying all over the place. And it's like,
Yep.
Well,
just remember
Go ahead. Tiger.
Unless you have
I was just going to say, just so you know, in healthcare, they literally had us wear the same mask, paper mask, not even an N95, a paper mask on our face for a week before we could exchange them out. Those are one-use masks, just so you know. If you ever
Right.
get a chance to get a box of them and read them, those are one-use masks. You go into a room, you come out, and you throw everything away. One use. But we use them for a week.
Follow the science.
Unless you have a
And
good
Yeah.
you tell me what good they did.
Nothing. In fact, I
Right.
think you'd really actually want to have your eyes covered, because I think that you can obtain that sort of thing through your eyes just as easily as your nose and
Yes,
mouth.
sir.
Yes, but remember they were
Yep.
saying people with glasses were safer because they did have something over their eyes at least.
Well, they
Well, I
Yeah.
said a
mean, and
lot of things
also,
that weren't true.
right. Remember the,
Yes.
all of the homemade masks that were just, what good were those? Not, And then also remember the
Nope.
propaganda coming out of China where they were at first they were showing the videos of people like dying out in the streets, and there were so many deaths supposedly that were happening that people couldn't even get to the hospitals. That was all bullshit. I mean, that was completely fabricated. Nothing like that was happening. And that was definitely not from
Right.
COVID.
And
Well, that's what I was
I
going to say before. Imagine all the things that have been happening in the country, just this country, in the
I still
last
have to talk.
4 years. Just say 4 years, probably longer than that, but I'm just going to say 4 years. And
Haley.
they didn't call anything out. They didn't call anything out. Don't be worried. Didn't even mention half of it at all. But
yes,
that one thing, they fear mongered people
yes,
and they made people afraid. That's why they were all listening to everything they had to say. That whole thing was just to see what they could get over on people and make them follow what they want to do.
Right.
Another
I
travesty
My
was
opinion.
not letting people go and visit their family in the
family.
nursing
Yes.
homes
Yes.
and all this sort of. There was some
Yep.
heartbreaking stories with that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
see that's the thing that why was I muted again? Did I do something wrong?
Just if you're talking over someone and not stopping, I'm going to mute you. You can unmute yourself. Just take it as a note to, wait until the person's done speaking. Go ahead.
I did just see an article today, a hospital, and I'm not sure where it is. S- mm, I can't remember where it is. It's in another country. And they are so overrun that they have people laying in the bathrooms, they have them laying in the
Much love,
corridor,
Frank.
they have them laying all over the place. But they said it's just from the flu cases that they are getting right now. They're not
Well,
calling it anything else.
another thing to consider though is how many issues are going to be coming because of the consequences of taking the vaccines, because it's been proven
Exactly.
now that it compromises your immune system. So people who are experiencing normal things like the flu and a cold are going to be more affected than they would have been before. And then
What if it's not just the vaccinated? What
that
if
are experiencing.
getting what you thought was just, oh, I went through the COVID, but what if having that? Because there's another interview that I watched, and that doctor talks about it, and I think he's connected with the brother and sister that dug deep into this. But getting the COVID changed you. So if you caught it, whether you had the jab or not, if you got the COVID,
I think that's
and
possible, but I also think
well
that's
they
a scapegoat being used for the effects
well
of the vaccine. I
well they
think like
showed
people say, hold on, Rusty, people say that
well
they have
they showed
long,
Mm.
yeah, hold on just 1 second. But I think people are saying that they have long COVID, for example, and I don't think a lot of people who think that they have long COVID actually have long COVID. I think that they're vaccine injured. It's the same effects from both. Go ahead. What
well,
were you
no,
going to say?
what they were talking about is how it's brought up people that didn't get the vax, but they did get COVID. And now all of a sudden they have allergies for certain things that they didn't have before. There's taste different that they didn't have before. And so
Yeah.
there's side effects that they have been reported. And I mean, it's not all out because it's just kind of like everything else. It's going to take a while for data to finally collect of what's really happening to everybody.
Yes. And
Well, I know I had COVID. I never had the vaccine. I don't think the cancer I have is because of COVID. But I mean, what happens when you get a virus naturally and your body repels it and you heal from it is you develop immunity. So I
What if it's
don't,
targeted to do something to your immune system? What would your system do with that same stuff then?
I'm not saying that's impossible. I mean, because obviously I don't know. I'm not a bioengineer, but I don't, I
See you
don't,
later, Jan.
I don't even have an answer for that, honestly. Like, I mean, I've had COVID, Chris had COVID. It was very mild case, both of us, like very mild, like one day kind of thing. Um, I think a lot of things that happen to people are because of comorbidities or age. Age is a factor in anything you get because I've seen residents that had um, COVID and they never fully recovered from it.
Hey, Elgo.
Again, it's an age thing and a comorbidity thing, but I mean, I don't know. I can't answer your question on that. I'm not going to rule it out of the realm of possibility because it totally could be.
Well, and I mean,
Right.
I don't know either. I wasn't saying that like a fact, just so everybody understands. That was an interview I watched that was with this bio guy and is connected to these sister and a brother. And if I could show you their picture, show you their names, you probably heard their names in the circle because they expose so much about the jab, but also the effects of just what they released because they manufactured a virus. So the way, and what you're saying is totally true, and that's the natural effect. It wasn't a natural thing that got released. So the way people's bodies interpreted and tried to fight that off, it did adaptations to some people, and that's what they were talking about. It's not like 100% everybody's got something, but it's just that
Well, another thing
that
to
itself did
consider,
something.
yeah, another thing to consider is shedding because that's real. You know, that's something that's existed before
Yes,
this vaccine.
that is.
It's something a lot of people didn't know about. Hold on 1 second, Mike, and we'll go to you next. Yeah, it's something that a lot of people weren't aware of until people started talking about it. But I will say I truly believe in shedding, and not, I mean, we know it exists, but I've experienced the effects of shedding. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I did not get the vaccine, but I knew when different family members, because I was living at the time, we were living with my in-laws, and which was my mother-in-law, father-in-law, and brother-in-law. And when they got their vaccines, I knew because of the effects it had on me. They're not ones to talk about it, especially because we were all living under the same roof and had very different opinions. But that's how I found out. And I didn't know until later that was why. So I think it's possible, like you were saying, Rescue, that people who don't get the vaccine are experiencing changes too. I think it could be an effect from shedding. So just something else to think about. Go ahead, Mike. What were you going to say? Agreed, Lily.
What effects were you getting when you were around the shedding? Because I have experienced that firsthand, and it really stinks. What were your effects?
Well, I don't really want to share all of my specific things because it's pretty personal, but you can look online and see that there were quite a bit. Basically, a lot of the effects you could get from the vaccine, you could also get from shedding. So I'll just leave it at that.
I never got the vaccine. I never will. I will die on my feet instead of on my knees when it comes to that. But whenever I'm around people that had that thing, my heart fluttered. It skips a beat, and I feel bad. I feel really, really weird. And here's a little tidbit for you that none of you know. When next time you go on in public, put on your phone, put on your Bluetooth, and they give off a signal now. The people that got them.
I remember seeing things about that right after, but I don't know if that's true or not. Is that something you've actually done where you've been able to pick up a signal?
Yes, exactly. You can actually, it's messed up too because you did this, and I thought I heard this about a year ago. I thought the person was full of crap, and I did the Bluetooth thing and that, and I could hear my neighbors. I could hear my neighbors talking, and
Oh, wow.
they're about a mile away, and I'm like, what? At first, I thought I was going nuts. I'm like,
Right.
okay, I'm going nuts. I'm dreaming. They go, nope. And I did it again, and I did it today too. I'm like, I can hear them a mile down the street on my phone with my Bluetooth. I can hear what they're talking about, and they give off signals. It's messed up. And now they have
Yeah.
all these commercials on TV, which is great because I don't know if you watch Cola. She's a good channel.
Yeah, I've known Cola for years. She's a good friend.
Yeah,
Yes.
why is my tablet doing this for? It's messed up. But oh, great! What was I?
I
Gonna
mean,
say?
I don't know. That one's a little far-fetched to me, but I do think that it's a possibility. I mean, we know that nanotech is something that's being really developed, and if you're not aware, you should look into nanotech. They have microchips and little, even movable, chips that are microscopic. That's also can go into weather engineering and things like that too, that they are, involved with chemtrails and all sorts of things. So it's not like I don't believe it. And I've even seen people at the WEF talking about, basically microchips and medications that when you take them, it will alert your doctor that you actually took your medication. It's activated by the bile in your stomach, and it's a transmitter that will let the doctor know you took your medication. So, I mean, talk about control.
Look at
What will that do for insurance companies and everything?
That's
So
the
I know that
problem with
technology is
taking
out there.
something that nobody knows what it is,
Well, look at it this way,
which is
right?
the only reason I didn't take it.
We're being
Right.
assimilated right now. Look at the people with Morgellons disease, right? They have that, and they have all this stuff in that. Their body is rejecting that stuff.
Agreed. Yeah.
Everybody else that is not doing that. We're being assimilated. AI is real and it stinks. And the rise of machines are here and it stinks.
As long as I can get 7 of 9, I'm down with that.
Do what?
Oh yeah, Jerry Ryan. Yeah, Jerry Ryan. But okay, all right. Who's your seriously? What was your name, dude?
Let me show names
me?
here. Really quickly,
Yeah.
I want to address this comment from James. James says, China was locked down for 3 years. People starved inside their homes. C-19 was very real there for a myriad of reasons. I agree, and I know that they were treated horribly there. And honestly, I think what they do in China is pretty much a blueprint for what globalists want to do around the world. I think they kind of test run things in different places at different times, and often in China, because they already have lost a lot of their rights as individuals. But I don't think that all of that was because of C-19. I think a lot of that was because of all of the things they were spraying there. Supposedly they were, what's the word I'm looking for? They were
fumigating.
Yeah, it's like fumigating, but that's not the word I'm thinking of, but I can't think of it. Whatever, you get the idea. They were spraying things there that they were saying were sanitizing areas, but I don't believe that for a second. So I don't think it was all about C-19 there. I think that was
fumigating
control.
Well,
No.
just think of what China is. Just think of what China is. Those people could be people that they felt were dissidents or anything else. You don't know why they were locked in their homes. And believe me, I don't dispute C-19 whatsoever. But I'm just saying, you don't know. China does things for other things than this country supposedly
China does
does.
things. I'm sorry. How many iPhones were actually touched by one of the people that then ran and jumped out the window? And that happened to the point to where they had to put nets outside the building. You got to look into that.
Right.
The Apple phone industry has nets around outside the windows because people were being forced to work there.
Who was the dude that said the thing about Jerry Ryan comment?
Good to see you, Gma. What did you say, Mike?
Who was the one that said about the Jerry Ryan from Star Trek Voyager?
I don't know.
I said 7 of 9. If she was there, I'd
Jerry Ryan, 7 of 9. So she's your go-to.
Why would you think that?
No, I mean you said that. I mean, I
Well,
didn't mean
that's
anything
because
by
you
that. I
brought up
mean, it was said.
assimilation. Assimilation is not.
I meant.
Well,
I meant
hold
to
on.
say
You're asking
like.
an explanation. Assimilation is used in a Star Wars trilogy, or a Star Trek trilogy, not a Star Wars or Indiana Jones. So I went with the characters associated with that trilogy. It doesn't mean anything about my association with life-altering things or whatever. It was just an association with that movie and storyline.
Yeah, my favorite Star Trek character is Deanna Troi.
So Count Trumpula said, either
Oh,
way, COVID-19.
I didn't mean anything by that. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you at all. I apologize for that, sir. If I offend you, I apologize.
You're fine, Mike, but you did just interrupt Bonnie. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Count Trumpula said, either way, COVID-19 has changed people dramatically. Some went missing, but still suck wind. Some spend as little time around either others as possible. Others don't seem affected. Division is accomplished. And I think that was the whole thing, was to divide people, because it definitely did that. You've got
Yeah.
I had a really close friend who worked at a hospital that said, if you come in and you haven't had the juice, why should I help you?
Right.
And
Yeah,
she
exactly.
flat
And there
out
was a
said,
lot.
I'll
There was a
let you
lot of
die.
that. Sorry, Bonnie. There was a lot of things like that too. There were people that weren't given organ transplants because they didn't get vaccinated, and so they were, even if their turn came up and an organ was provided or available for them, they didn't get to get their transplant. I mean, how disgusting is that?
All surgeries, all
Still going
treatment.
on.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So real quick.
The thing with me is, sorry, I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead,
Mike.
Elgo.
No, let Mike go. Go ahead, Mike.
With me is the thing that got me so mad is in the beginning and during the whole thing is all the people in the nursing homes. They were isolated from their families. They were scared and they were dying, and they couldn't say goodbye to their families because of this bull crap. It ticked me off so much. And then all the other crap with that, it still makes me mad about that. These people, the grandmothers, grandfathers, and they couldn't say goodbye to their families because they were there, and because of this. Yeah, I'm gonna stop right now. I'm not gonna go on a rant, but it wasn't right what happened. It's not right what happened.
But do y'all think this is the last time?
What was that, Bonnie?
I said, but do y'all think that's it? That's the last time? Do you think
right.
that it's
Nope.
just going to stop?
What, the
I think
government's going to try and manipulate their people? Hell no.
What, do you think evil stopped? I don't.
No.
Nope. I
It's gonna
know in my
continue,
family,
hopefully.
we had 3 people that vaccinated. 2 of them were under duress, and one of them was
was
because she's a
Amethyst.
minor and her dad took her to go get it. Not my daughter, her dad. My brother was a transplant recipient. He had a double lung transplant, and they pretty much forced him to get the vaccine if they wanted him, if he wanted them to keep treating him. And the other one was my sister, because healthcare, working in healthcare, and if you want to keep your job, you're going to get it. And I was lucky. I was one of the lucky ones in healthcare, because where I work does not take Medicaid or Medicare. It's a private pay thing. So they thought about forcing us to get it. And they even asked me, are you going to take the vaccine? I said, no, I'm not. Well, what if we require it? Well, I guess you're firing me, because I'm not quitting.
Hadn't heard that.
Because you're going to pay me unemployment. But so I got lucky. My sister didn't. But Yeah.
May I ask
And
what?
I think
Sorry.
everybody that forced that vaccine should be sued. I'm sorry. I think they all should be sued
Or worse. I mean,
because
it's crimes against humanity.
what happened to my body, my choice? It only counts if you want an abortion.
Right. When you're killing
that
off
only
another
works if you're
body.
segregating
Yeah.
men against women for political gain. It doesn't work any other way.
Good to see you, Twisted. Much love.
May I ask, with your father, with the lung transplant, was he a smoker
My
or
brother,
non-smoker? Or,
he used to be a smoker, yes. He quit way before his surgery, but yeah, he used to
Right,
be
Mr. E.
he was a truck driver. He was a heavy smoker. Um, but yeah, he ended up with COPD, advanced stages, end stages actually. Had he not got his transplant when he did, he would have been dead 5 years ago.
that's exactly what happened to my. Unfortunately, what happened to my parents. When the 2020 thing happened, they were all scared. They went into the propaganda, and they all got their stuff in the beginning, and they all got their boosters. And unfortunately, my sister did too. I kept telling them, "Don't get it, don't get it, don't get it." And my sister, it was about 8 months ago where they got their boosters again
Exactly,
because
John.
you need to get your boosters. And then my sister came down with what is it COPD or whatever, and she couldn't breathe or anything because I remember that day. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I saw her coming upstairs, and she looked like she was dead. She was like a living
Right,
zombie.
Blue.
I mean,
Good for you, though.
we told her
Do
to
not comply.
it's a, we had to give her to the hospital. And good thing we did because yeah, she would have died. That's how
Take care,
bad
Neil.
off
Thanks for
she
coming
Yeah.
up.
is. And now she has COPD, and yeah, because of that stuff. It's horrible. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was really lucky, like I said, with my job. I was ready to lose it. I thought I was going to, and my husband knew. I already told him I'm not getting this. Every other vaccine that's ever been approved had at least 10 years
Good to see
of
you, Echo.
study behind it. Me?
Exactly.
Right. And
And
you know,
I
and
wasn't going to
what
get it.
I wonder what's going to happen now as far as those standards. Are they going to be more lax in other areas too because of setting that kind of precedent with COVID, you know?
I don't think
Like
I
for
so.
know.
example,
That
I mean,
worries
I'm
me
talking
too.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking more in medicine, but if you look at it even in like in other industries, you know, a lot of the manufacturing plants
Our food.
yeah, they became much more lax during COVID, and then they haven't really like stepped back up again. So, you know, that's why there's so many issues in things like salmonella and things like that and you know, other recalls. Good to see you, Avery
Oh my
Lee.
God, yes. I'm every day I get a recall because I subscribe to a thing that tells me all the recalls
Mm-hmm.
on food. It's insane. The stuff that get
Agreed, Gima.
number one, how do you get E. coli in lettuce? Because
It's a
E.
bacteria.
coli is in your intestines.
Oh, I could
It's in
answer
your
that one.
intestines.
Well,
Okay.
what it is you
Good
they
to
have
see you,
the farm
Silver.
animals and everything with the gardens and everything, and with you have the farm animals, and eventually with the runoff of that, they get into the runoff from the water. It goes down and gets into the crops, and that's how you get your E. coli from the farm animals with the cows and the chickens and so on
I
so forth.
disagree. I
It's not
disagree.
that. That's
Unless
not. That's
you
not
are,
the case.
go
Sorry,
ahead.
sorry, Tiger. So there's lettuce fields in Grand Junction, Colorado, And I know a person that owns a farm out there, and migrant people who work, we call them migrant workers, but people who work in the fields don't have porta potties and they don't get break times.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
there you go.
that's why E. coli outbreaks are limited. They're very limited. They're like this one crop and this one batch, because they do test it and they find out. And generally speaking, all the evidence shows that it's human feces that has transmitted that to the rabbits. I didn't want to say it out there, but that's what everybody, the people that know, say that's what it is.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay,
Something I'd not
because
considered.
I was wondering how does that, because literally you do not butcher animals over your produce. I mean, I've raised cattle, I've raised hogs, I raised chickens and rabbits, and I still have a garden. And I promise you, never had E. coli. I'm just saying.
Right.
But that makes sense.
On your food. On your food. Of course you don't get E. coli. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant with the runoff downhill. Now, I'm not saying they're pooping it or anything on the crops. It's downhill. Is what I'm saying. They have the crops downhill and stuff like that.
So Indy,
it depends.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I think it's great that we keep talking about what happened in 2020 and onward. But I guess I'm a kind of a simple guy. I don't really understand a lot of why people think COVID's a real thing, because I do remember the flu numbers went down to 0 when the COVID numbers went up to the flu numbers. And that happened in 20 and 21.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God. I just realized you're the one talking down there. I couldn't see that because of the. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you're Batman.
That's okay, Mike.
No, I love what he's saying because he says exactly what I think.
Right, I know. I'm glad we're on
the
this.
Numbers went away, and then the COVID numbers came up. That to me kind of tells me that it was more of a rebranding. And as far as long COVID symptoms and things like that they talk about, I do think a cumulative effect of spraying the skies every day, all the time, probably has a lot to do with the coughs people have and the sinus irritation and some of the lung, maybe even other medical problems.
The things they spray the foods with, even the that spray that makes it last longer.
For the fruit, yeah.
Yes,
right.
if you get like frozen salads and stuff, which all the restaurants use, by the way, it's all sprayed with that chemical that will keep it green, keep it fresh looking longer. And
there's also something called appeal that's being used. It's a product from China.
Yes.
And I believe it's been picked up by Bill Gates. Yeah, and it's like instead of the wax, they are now using this stuff appeal, and it makes it look fresher longer, but it's also toxic. So you really need to be washing your produce. You can do it with vinegar and water, and that's an easy way.
Yes,
an easy way to wash your produce.
Baking soda and salt is actually better.
Okay.
Or bioorganic.
Baking soda and salt actually help get
when you do that, Tiger. What ratio?
Fruit.
What ratio do you do?
Like about a teaspoon to a tablespoon. It's preference of baking soda to like a quart of water, and just a little bit of salt, like less than a teaspoon. I mean,
yeah,
and baking soda actually absorbs the chemicals off the plant, off the food.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's good to know. I'll give that a try too. I wanted to read this comment here from Citizen Soldier. He says, FDA banned Red 3 today after knowing for 30 years it causes cancer. And I saw that, and I am really glad for the things that I think that's, a lot of that's coming out because of the, Kennedy and the MAHA,
the new administration. Yes.
Right. Yeah. But it is crazy because it's been known, hold on, Mike, it's been known that these are carcinogens, like you said, for 30 years. And red 3 is one of them, but there are so many more. So, we just need to keep this ball rolling the right direction, because they are literally poisoning us. And I think dumbing us down to make us more compliant. And if nothing else, making us unhealthy, which makes us too distracted and compliant. So, yeah.
Right. And just remember, guys, just because we have a new administration coming in doesn't mean your job's done. You still got to be out there making sure they do what you want them to do.
Operation
Well,
Warp
that's the
Speed.
thing with the red dye thing, the red dye number 5 with the, because they do it with the they're gonna get rid of that with the Mountain Dew. What's the red one? Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. But
Red
yeah, they're
number
getting rid of
4 or something like
it.
that.
It was a I forget what it's called. But yeah, they get rid of that. They're gonna red dye number 7, and they realized that they found out that the tests they do with the mice, that it gives them the poopies. So yeah, they're gonna replace the red dye number 5 with the red dye number 7, and we're gonna have all these mice around here having all the diarrheas, and they're gonna give those diarrheas too, which is just great. And it's you can look it up online. It's a fact. They're gonna be replacing that with that.
Well, that definitely qualifies as a shitty deal.
We're all going to be super. Yay.
Good to see you, Maury. Thanks for being here. Mystery, appreciate you being here. And
Hey,
your
some people would be happy for diarrhea. I'm just saying there's constipated people in this world.
Oh
Just
God, I
saying.
hate diarrhea. Diarrhea is the worst thing you can have. It's awful.
Well, you've
Oh
never
my
had constipation, then I'll just put it that way.
So when in your
I'll take
lives have you
diarrhea
ever
any day.
seen?
Yeah, well,
When,
the worst thing I ever had in my life was I did this. There was this one time for me, and it was Christmas
yeah,
Eve
I
too
tried.
for me. I had the worst food poisoning in my entire life, and I threw up both ends for 3 days. Yeah, that was the worst food poisoning I ever had in my life, and that was 1998 for me.
This is not a medical show, and we do not offer medical advice.
And we
That's
really usually
right.
don't talk about.
And I don't even go to a Holiday Inn.
Well, I was just
But
going to
we'll
say
leave it
I
live.
had food poisoning after Katrina, and I would take that any day over not being able to go to the bathroom.
Hey, New. Good to
I'm
see you,
just
New.
saying.
All right, here's a
Hey,
little
somebody said they
trivia
were in your
question.
back room.
Sorry,
Sandy?
Indy, somebody on here said they were in your back room.
I don't see anybody back there. Come on back up.
Sandy?
Yeah,
When
go
in
ahead,
your
Al.
life have you
Thank-
ever seen? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you for having me. I wanted to
Yeah.
see if I could get some clarity about the flu being COVID and so forth, but I will stay in
Oh,
chat
I agree
and
with
lurk
you.
with you guys. Tiger knows. Indy knows.
Right.
hey, no, brother. Hey, brother. Hey, thanks for coming up. We love you. God bless you. And yeah, that what you just said. I'm going to say that because I don't want to get her channel in trouble. But it's all bullcrap with the 2020 thing, and now I've been seeing commercials on TV, which is you got to get the V for this and V for this and V for this. Like really?
The
Yeah.
annual.
Think about that.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Take
Good
care of
to see you,
yourself,
Linda
buddy. We'll see
Jean.
you guys.
Hey,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up,
Yeah.
Algo. Appreciate it. Linda Jean, I have a song of
Yeah,
yours and Kid
I
Kane's
totally
coming up.
agree with them too.
Hold on one second, Tiger.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Linda Jean, I have a song of yours and Kid Kane's coming up. Absolutely love it. And I'm really excited to get to share it with everybody later tonight. Thanks for being here. All right, go ahead, Tiger.
Oh, I was just going to say I totally agree with him about the fact that the flu totally disappeared over COVID, and there were so many cases that were prescribed to COVID that cause of death that weren't. And I know this because again, I work in the medical field.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for your input too, Tiger. Yeah, somebody else had mentioned that that all flus and colds are considered COVID. And part of the problem was
Yes.
the testing, because if you're not aware, the PCR, I know you are, Tiger, but I'm saying for anyone here, the PCR tests that were new and newly used with COVID, if they're spun at a certain number of cycles, it will show, it basically amplifies whatever is in your system. So it can find basically anything. It will detect it if it's cycled through enough times. And there's like I don't remember now what the range was for how many cycles are more accurate, but they were running them at much higher levels when they were first testing for, well, not even first, it was like for the first year. And I think that's part of why there were so many false negatives for the COVID testing. And then also, of course, we all know that people who had a lot of other comorbidities or other health issues, if they were tested for COVID, the hospitals were incentivized to get money if they diagnosed them as having COVID. So even if they were there for other purposes, like anything, they were marked down as a COVID sickness. So, and a lot of times,
Oh, sorry. I was just saying they got $25,000 per patient.
Yes, exactly, Smith. And then also, once they were diagnosed with COVID, they were often moved, especially the first year or two, they were moved directly into the ICU. And then it became more, how many people have gone to the hospital for one thing and left with something else, because those germs all mix together and people get sick. I mean, it's common to get sick in hospitals. So people were catching.
They were putting people on the respirators and it was taking their breath. And then you had the NBA is what started all this. And in 2014, the NBA was saying, I can't breathe. And then in 2020, the NBA was pushing people to wear something that made them less able to breathe.
Right.
Yeah.
When I went to the hospital,
Listen, y'all, if you don't know, wearing a mask, even those paper masks, depletes your oxygen. If you don't believe me,
get
an oximeter and take your O2 levels before you put a mask on, and then take them while you're wearing the mask. And I promise you, it's going to drop.
Yeah.
So do you know in Arabic, the word mask translates to buffoon or mockery? And it's called Q Trust the Plan.
Dude, I believe it.
So it's called Q Trust the Plan, and there's a religion that starts with the letter Q, and they cover their face, and their prophet married a 6-year-old girl, and it's called a pandemic, and Pan is the god of child love. So cover your face like that religion, because now the newest agenda is to go green, and that's also that religion's color.
Right.
Somebody should mute up. I don't know. There's a lot of back.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels there for sure.
Pan is definitely, yes.
And get this, Pan's instrument, his instrument is called the Syrinx, Syrinx. Who needs to mute up? I've never even been on piano. It's just disrespectful. The Syrinx is Pan's instrument, and that's where the word syringe comes from. It's mind-blowing if people would listen to me. It's not about me.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, Smith, for sure. I'm not hearing background noise, Smith, so it might be something technical on your side.
It's definitely not.
What are
if
we
you're talking
hearing?
about that,
I don't hear anything.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I took
either.
a little break. I had to go do something. I apologize for that.
You're fine, Mike. Yeah, I tried to mute. Maybe it was just the sound effect of him moving around in the background.
Oh yeah, I had a question.
I agree with you 100%.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to do back in the 90s. I used to do voiceover work, for videos and stuff. And if any of you need give you an intro to any of your videos or anything like that, just let me know. I can give you a little tidbit, a little demo right now if you'd like.
A demo on what?
No, that's okay. But is it something people can see at your channel?
No, it's like how do I put this? Like, no, I mean,
I hadn't heard that. Interesting news.
I do it for free. I'm not asking for any money or anything. I'm not asking for nothing.
Oh no, I know. You were saying showing a demo. I don't think we're going to do that. But if you have something on your channel to show, then we can share your links so people can go check it out.
Well, you can share my channel. I don't know how to share my channel. I don't know how to put my link.
Oh, I'm
for
sure
my
my
channel.
mods have already shared it or will be. That's great. Thank
But
you guys.
if you'd like, I can give you a demo of what I can do with my voiceover work. If you'd like.
No,
I
that's
can.
okay. But thank you. It's good to know though. And I think it's great you're offering to help people out with things like that. That's awesome. But yeah, I want to keep our conversation kind of focused on topic here a little bit.
Okay. What are we focused right now?
Well,
I'm
we've been
sorry.
talking a lot about COVID, but I mean, I think that basically we're talking about control. I think it all comes down to that. All these different things, whether we're talking about the fires or engineered weather or the genocide we are part of. I mean, it's all about control, and I think that it's all if you want to just call it the globalists is how I kind of say it to sum it up, but probably people whose names we don't even know.
It's all about getting rid of us.
Yeah,
Exactly the people that are behind the scenes and everything. And here's a question for all of you right now, in chat
Let's hold
and
Lady Smith.
up here on panel. How long can you all stay in your house, or how long can you takes you to get to your location to stay safe? Because with me personally, when the crap that happened in 2020, I didn't have to go anywhere for 4 years. I stayed in my house for 4 years. I didn't have to go nowhere. I was all set with everything, and I'm still all set with everything. And if worst comes to worst right now, I can go to I have 3 locations. I can go to 1, 2, 3, and 4. I mean 1, 2, 3, and I have my mag there. That's going to go there. And if my mag ain't there, they understand if I'm not there in so many months, that they're going to take control of that, and I'm going to go to my other location, and I'm good. I'm good to go. As long as I'm still alive, as long as still I have breath in my lungs and still breathing, thinking about God and Jesus, I'm going to be good to go. Other than that, yeah.
And I'm not trying to turn this on you, but
well,
I think the biggest thing is for us to care about other people. We should love other people's like we love Jesus. That's John 13:34. And so I think for people to just stand by and be like, hey, I'm going to be raptured away, or it's all good, or I'm taken care of. I think that's the worst thing that we can do. I think having Trump in office has made a lot of good vigilant people stand down. I absolutely hated Joe Biden, but at least when he was in office, he was visibly evil. He was visibly evil. His administration was, and people had their guard up. And I think people are putting their guard down.
Well,
No,
that's
I
the
agree with
thing.
that. I think a lot of us are hopefully not. I think I don't think there are very many people here who blindly trust Trump and are just going to worship him. Like, there are some out there, but I think
Sorry to
that,
cut in. No, I
it's good
agree. And
advice.
I love your community, Indy. I love your community. Keep going. I'm just, in general, I hope your message gets out there more. You are phenomenal. I love how you share other people's channel. You're awesome. Keep going. I'm just.
Thanks for that, Smith. Appreciate you.
Well,
But yeah, I do. I think that, there's a lot of us that are still questioning, and hopefully people will be held accountable. And hopefully some of our checks and balances will come back into place. If we can get the media to be covering things in any kind of even-handed way, that'd be a huge start. Tiger, what were you going to say?
well, first I want to touch on what you just said. Number one, the normal media is never going to talk anything conservative. The normal media, like CBS, NBC, all that stuff. But if you pay attention to different sources on social media, yeah, they will. But
Much
what I
love,
was going to
Zio. Thanks for being
say
here.
is, yes, my family never had to go anywhere during COVID. My family, not just me and my husband, because we're empty nesters. All of our kids are grown. I have grandchildren. We both have grandchildren. And we took care of everybody, including his mom. And we're not in any imminent danger. And as far as taking care of other people, yes, I don't have a problem helping someone out. but I'm not putting my family in detriment to anybody else. Like, I'm not going to give somebody else my food and watch my family starve. That will not ever happen
Right. Much love, Kid
as long
Kane.
as
Good
I
to see you.
have half a breath in my body.
Well, that's the thing.
That's
You
where
have to
I'm
realize
different.
this too when you're trying to help people, right? Imagine the crap hits the fan. You're there and you
Good to see you,
you
Tiff.
see a woman or little kid come up to your house and they're starving. Yeah, you're probably gonna help them, and then the thing is
Knew
they're
you have
gonna
a
come
great
back,
channel.
and then the thing is after that is they're gonna tell people like, oh yeah, you can get food over
I
there. You
take that
got to
stuff
skip
into
about that. You got
consideration. I've helped people, but
That's why you get to know your
what were you going to
surroundings.
say, Bonnie?
You get to know your
Yeah,
people that are living around you. And my home,
amen.
they know this is first, yes, definitely is my family. My family has been shown everything that they need to know. And but at the same time, the community, and I am rural. We have 1,500 population in the city. So it's I don't know why it's called a city, but it's
That's what
knowing
they always
your
call it.
community. And that's why I keep going to the events, going to the city council meetings, going to get to
That's great,
know
Pat.
even the people who are moving in that
Sometimes new.
haven't been here before. I'm seeing a whole lot of new names. And so I watch them on Facebook. I watch how they're responding to things. I watch how they're speaking. It's you have to know where their mind is at before things happen, because once something does happen, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that God would have me shut people out that are starving. I cannot believe that that would happen. I know that there are going to be evil people out there. Um, I'm pretty confident that they won't be around here, but people in the cities, I would get to know at least 30 people around you, and it's not that hard. I grew up in the city, and
Absolutely, Kid
we
King.
knew people
I live in the city.
we knew people 4 blocks either direction. It was, we would ride our bicycles and stop and speak to them. We would, um, we were going to the same bowling alley. We were going to the same skating rink. We were going to the same parks. And that's how you get to know people. And that's how you build the ones that you can relate to and trust. And even then, there's going to be some people, and what Rescue was talking about earlier, building tribes. I totally agree with that. I see or I hear the stories from the natives that how that worked with the council, with everyone worked together, no matter what their disabilities were, whatever, there's something you can always do. You know, I'm limited, but at the same time, I need to make money. And as long as I'm here on a computer, I can make money. So, I know how to sew, I know how to cook. I mean, everyone has something that they can contribute. Even teaching the children, reading scripture to the children. You know, there's always something people can do to help in that community, tribe, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
well,
I mean,
with me is
I can
Right.
relate to
sorry,
part of what you say about the city. How long ago have you lived in one?
I guess I'm muted again.
I'm
Like
No,
a
you're
sorry.
real
not.
city?
I'm sorry. What?
No,
Go
I
ahead
was
and say,
asking you,
say that
Bonnie,
again,
how long
Tiger.
ago have you, sorry,
Probably.
How long ago have you lived in an actual city, like a real city, like not a
Okay.
country town city?
It's been 40 years. So I know things have
Okay,
changed. But still
right.
at the same time, all my family lives in the city. And I know that they go for
Well,
walks, and I know that they still know their neighbors. It
yes,
I'm
and I do too.
okay. I'm just saying, I know it's not
I mean,
impossible.
well, what I'm saying is, and I agree with a lot of what you said. No, and totally no disrespect whatsoever.
Good to see you, Wild Dragon.
Because you are awesome. You're such a sweet lady. But I
Thank
do
you.
live in the city, and I do know my immediate neighbors, like the ones that are on the block I live on. Um, you can't get to know the rest of the neighbors around us because they're all rental properties and they change at any given minute. And I
Right.
don't disagree with helping people. Like, if a child comes to my door, I'm not letting a child starve. However, if an adult comes to my door, I'm gonna take that on a case by case basis, the way I feel, what kind of vibe I get off of them.
Good to see you,
Because
Cranston.
again, I'm never letting my family suffer for anybody else.
No, absolutely
I
not. That's
mean,
why you have them all trained. Oops, did I fix
right,
is that
right.
okay?
Yes, that's
Anyway,
okay.
you get what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah, thanks for
Um,
the reminder, Silver.
we believe in very strong women that are capable of hunting, fishing, um,
yep,
and using the tools that they would need to do that and to even get it to the freezer.
Shh, Lauren.
yep.
Yeah,
Mm. And that's where I'm blessed because I am surrounded by
right,
ranchers,
Echo. Ubuntu.
and that's the way of life out here. So
Girl,
um,
I can't wait to get on my property. I'm telling you,
I
yeah.
want to read this comment from
it'll be
Uman.
heaven.
Uman says, yeah, I'm excited for you, Tiger. Uman says, we knew everyone in the neighborhood 20 to 30 years ago. Today it's like bat caves. Garage opens, car pulls in, garage closes. No one is ever out. Don't know 10% of my neighbors anymore. And like you were saying, Tiger, too, I think a huge part of it is that it's a more transient culture. People move more because of
Yes,
jobs. You know, they're not in careers for their entire lives. You know, they have to move because of jobs being relocated or, you know, for all different reasons. But the cost of living increases and people move to a place that's cheaper, whatever the case may be, people move around a lot more. And because of that, it's a lot less likely that you're going to get to know your neighbors. Also, this comment, Uman, reminded me of the book Fahrenheit 451. And that was written, I believe, in the 20s, I want to say. But
yep,
they basically were talking then about a lot of things that we can see now. But one of them was they were saying that like they no longer had front porches on the houses because nobody wanted to sit out and, you know, be neighborly. They didn't want to be outside with their neighbors. So there were no more
right.
porches and just things like that. It made me think of because I think that it's by design. I really do.
In
It is. I
1913,
believe that also.
Yeah.
Well,
in
I guess I'm
Go
1913,
ahead,
my
Mike.
son, uh, I think I'm muted again, I guess.
no, you're not.
No,
Nope.
you're not. You're just talking at the same time as people. Go ahead.
Oh, in 1913,
Good to see you, Terry.
those bad people and the island created the Fed, and that's what they did, and that's where we're in the messed up situation we're in right now. There's no paying back the debt. There's no paying back that at all, and they created that, and but it's all by design. You got to realize that. You have to realize all that, and I'm gonna ask all you a big favor. What is your cold weather right here? Because mine right here is I am 14 degrees here, and it is freezing out here with the wind. It's effing cold. It's so cold. It's like I wish I could be there by that fire. Well, I'm not by. I have my fireplace upstairs, but so yeah. So how's it going there with that? With your weather?
Like I was saying, it's not super cold here. We're not getting any of that really cold front. It's just sort of
We're
kind
all
of
right
actually
right
warmer
now.
than normal winter here. But go ahead, Tiger. What about by you?
Oh, I was just going to say right now, we got up in the 50s today. Our low is supposed to be 33, which is coincidentally our high for tomorrow.
Right, Twisted.
So we're getting ready to deep freeze again. Like Monday's high is 18. So yeah, we've been in a deep freeze except for the last 2 days.
You're
You want
all
to answer
having
that,
a
Bonnie?
Oh, and I still have 2 foot of snow on my backyard.
Mhm.
59
Somebody needs to
here.
come get this crap.
Right, Blue. Exactly.
Goodness.
you're having a heat wave compared to where I'm at. So
Feels good till Sunday.
Well,
Then we're
dude,
supposed
come
to
get
dip
my
in the
2 foot
20s.
of snow. You're already there.
What were you saying, Rescue?
Oh, I just told him that that's only for right now. That Sunday we're supposed to dip down in the 20s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Rescue, are you supposed to get this snow that Nikki and all supposed to get?
Oh well, people say that. I mean, I don't know, and I'll go
On
ahead and say it
Tuesday?
right now, just to go ahead and clarify, so it won't be like, oh, there's Rescue being an asshole again. So I actually have a postcard from back in the 80s to where here in Texas, it actually rained on this property, on this house. The cars, everything about 4 inches thick. And we were like, oh, wow, this like hardly ever
That's
happens.
great, Terry.
So we went out to the road and took pictures and had postcards made out of it because it was such a rare event down here. But it does happen.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do have
Rescue.
snow.
Your name's Deep Rescue, right?
Sir?
Deep Rescue. That's your name, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, it's just, yeah, Rescue.
Rescue, asshole. Hey, you.
Whatever.
Hey, guy.
He said he'll answer to anything as long as you call him to dinner.
That's
Right.
it.
Sir,
Right,
I would never
Twisted,
call
exactly.
you a bad name at all, sir. I never. You sound so cool. You sound like the people in the those movies. You
Oh,
have
you
the
just haven't
accent.
heard enough yet. That's all.
I want to hear that, Blue. You should cover.
You have the awesome accent. You have
Rescue
that
is
awesome,
cool.
Love it,
awesome
Twisted.
accent, sir. You do. You really do. It's awesome.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Us people in Texas are kind of calm and laid back.
Hey, Wild. Welcome up.
Hello.
Until
Sorry, I had my camera on. There we go.
Sorry.
I don't know why I had my camera on.
Yeah, Twisted's been
Indy,
making
that
comments
fire
about.
is so amazing looking.
Oh, thank you. Hold on one second. I'm gonna turn on your background noise there, Wild. I think it's you. We've got a little echo going on.
Uh-oh.
If you have YouTube running, I'm gonna mute you for a second, Wild. If you have YouTube running, make sure you pause it or mute it. You just want to be listening through
Yep, I had
StreamYard.
to do that.
Yep. What was I gonna say? Twisted's been commenting on how that there's a bunch of balconies and patios in his area. Nope, it's still going wild. But that there's nobody out there and there's no kids running around. And I think that's true in a lot of neighborhoods now, that there's not as much play outside because it depends on obviously where you live. If you're in a rural area, it's very different. Where I live now is pretty safe. I'm fine with my kids running around outside, and I'm only about a half hour away from where I was before. And where I was before, I never let my kids play in the front yard. And even if they were in the backyard, I was always, kind of hovering. So, it does make a big difference where you live, but I think there are a lot of areas where people are less likely to be letting their kids play around outside. And that's horrible because then they're inside and usually on screens.
That's where the babysitter's at, the electronics.
Is it still
Especially
going
in the
off?
cities and the urban
Sure, I don't hear it
areas.
now.
Hold on, guys.
I don't
While
either.
hold on, you guys. I don't think anybody's hearing anybody right now. While you still have some kind of echo going, let me see if I can do anything. I can't do anything about it on this side.
Uh-oh.
Just make sure your YouTube. You can even close your YouTube.
I did close it.
Hold on, Mike. Yeah, just go ahead and close your YouTube. You don't need to have it on at all. You can just be listening through StreamYard because it sounds like that's probably the problem.
Oh.
Okay, and then Rescue, do you want to say whatever you just said? Because I think everybody talked at once and nobody probably heard anybody.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just replying to him. He was wondering if it was still there or not.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks.
Me too.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody sharing their, what the weather's like by you. It's good to hear. In the chat also.
And I am kind of biased because any day little man comes down the driveway, the sun comes out, even if it's pouring down rain. It's just a bright
Oh, was he there today?
Yeah.
Love that.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Nice Twisted.
That's
Party
the way I'm
balcony.
with my granddaughter. And we picked the last of the tomatoes just before the first freeze. And she was so excited.
Oh my God.
They pickled them. They were still
Girl,
green.
I haven't had a fresh
Sounds about right,
tomato
Alco.
in this house in months.
Hey, Landon and Tiff, thanks for coming up.
I don't, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, amen. Look at me. I did it. I'm
actually going to turn you down a little bit.
I can calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to calm down. I'm just turning you down a little bit. There we go.
Come to think of it,
You're
my
good.
mic is on the other side of the desk. So thank God for that, right?
You project well. You're not meant to be quiet, Tiff. I love it.
That's
I'm
right.
the same
That's
way.
right. I meant to.
No, I don't have. Don't worry, I don't have an inside voice either.
That's right. I'm gonna blame the ADHD. Okay.
All right, hold on 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna unmute Wild. If you want to unmute you, Wild, let's check and see if it's better. I saw your comment backstage. You have to unmute yourself though, Wild.
Very correct, Ubin. And that's awesome.
Is it good? Are we good?
Awesome, Pat. Yep, sounds good.
Yeah.
No, there's still a little bit, but it's okay. It's not
Uh-oh.
bad. It's better than it's a lot better than it was.
I wonder if it's the mic power, Indy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, good to see you, Wolf 7. Much love. And
Oh,
it
I
sounds
can
like
hear
you have
my
it
echo.
running. Yeah, it sounds like you have it running still.
Oh, is it in on anything else while Adventure in the house?
Yeah, like maybe on your TV or something. Do you have it running or?
No, my TV volume's down. Yeah, it's down. I don't know what it is then.
I honestly don't hear anything.
I don't either.
Oh, I definitely do, but it's not totally overbearing.
Yeah, it's faint.
Well, maybe just mute when you're not speaking, Wild. Yeah, that's worse. Whatever you just did, that made it a lot
Yeah,
worse.
I hear it when you talk, Indy, the worst. It's
Okay,
Indy,
let's ask the
guys.
chat too. Is my volume up higher? Because I'm wondering if that's why.
I don't know. Test 1,
No,
2.
your volume is fine.
Yeah, Echo, that's what I'm just wondering. Echo, maybe let us know if somebody's really loud and somebody's really quiet, because it's always different in StreamYard than it comes out on YouTube.
Echo, am I the sum? Was I like RIP to headphone users loud? I'm sorry, y'all.
You're good now.
You were loud in the very beginning, but that's okay. Like I said, I don't have an inside voice either.
Right? Yeah, exactly, Uman. Whatever happened to get your ass outside and be home the minute the streetlights come on for dinner? Yep, drink from the water hose and get some lunch wherever somebody takes you in and feeds you.
Isn't that funny? Like when we were growing up, they had to come look for you. Yeah, they had to come look for you when we were growing up. Now it's like you got to push them out the door.
Yeah.
Hey, there is some sun out there.
You'd look for where all the bikes were parked,
They won't
and that's
go
how you find all
out
the
the
kids.
door.
Right.
No joke. My daughter, she is upset because like she has a phone now, and her friends have phones, but none of her friends want to talk on the phone. They only want to text, and it drives her nuts because
that's all I do.
She can't hear their influx and things like that. So it's leaving a lot out for her. And I'm like, look, girl, nobody in your age group can handle talking anymore. We did away with it. We just text now.
Disassociation.
Yeah, they did away with it because that makes it easier to not be connected.
Right, or not be accountable. You can say whatever you want, and oh well. You can flake if
Yeah.
you want, and oh well. It's
And
like,
then and then you can say,
Yeah,
well,
it might not
no,
be a
that's
kid.
not the way I meant it. Sorry,
right,
I'm talking
exactly.
over.
And that's the way they're. So it's breaking down the communication. It's breaking down
That's right,
the.
women.
How many people write letters, or you know, and that's one of the jobs that I'm going to be doing is transcripts for cursive handwriting, because they can't find enough
Oh my
people that
God,
can read cursive. And
Thanks, everybody.
that's
so
insane.
this is
Oh no,
what they're
Todd.
doing to the kids, and that's what we need to be teaching them.
Mm-hmm.
So can you imagine future
Y'all,
generations looking back at the even just like the Declaration of Independence, and
Yeah,
because it's in cursive, it looks like another language.
Right.
but
Yeah.
Well, like
even the
that's
50
what
years,
I'm
wording.
saying. We can take over the whole world, y'all.
We'll
We
50
take
can
or
take
Latin
over
and
60
the
years
whole
from
cursive.
now,
world. Just write cursive.
Right,
in about 60
exactly.
years, they'll have a whole digital version of those documents, and they won't even know that they're being lied to, because nobody will be able. It'll almost be
Yes,
like when we discover some old script that was buried. Well, for them, it's just lack of knowledge. They just won't know how to understand that.
Yep,
and that's
that's
what I was
exactly
going to
right.
Right.
say. It's even the wording, the English language is being changed so much that they won't even understand what is written, even if they can read it.
Right,
Well,
women.
and that's why
Yeah.
even, Landon is very adamant that we have an old, and I say old loosely, it's only from like the 90s, but an old dictionary that show the definition of words that we understood, because we can even bring it out now and show it to the kids and be like, see, this doesn't mean the same thing that it used to.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Right.
that's
And
just
well,
like
part
the
of that
word
is
day. That
they're
used to mean happy.
mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
right.
a lot of those words. But part of it too is that they're changing the laws. I mean, the words rather, to confuse people, but also it changes laws, because if the meanings of the words are changed that are in laws, it changes the
Right.
meaning of the law.
If the colloquial
Yep.
definition has
You're
differed,
doing
then
well,
they'll
James.
go with that. Yeah.
Look at the word insurrection. I mean, it used to be pretty clearly a visual. If you said that, for
Guns.
decades, I mean, people automatically assume that you're having some kind of assault forces attacking the White House or something, and that there's some big I mean, there's a battle. Now, oh no,
Yep.
that was waving that American flag. That was an insurrection. See, because you stood up
Mm-hmm.
as a citizen. Oh, shame on you. And it's polluted. I mean, yeah, it's not the majority, thank goodness, but just show how many people got
Rescue. They
mind
just
jacked by
didn't
that.
understand the difference between peaceful, actually
Well, but see, I'm
peaceful,
right. That's because good old places like CNN
and
were in front of the
mostly
burning buildings
peaceful.
telling you that was peaceful. See, and that those were just expressing
No,
their
they said
opinion.
mostly peaceful. That was mostly peaceful.
That's how
That's
That
they
was
right,
got people
mostly
to then
Cranston.
peaceful
show up so much.
protesting. Not we, because I wasn't involved. Neither were any of you. But the difference is what happened at the Capitol building was actually peaceful protesting. And what
Right.
happened everywhere else was mostly peaceful.
Well, that's what they wanted people to show up, and they wanted you to be loud. That's why they showed you for a whole year that look at this group of people that's pissed off. Look how they're torching everything, and we're not punishing them. See, this is how you need to get out there and speak your mind. And then, by the way, when we steal this and y'all come voice your opinion, yeah, we're going to call that an insurrection, and we'll lock y'all ass up.
Agreed, Cranston and
Exactly. That's
Elko.
what I'm saying.
So
Like,
do
we
y'all
Really
totally
fast,
agree.
I want to just highlight this comment here real quick. Cranston said, some places don't even accept cash anymore. I've been places trying to pay and they say, sorry, we don't take cash. In the Seattle area, that's been happening for probably about a year or two now, maybe a year and a half, that I've been seeing a huge push towards having a lot of places that don't accept cash anymore, which I believe is actually unconstitutional.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Indy. Is I was
I
like, I thought
believe
that
so too. Yes.
I
I
thought
believe
you
it is
had to
too.
accept legal tender, but it's all, I forgot what they called it, but it's all making way for the digital currency. So, you know what I mean?
Right,
In my
exactly.
opinion.
Which is just
That
another
might be
manner of
Well,
control.
It might be a thing that the city passes, like they have to pass some kind of amendment in that city to accept just that, because that's American currency is a
Yeah, I'm just saying, when I was younger, I literally, like a lot younger, y'all, because I'm old. I literally was down to
thanks for being here.
change to pay for something, and a lot of it was pennies. And the person didn't want to take it. They literally called the cops, and the cop said, "You've got to take that money that she's giving you, or she don't have to pay." So it is actually unconstitutional or illegal, whatever, for them to not take legal tender for payment.
Right.
So do y'all?
Well, and now
the person just didn't want to take the change. They didn't want to count it out.
Along those lines, starting in July, within the United States, we won't be able to travel by plane without a real ID. And part of the real ID is biometric tracking, including fingerprinting and facial recognition. So that means everyone who gets one and everyone who's traveling is helping build their system of facial recognition and fingerprinting, which how far away is that from the system being placed in China? We were talking about how a lot of us believe that what happens in China is a blueprint for, our testing ground for what they're going to do elsewhere, or what they want to do elsewhere. So, if you participate in that, you're helping build that system. And if you don't participate, then you're, how free are you?
Well, I've already participated because I've been to jail. So they already have my fingerprints and my facial ID.
Well, and, think about all the technology, especially since COVID. And I think this was part of that rollout. One of the things that they aimed for, think about all of the kids who are now on tablets and screens, and all of the data being collected for all of them in public schools throughout the country.
Yep.
What
I remember when my daughters were young, and they wanted you to fill out a thing with fingerprints and stuff for in case they ever came up missing.
Yeah, it was like a little
and
card
I never did it for my children.
Right.
Yeah.
Man,
like I never did it for my daughters, but
I did do it for my son, because it was like it seemed like a good idea. You want to be a good parent, don't you? You want to keep your kids safe, don't you? I just didn't know then what I do now.
We did it for ours, but they didn't keep the cards, so maybe it was just the areas down here. When they did ours, they gave us the cards so that then that way we could give them if something happened. We could go, well, here's their prints and all that.
But you know what?
I just never did it, and for no reason. I was the paranoid mom who, if my kids were out of my sight for longer than like 10 minutes, I would lose my fucking mind. So I'm sorry, Indy. I didn't mean to say that word.
You're fine, Tiger. Speak freely. 1A.
You know what I wonder about now?
Go ahead, Tiff.
What's that?
Back, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago or so, it was real big that that cord blood, the umbilical cord blood, when you had a baby, you wanted to get the umbilical cord blood sent in so that they could keep it in cryogenic, and that way, if anything ever happened, God forbid, to your child, cancer, et cetera, you had the stem cells to, to try to help, right? But what did they do with all that? I'm like, do they have clones out there of all these kids? Do they have what did they do with all that?
Probably.
Well, and also the testing, I've said this before, but the testing that most, like the vast majority of women have done around, I think it's 10 or 12 weeks, and it determines gender, but it also is supposed to help determine, allegedly, if there's going to be some major health problems with your child and what the effects might be. All of those tests come from China, and all of that information is sent to China.
Wow.
So they're gathering that. I mean, most women don't even consider anything about. I didn't when I was pregnant. I had those tests, and that's the norm.
That wasn't even a
know?
thing when I had my kids. So
Yeah, now it's very much the norm, and almost everyone does it because they want to find out the gender. If nothing else, they want to find out the gender. And whenever I talk about that, I have to
Right.
also say I know several women who were told that their child were at very high risk, very high likelihood of having major health problems, and they decided to not abort their children and to have them, and they were perfectly healthy. So how many kids are aborted
well, that's what
because
I was going
Right.
to say. How much of
Yeah,
that was
that's
to
very
get
accurate.
people to have abortions?
Right.
I mean,
Exactly.
How many kids come up with the diseases because of the unneeded vaccines that they give them right out the
Oh
gate
yeah.
Right.
while their
Exactly.
systems
Yeah,
are
that
developing?
too.
So how much damage does that do to them for their future?
yeah. Hey, my children didn't let their children
Exactly.
get vaccinated. Oh, my oldest at all. She didn't let either of her children be vaccinated. And my youngest, because she was the first one that had children, when they were younger, she had them vaccinated, but now she won't.
Hold on one sec, Tiger.
They
Hey, Mike, nobody
actually
was mad
still
at you. I
listen to
think we
me.
just no. I think nobody was mad at you, Mike B. It
Did
was
he
just
leave?
talking, and I think that somebody might have been talking, and if you went to say something, nobody just heard that you were talking. That's all. So come back up. Nobody's mad.
Yeah. Mike, you're fine. I
Yeah.
think maybe, Mike,
Ain't
you're getting a
nobody
delay or
mad.
something. Right, because it seems like you're not sure when others are talking. So maybe, I don't know if you don't have a headphone in or if there's a delay, but yeah, please come back up. You're free to talk with everyone else.
That's
Yeah,
another thing I would
absolutely.
like to know is
Granted.
how you can keep from getting the vaccines, because my daughter, when her daughter was young, the doctor said if she didn't get the vaccines, she was going to
Right.
report her to CPS.
What?
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
what
so
they do,
here is
see,
a
they've made
little
it
known fact.
they make it a requirement. Like that's what my son just went through. And so since the
Yeah,
mother is
it's not a
getting the Medicare,
requirement.
okay, so since she's getting the help, the assistance, then she has to meet those requirements, and that's part of it is getting those shots. He was against it. She was actually
For
against
the
it.
doctor.
But since she's on the I forgot which one. It's one of the Medis. It's Medicare's old, Medicaid's young. You
Medicaid.
know, you'll
Medicare
figure it out.
is federally
Anyway,
funded. It's for
Medicaid.
65 or disabled, and Medicaid is state funded,
So
and it's for anyone.
well, it's for the kids, and I just
So
know
this
that
is
my
what
little
I'm
man
going to
had to
tell
get
you,
some
and
of
I
them
don't know.
because she's on the system, and so that's all I'm saying. So there you go.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it's different from state to state, but where I am in Missouri, you have the right to refuse any medical procedure.
Are you
Any.
sure, Chess?
And if
I heard it was Virginia.
your children, you are the one that gets to fucking decide. Oh my God. You are the one that gets to decide
You're fine, Tiger.
whether they get that or not. I know. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah,
So
good point,
Well, I
Moon.
think
no
you missed the key
doctor,
part. She's on a
if a
system, and in order to
doctor,
stay in the system, she had to. So that's
it
where the
does it
requirement part
does
comes in.
not
Guys,
matter. No, nope,
this
nope, 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 nope. It doesn't
Okay.
matter, rescue.
Well,
But like I said, it could be different in Texas.
if you can
I'm
guys,
just
afford to
saying
pay all the
that
stuff yourself, then you can do that. You can flip them the bird and say no, and you can do it. But if you're into this system,
Medicaid and Medicare cannot do that. Medicaid and Medicare
um,
cannot do that. You still have the reason why that doctor insisted is because they get a kickback up to thousands of dollars for each child, each person, whatever that they get to get that vaccine. I literally just watched something on this today. Oh my God. So, like,
thank you, Pat.
doctors get up to $50,000 a month kickback for doctors to make sure that their patients, I just did air quotes, you guys can't see me, get vaccinated.
Love it.
They absolutely do get kickbacks for that. You're so right, Tiger.
Yes,
But
they do.
I used to work as an insurance counselor for DaVita Dialysis. So my job was to get insurance for people who didn't have insurance. And Medicaid absolutely can instill rules. And if you don't adhere to them, you can lose your coverage. So they're not technically forcing you to, but if you want to have medical coverage, you better do this.
Right, amen.
And if we want to go tinfoil hat for a minute, you know, and I don't mean this is not a racist comment. This is like literally just an observation. But, you know, everybody thought that they were opening the borders and letting all the, you know, immigrants in for voting purposes, right? But what if it was a little bit more cynical than that? What if they were specifically trying to get these older sicknesses, illnesses, diseases that have
viruses and
like,
bacteria.
had
Yep.
kind of been eradicated
Right,
from
Chess.
the United States through herd immunity, et cetera,
Yep.
back into the United States. And then now all the people that
Well,
didn't
yeah.
want to vaccinate are at risk.
Right.
Yeah, I can see something like that happening for real. Because just remember, y'all, whenever the white-ish person came over to America, because they weren't all white. I mean, just let's be realistic.
Right. The caucus, when the caucus came over.
They caused devastation in the indigenous people, the Indians. They didn't have any natural immunity built up to all them diseases they had.
Yep, big blanket, smallpox.
Yeah, I could totally see something like that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, JM. You should be skeptical when the government offers something for free. The government makes no money and has no money other than what we give them. So nothing's free. We pay for it all.
Exactly.
And here's the other thing, okay?
Amen.
So medical, in the medical industry, commercial insurance is king. You are going to get 3 times as much money from a Blue Cross Blue Shield, whatever your healthcare provider is.
Much love, John.
Doctors, they are rich because of commercial insurance, right? They barely make ends meet through Medicare and Medicaid. But explain to me then why, as having private insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield at the time that I had my daughter, they were basically all but forcing me to get my tubes tied when I had my C-section. They were like they wanted me
Girl,
to.
they talked me out of it.
I was 27 years old, and they were like all but forcing me. But my I'll say friend, for lack of a better term, who had literally 7 kids from 7 different men, who was on Medicaid would not let her get her tubes tied.
Right, Count, I saw that comment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They talked me out of it. They totally talked me out of it. And I want to know, algorithm, how the Indian story is suspect.
Say that one more time, Tiger.
Algorithm said the Indian story is suspect. Is AF.
Oh.
Yeah, I stopped myself. If you look into it.
Absolutely. Go.
Wasn't he the one that was up here earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
So.
Blue says that's how welfare first got started, was eugenics. If you want this free money, you'll have to stop having babies. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's definitely eugenics.
Please come back up. I want to have this discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of this is run by the eugenics movement. And honestly, I think that they've used AI or algorithms to support their agenda. I mean, AI, a lot of people believe this, that AI is not really actually any kind of intelligence. It's all programmed. So, you know, it's not sentient. So it's someone programming the computers to give the information that they want. You know, I mean, it's kind of like trust the science. You know, which science? Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently the technic one.
Hello, am I
I
up
do have
here
a video
again?
about that.
Hello,
yeah, Mike, you're here.
Here?
You just got to take turns talking.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Right, Lady Smith? Yeah, a lot of
Tiger,
things get
Aldo said
manipulated for
that that
sure.
was a long conversation. Just
I
letting you
know.
know.
I want him to come up here and have the conversation.
But it's a really long
Oh,
conversation.
I'm Indian, or
Right, John?
a quarter, by the way.
Yeah, John Dunning says even the ancients knew how to poison their enemies. Right. And bioweapons are something that we've known about for forever. But yet, even people who, don't buy the mainstream narrative or didn't about COVID, for example, will still say it was a lab leak. But I don't think it was a lab leak. I think it was a bioweapon that was used for the purpose it was designed for. And it was to roll out all of this.
I think they meant it. It wasn't a leak. They meant it.
I agree.
Well, do y'all remember that they were
Right,
finding
Pat?
like vials of smallpox in like boxes in warehouses for a while after?
Yeah.
Like,
In biolabs in California that were
right,
run by
and then
China. Yeah.
and then right when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was all the talk about the biolab or whatever that was in Ukraine that they
Much
were.
love. Take care, Silver. Thanks for being here.
They did that back in the 1800s and the 1900s with the when they had the plague and stuff. They what they did is they catapulted the dead bodies that were diseased
Agreed,
over
Chaz.
the cities and stuff to infect them with that.
Yep. I heard that.
Yep.
So, do you think we're going to have a peaceful transfer of the football on Monday?
Me personally, I'm gonna say personally, I'm gonna say all you stay home, stay safe, and just watch and just be ready because
Love
who
that,
knows?
JM.
Because the thing is, the Democrats, they're the liberal pieces of you know what, they're gonna they're already ticked off anyway. They're already ticked off, and yeah. So and
Good to see you, Firefly.
isn't it funny that with the liberals, they burn cities down, they go crazy, they do everything else and everything, and the Republicans, they don't do nothing. I'm hoping to God everything goes good Monday, and we start getting back on a good track to what our country and the United States is supposed to be. I really do, because what they did in that 4 years was complete crap. They ruined the country, and I'm hoping to God, I pray to God every day that He is going to come and get in office, and He's going to fix what they did, because they did a really bad thing to this country. And I love this country. I love America. I love the United States of America. And they just totally screwed it up. And I hope to God he just fixes it. And the thing is, you have to realize when he gets in office, he's not going to be able to fix everything. He's not going to wave a magical wand in one day and fix everything. It's going to take a long time to do that. But look, we're on a good point right now. So hope to God, I pray to God that we're going to be on the right track for
Love
that.
it, Firefly. Yeah, I agree. I'm hopeful, and I think that there will be a lot of positive things that come about, but I still think that he's a part of the overall agenda moving towards a new world order. And I think that there'll be enough positive to keep people supporting him. Really quickly though, Firefly says, what do you guys think about the presidential portrait? And if you haven't seen it, it's basically him, Trump, looking like he did in his mugshot. It's great.
Yeah, it looks like his mugshot for sure.
I haven't seen
Well,
it.
I personally think that there's going to be a peaceful transition. I don't think it's going to be a peaceful 4 years, though.
I think
Right.
it'll be a peaceful transition, but I
Much
don't
love,
like
Algo. Thanks for being here.
only for only for people to see. I think there's going to be other stuff behind the scenes that are less than peaceful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying right there. I agree.
I actually think that the transition, there'll probably be some protests and things, but I don't think it's going to be crazy. I think if there's something that crazy that's going to happen, I think unless there's some kind of like, another attempt, which I have heard there's been a couple kind of close calls recently. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. It doesn't seem to be getting much coverage, but other attempts on his life.
If you're talking about the close calls, about the first one, second one, and the thing is, right? You gotta realize you always have to think about this, right? There was one, okay? There should never have been another one. There shouldn't have been a second
Yeah, no,
one
I was saying that
on
just
him
in the
and-
last few days, there's been 2 more attempts on his life, from what I understand, but I haven't heard a lot of information about them. So
Yeah.
I think they were nowhere close to actually getting him, but there's more that's been happening. But anyway, I think that what will probably, when there'll be real issues, is when he starts deporting people. And I think that in the sanctuary cities, especially, it's very likely to cause riots.
So
I think that's when there'll be problems.
Yes.
I think it'll be.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Rescue. I'm sorry.
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, sir. I've been talking way too much. You say something, and then I'll go.
I think that overall, and I hope that it goes peaceful. There is a nudge of me that kind of wonders, because there's certain people that refuse to attend, and I can see that either way, because I can see I'm just not going to do it kind of thing, because it's him, an evil T man. And then I can see the side of, because, we might actually can get the little pipe thing to go off this time. So, I don't think I want to be in the bleachers. I can see either way going in a way. But what really my main focus here, because we still got a couple of days until the Houston Marathon, the Chevron Marathon takes off. And I've kind of wondered if something goes off down there, because it's it's the day before, I do believe, the 19th. And so I wonder about things like that.
I think you're right.
Well, what is your name, sir?
Rescue.
You remind me of you'll remember the Robin Hood back in the Disney Robin Hood, the Sheriff of Nottingham back then.
Good to see you, Rich.
Sheriff of Nottingham.
Why do I got to be a bad guy?
LOL.
No.
Why couldn't that have been? Hey, do y'all remember Robin Hood in the thing? Why do I got to be the sheriff?
No.
Blue, I wish you would come up. Let you up. Come on up. Link is pinned.
No disrespect, sir, but your voice sounds just like him, sir. No disrespect, sir. You have that draw, and no disrespect.
Love you, Bonnie.
No disrespect, sir.
That's it, Mike. Have you been hunting on the King's land?
Oh no, you don't want to. You don't want to do that, because if you do that, you're gonna. No. Because your number one is you don't want to do that, and plus winter is coming.
That's right.
Oh yeah, the winter's coming.
Listen, I wanted to say something. I'm not sure if it's still relevant, but
Landon's
my thoughts.
here.
Yeah,
hey, Landon.
I'm in and out. But I was thinking about Monday with the inauguration. My thoughts are, I'm hoping and praying that everything goes smoothly, because Trump does like real big power moves. Like last time he was inaugurated, he like straight up walked the streets. I mean, he had a security detail, but it was pretty brazen.
Right, like when he went to the church after they put up the walls around the DC. Yeah, exactly.
But also at the same time, I think everything's going to be fine. It's going to go smoothly. It's going to be great. But I would not be surprised if something crazy happened. And then I'm not even saying there. I'm saying, I mean, there's no telling because.
Good clarification, Blue.
I agree. Rescue, I think you had said that when the deportations start, we'll probably see some. I'm actually not looking forward to the deportations, which I know is kind of a hot take, because I understand it needs to happen, but I'm not a fan of breaking up families and who knows what kind of situation. I just have a lot of empathy for people. I saw an article today that said that a lot of people are voluntarily deporting themselves early, which I think is smart because, you know, then at least you get to keep your family together type deal.
Yeah.
But
see, I thought they had made it a point saying how they weren't separating families. They were because some people were even offended by that because it's like, so you're going to separate. It's like, nope, we'll just deport all. Oh my God. And that's when they went into the dreamer.
I know.
Going, oh, look, they're going to break up the dreamers.
But it's going to be a fine line because there's a lot of families that are, you know, American and, you know, another nationality and stuff like that. But I'm not looking forward to it also because you remember that old adage, I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, you know, they came for this group and I did nothing because I wasn't that group. And then they came for this group and I did nothing because I wasn't that group.
That was in 1940, 43. Nazi Germany. The quote was, "Oh, it was they came for me. I mean, they came for that group. I did nothing. They came for that group. I did nothing. They came for that group. Nothing. And then they came for that group. They did nothing. And then it finally came for me, and I said nothing. And they came for me, and I'm no longer here anymore."
Right. Or, well, and the way I had heard it was, and then they came for me and no one did anything, you know, because basically there was nobody left type deal. And
yeah, well, it's like
let me ask you something, Tiff.
It's like what was his name? It's the last czar of
Russia, Tsar Nikolai.
with the thing with the Anastasia.
Yeah.
Right.
Romanov.
And they only got the yes exactly the Romanovs. And did you know that they had the Fabergé eggs were created for the Romanovs? That's what they did back then. And you know, to get to the point, I don't want to make this story longer.
No, it's interesting.
And what they did is you know, that guy, he was worth $30 billion back then. I'm not talking about a M. I'm talking about a B. $30 billion.
Right, Blue.
$billion back then. He was the richest person in the whole world back then. Okay, and I'm thinking maybe it was propaganda. Maybe they got rid of him and they did something, and you know, they got him. So
I didn't say they were deporting themselves.
But the thing is, right, with that much money, he could have hired 20,000 armies to protect himself. But Vladimir Lenin had the Bolsheviks go there and get him, and they supposedly put him in the camp, and they executed him and his family later on. And then with the Anastasia thing, they think she should. Oh my God, I can't talk. She survived, but no. What happened was they buried them in two different areas, and eventually, you know, years later, they found the burial ground of her too. And unfortunately, she was she was there too.
Wisdom.
Right.
And his son was God, what's the world? I'm not gonna say this because you're all gonna make fun of me if I say this.
Interesting, Jess.
Because I made it. I said that before, but it's
Don't worry, someone else will say something. They'll make fun of them too.
Right.
No, it's
Probably me.
He was a necrophiliac. No, not it was the person when you get bruised and you can
like
bleed.
Dead people.
Oh yeah, no,
Hemophiliac.
is
Hemophiliac,
yes. Necrophiliac is somebody that does stuff
Hey,
with
Dennis.
Yeah, see,
Hey guys, I'm a go.
Thanks
see,
for
I
coming up,
done
Dennis.
messed up again. I done messed
See you
up
on
again.
Discord,
Hold
everyone.
on, Mike. Hold on, Mike.
Already wild.
Is that Wild taking off? Wild, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have
See
a
ya.
good night.
Hey, Wild.
And I would say
Dennis,
my only
welcome. How are
issue,
you
Tiff,
doing?
is the fact that they were illegal when they crossed the border. That's all I wanted to kind of get in there while we were
That's
on the
what
border
I'm
thing.
saying. I
You
mean, I'm
crossed
sorry,
illegal. I mean, you
they're
can kick in my
illegal.
door and you can be the neediest
It's a
person, but
crime.
we need to address the fact that you came in my door illegally. So you
I
came in the
agree.
country.
Amen. I agree with you.
Hey, Blue Unicorn
I'm
put it. Can I
sorry.
read it?
You can say whatever you want. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Blue Unicorn had looked up the thing. It's first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you, Blue Unicorn.
Yep.
Thank you very
My
much.
whole thing
Yes,
is
Look,
I totally
I
agree.
got something to say
I'm-
about this here.
Yeah, hold on, Mike. Go ahead, Dennis.
Why do you guys all know what the hell a hemophiliac or whatever you call it is?
Because we're
I am
perverted.
one. Thank you.
A hemophiliac because I was interested in the Romanov story, and their youngest son was hemophiliac, and so I learned that at a young age.
I am a hemophiliac.
A necrophiliac is just because I was a young emo girl at one time, and we just knew weird stuff like that. I also know a lot of weird horror, phobias. So
Okay.
I'll blame my autism on that one.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you guys know I happen to be a tree fucker. Okay. And that's what I prefer to be. That's what I prefer to identify as, instead of you calling it some
So I'll
wacky
make
ass
sure all the holes up on my trees are closed.
Oh Lord. You
No,
just never know what's going to happen around here. I'm telling you.
That's offensive. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's taking away the First Amendment from the tree. He has rights too. So I just want you guys to know,
not on my property.
what I identify as, you guys are doing all this scientifical booba jubu, and what it's called is a tree fucker, and that's what I am. All right, that's what I do.
Feel free to do that to any trees that are not on my property. We'll be all right.
Right, Amir. Amir says, "Okay, Woody," and JM says, "Watch out for squirrels."
I actually encountered a squirrel one time. It was not a good time. I don't need to go into it.
We were well educated.
Oh my God, I'm dying. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a second.
Y'all were not prepared for me. I wasn't prepared to jump into this conversation when y'all were talking about it.
Yet here you are.
Right.
I jumped right in. I jumped right in on it, man. So I think I'm doing all right.
You're owning it. I'm telling you.
Anything we're doing is worth doing right. And if you're gonna fuck a tree, make sure it's got squirrels in it, or you know where they're at. Anyways,
that's the funniest
thing.
thing.
Got nuts.
I need like a bell for when we just need to change subjects. I'm just gonna be like, ding.
By the way, John, you have a process for that.
Right.
He has a fucking tree because the squirrels have nuts. I'm just saying. That's the only way. I mean,
I'm just prodding and poking, just trying to find their stash. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, John Dunning says the plaque on the Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless." Oh, and then he's continuing down below. "Tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door."
Actually,
coming legally.
If you
That's
really
what it
look at
says. It was a gift. We didn't necessarily write that for ourselves, did we?
No, and
Just
300 million
from
people had no
Fran.
problem
That's a good
doing it the
point.
right way. Why can't the 15
well,
other
my
million the last
thing
4
is
years do it?
everybody that came in then came in the right way. They came in, they did it right. You cannot listen if you do not have a secure border. If you do not have you're not even a country. You're just a friggin' landmass that everybody moves to.
And you know what? I came here illegal as hell, right? I just crossed over with all these other Mexicans, and I was just like, "Hey, man, where are we going?" I actually ate a shitload of mushrooms, is what happened, and so I actually ended up here.
Sounds like it.
And
But then, holy shit, they gave me a job. All I had to do is just paint my, I just rubbed a bunch of mud on myself. And man, I was hanging drywall the next day. I was doing roofing, man. Oh man, I made so much money. And I don't know how to get back. I don't know what tunnel we went through. Like I said, I did a shitload of mushrooms. But man, what a great way to go about it. Because I mean, dude, you got to tell me, you got to talk. There's so much paperwork. I got to learn your fucking language and shit. I got to learn what presidents. I don't give a shit about Abraham fucking, what's his last name? Oh, George Washington. There's George Washington. I know that dude. Because I guess he had what a savage. He stole slaves' teeth and put it in his fucking mouth and used it as what a way to dominate a fucking species, right? There's a terrible fucking
these teeth right here. These are my teeth now.
Now I just want to know who's talking right now.
That's Dennis.
Dennis.
Okay, because you're cracking me the fuck up.
Can we call you Dennis the Menace, or is that not what you go by normally?
No, I identify as tree
that's
fucker.
definitely Dennis the
I'm
Menace.
sure that Dennis the Menace is not. It's probably not the first time he's heard that one.
No, I was actually.
What are you talking about? I'm the most original person in the world. Okay, that's definitely an original
named after Dennis the Menace. My parents told me that. That's where they got the name from.
Yeah, I remember hearing that, Blue.
He probably threw a hot mushroom on somebody's leg at one point too.
I was the fifth child, the last child. I wasn't supposed to be here, and that's why they called me the Menace. So.
Dude, you're
right.
funny.
John says,
I love you.
Yes, even if the physical border is closed, someone will decide who can come and who can't. Yeah, agreed. And somebody else had made the comment earlier. I can't remember who it was, but I fully agree. I think it was Blue. But yeah, I've been saying this. I think the wall,
Blue.
as much as I'm for the wall for keeping people out, it also can be used to keep people in. So, I mean, there are, like I've said a lot, I think that there's a lot of things that are put in place that are, they give us reasons that seem like positives, but then either the next administration or even this administration further down the line can use them for nefarious reasons, I mean, look at like things like, even like the Patriot Act, a lot of us were sold on that being a good thing way back when. And obviously it wasn't, but they do that to us all the time.
That's why people are the key.
Well, I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that, but you still have to have a secure border. I'm sorry,
right.
you just
I
can't
agree.
let everybody in your country.
Even when the Statue of Liberty was
we've let people in this country right now that are detrimental to our country. So when you let somebody in, they have to be vetted. I'm sorry. You got to know what you're letting in. Canada, listen, if you've ever had a felony, even a violent misdemeanor, you can't go into Canada. That's my brother. He got into a fight one time protecting my sister, and they wouldn't let him cross into Canada.
Yep. Hey, you know what? I got a
so
real
I'm
good
just saying.
point. You're exactly goddamn right. Because you know what? In Texas, they got a shitload of illegal Africans over there. There are lions. There's giraffes out there. There's weird ass deer that have like a horse tail and some stripes and some weird ass shit. And I don't fucking agree with it. It's bullshit. It doesn't belong here. Get out of my country. You know what I'm saying?
Here's my question for everybody here. How long
right,
can
John?
you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's my question. How long, with everybody in chat and up on panel, how long can you stay where you're at, where you don't have to go anywhere? Are you going to be good?
I mean, some people put the answers for that earlier. Yeah, people were already answering that earlier in the chat.
I have 100% answer for that right now. So if you want to stay somewhere but not going anywhere, like I said, you get mushrooms, but you got to get a certain type. They grow them in Astoria. They're called azoracid mushrooms.
Much love, Jerry.
Strongest ones you can get. And I guarantee you will try to walk forward and you will stay right where you're at.
So at least you'll be in a better head place while you're stuck at home. Is that what you're saying? I do think, though, that it's really a good thing to be prepared. And I think that's what you're getting at, Mike. You know, a lot of us are aware of that. But I know 5 years ago, before I'd ever even really heard of prepping, you know, maybe in a movie or something, but I had probably enough food on hand and supplies to last maybe 3 days to a week at the most. And now I'm much more prepared than that, you know, and I do think it's a good thing to, you know, start, even if you don't want to get into like the conspiracy side of it at all, or think anything tragic is coming, just look at your local, even what the government does tell you to prepare for. You know, it's good to have a bag in case of emergencies to bug out with. And that can be, you know, something that's by your door with basic supplies in it, like water and food and duct tape and, you know, a book or matches, something to start a fire, whatever. Like there's basic things you just need to have. And a good way to start, if you're totally unfamiliar with it, is looking up Prepping 101. If you look for Prepping 101, you will find all sorts of videos for places to start online. And also, like I said, look and see what your local area suggests that you have, and then build from there. That's not going to be enough, but it'll be something to start with.
To be fair, the CDC now has.
Hold on, go ahead, Tiff.
Go
ahead, Tiff. Go ahead, Mike. You got to wait.
To be fair, the CDC now has guidelines for zombie outbreaks, so you know,
right?
We could look at that.
Yeah. Well, I have a theory about that.
I think it wasn't even prepping when I was growing up. It was just what you did.
Right. Well, exactly. And I think that was true for at least one generation. I mean, at least 2 generations before us. Our grandparents were very well aware of how to prep. And, you know, that wasn't something that was a term. It was just normal. I agree.
I keep a tinfoil hat like spare in every bedroom.
Nice. See, you're prepared. You're ready. Okay, Mike, what were you going to say?
Oh, pardon me?
There was something you were trying to say over someone earlier. Did you remember what it was?
Oh yeah, with the prepper thing is I'm all set for when the 2020 thing happened. I was good with that. I'm good with this now. So whatever happens, I'm good for at least 20 years. I don't have to leave my house at all if I don't have to.
Right on, wildlife.
Yeah, dude. All you need is like 20 pounds of meth. You don't need to eat. You just stockpile food. It's not going to go bad.
No. Do not endorse this advice coming from Dennis.
Wait. Who said it? Who said the meth thing?
You'd probably have a great system for bartering, though. I mean, let's be real.
No, who said the thing about who said the thing about the meth?
It's hard as shit. It's hard as shit to sleep around zombies. That's all I'm saying.
No. I don't smoke meth. I smoke chicken, and I came out with a really good thing about I dehydrated Dr. Pepper, and I smoke that too when I sniff it. I sniff Dr. Pepper. Yeah, there you go.
Man, that liquid going down into your lungs must suck.
Oh yeah, it's good. Oh yeah, baby, come on.
Tripping in this country is a freedom of choice. Well put, Kat.
Oh right, my God, this is hilarious.
Okay, Uman points out 2 years for 6 people at 2,000 calories a day. That's awesome. Yeah, 2 years, that's a really good place to be. But if you're just starting, don't be daunted by that. You know, anything is better than what you've got now.
Listen, if you've got 2 weeks worth of food and water in your house, you're ahead of 95% of the country.
Right?
Exactly. Anybody that does that, you're still ahead of everybody else. You just get a few cans every day. And the thing is, you got to realize this too. Even the preppers, what's going to happen when you start?
It's a good thing to cycle it, though, John.
You're gonna, what was I gonna say? Brain fart again. I hate this brain farts again. When you first start going into preps, if you have, let's say you have a year, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Open that first can. Yeah. After that first can, then you have 364
Too
days
many
left.
no's.
And then after that, 363 days left. 364 days left. 365 days left. Think about that, right? It's thinking
I
less
hope that's a
forever.
line
You
that
got
people won't cross, James, but I know some will.
you got to grow your own food. Grow your own food. You can grow your own food in your house if you have the you can do that. People don't realize this. You can get soil out from outside. You can put them in the put them inside. The 5 gallon buckets. So you can do that stuff.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Oh, I'm talking with the chat. They're talking about eating people when shit hits the fan, and I feel like that's a
No, don't
line
eat
I'm gonna
people. Don't
I'm
eat
gonna
Bible,
people.
not
the
cross.
Come on,
Bible
people.
is.
Go
Come
ahead,
on,
Tiff.
Sorry.
people.
No, it's okay. He was first. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
I'm for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get. Did I mess up? Did I get you
You're
mad or
fine.
something?
No,
No,
go
you're
ahead,
fine.
Mike. We're not mad. We're just trying to make sure everybody gets a chance to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, please, people, don't eat each other. They did that in the movie Alive, and it was 19
Well, they did it in
73,
real life.
and they did that. They had to do what they did it, and that. So yeah, so
Yeah, I remember seeing the movie Alive and feeling like, okay, I could see in a circumstance like that, maybe, I mean, I've considered it. I've seen over the years a lot of people bring that up. I don't know. To me, that just feels like a line, like a moral line that shouldn't be crossed. And I've never been in a situation where obviously I need to truthfully consider it. Maybe I'll change, but I don't know. That to me, at what point do you go from eating another human being out of necessity and it's someone that already passed and they're no longer there and it's just meat, and I get that idea, to hunting other humans for meat? I mean,
well,
I don't
what
know.
they
It
said
seems like a
was
slippery slope.
Well,
I
I'm
bet you
just
were
saying
delicious.
that.
What they said was is the closest thing is it was the human meat was it tasted like ham.
No,
I
it's
don't care what
kind.
it tastes like. I mean, that's
It's more like a mixture of like with a sea cow. You know what are those called? And a bald eagle mixed.
Manatee.
Walrus.
A manatee.
Yeah,
Oh,
man,
manatee.
it's
Yeah,
like
you're
manatee
right.
and bald eagle. You
Oh,
mix those
so you
together,
oh
and
so you
love it,
won't
Jam.
it'll taste like
Say a
human
oh,
bald
blood.
so
eagle.
you
So
won't eat human meat
Hold
before
on, you
then.
guys. You got
Okay,
too
I
many
got
people
you.
talking at one time. Nobody's gonna hear anybody. Go ahead, Tiff.
So when Landon and I first got together, I had no problem. Like I would not kill somebody to eat them, but if somebody had died,
Nope.
Donner Pass style, and I was starving, I didn't see a moral issue with eating somebody who had already passed, right? Landon
Right.
was absolutely like horrified by that comment, and he showed me in the Bible, and of course I'm trying to look it up now, and I'm my eyes, because I'm in a hurry, are not finding it, but in the Bible it does say you are not supposed to eat of the flesh.
Mm.
It is I gotta
Leviticus
find it so
11.
it what? You said what?
Leviticus 11.
Yeah, I seen that one, but I wasn't.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Simir. Right. Yeah. I mean, I do agree with eating animals definitely before people if it comes to that point. I mean, I'm not
Right.
advocating for hunting your neighbor's animals right now, but I'm just saying.
No, I can't. Like, eating people is right up there for me with eating bugs. You're not supposed to eat those either.
See, I'd much rather
However,
eat bugs than people.
See, I used to
I'm just
snort
saying,
ants.
however, if
That's not
I'm
like eating them.
starving to death, I can't say what I would do.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying too. I've not been to that
Right,
point.
Fair. It is a Levitical law. No human blood.
I have food aversion, so it would be rather easy for me, I think. and like it would suck. Don't get me
I
wrong.
don't even
but-
know if I don't know if I could get it down, honestly.
Dude, that's
I have
the Mosaic law.
strict beliefs about what you're supposed to eat.
That's the Mosaic law. That was overruled by Jesus, and he didn't say nothing about like we can't snort ants. We can't eat, we can't eat
Jesus
each other's
never overruled any law. He came to exemplify the law.
Well,
He didn't end any of them.
He fulfilled it. Right?
He didn't say we couldn't eat each other.
Leviticus 11 says we're not supposed to. And Jesus said he did not do away with any laws.
Is chicken though, John?
Well, they didn't specify what flesh.
I think you read Leviticus 11? Because it really does specify what?
Glad to
It
hear
doesn't say you can't eat your neighbor's forearm.
Wildlife Watch with Mo says, "Did you see that website
This is what
where
I'm
you can
about to get mad.
Hold on, Tiger." Says, "Did you see that website where you can donate your body for human consumption? They have the calorie of one body listed on the website." Yeah, I have not seen that, but I have seen restaurants, specifically in Washington D.C. is where I saw it, where they are serving human meat, but it's allegedly lab grown.
Imagine.
But
there's supposedly one in Los Angeles as well.
It doesn't
That's
surprise
exactly
me.
where you want to get the good stuff in LA. They eat each other all day long. Bath salts and human like forearms. That's why I brought it up. That's like a it's like a big deal in LA right now.
World, we all have too many
God,
GMOs. They're not going to eat the Americans. We've got too much crap in our systems.
And I don't remember if it was real or not, but for a while there, like a year or two ago, it was like celebrity meats. Do y'all remember that? It was like, and I can't remember if it was a joke or not, but they were talking about your favorite celebrities would give a cell sample and they would grow meat from their cell sample, and you could have Lucy Lou jerky if you wanted. You know,
that's disgusting.
Stephen Hawking bologna was the best thing I've ever had in my life.
Are you being facetious?
Well, I'm just saying, you know what? They tried to normalize so much stuff. You can eat people, obviously. You can do unmentionable things to children. You can be a guy and go into a woman's bathroom. So hey, why not? I'm just gonna check out society.
You can't wear any pants, and you have to do like the goat. You have to tuck it, when you walk in, because otherwise you're just like you give yourself away, like big time.
Well, if you tuck it, you can't like go to the bathroom.
Much love, Rescue. Thanks for being here. Have a good night.
They sit down to pee. They totally
Bye, Rescue.
Can you imagine being like, "Oh, Indy, I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?" And you could be like, "Well, I mean, I've got some Lucy Lou," and then I'd be like,
I agree with Bonnie's statement. Bonnie says, "If it's your time, if it's her time, it's her time. She's not going to eat people." And I guess that's where I land on it too. I'd rather, if it gets to that point, then I'm good to go. Bear says it's a Levitical law, no human blood.
For guidance. That's all I'm saying. Yes, that is a Levitical law.
My God had water flow out of a rock and manna fall from heaven, so I'm not worried about it.
Look, Indy, if we're stuck on an island somewhere, like we get deserted, that second day I'm eating you first. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna waste any time.
Good to know. Good to know.
Because I'm saying,
you're gonna burn a bunch of calories.
You're gonna burn so many calories.
That way we know who not to be on a deserted isle with.
Oh, dude, I'm eating the shit out of whoever's next to me, 100% right away. First thing I do.
If they don't eat you first.
I don't care. I don't care if there's a McDonald's on the corner.
You look like a pork chop, dude. I'm just saying.
I love pork
chop.
We could just land on Hawaii. There's a McDonald's right there. I'm gonna fucking eat you if you don't get the hell away from me.
Hey, they used to be cannibalistic.
Right,
Yes, they
Steve-O?
did.
I mean, I think the children are higher on the list for some sacrifices. It depends on who they are that you're talking about.
This is so terrible. Do
I
we
know.
have a bell? Can we change the subject? Can I veto this? Let's move on.
Ding! Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get the bell. I'm telling you.
What were we talking about
No,
before
we're
last
talking
time?
about everything
Don't go back
tonight.
to what we were talking about before. I think it was fucking trees. So we're moving forward, onward and upward.
Onward and upward.
Well,
Right,
Pat
there we go.
Evans,
JM's got
I'm
it all
glad it's the
answered.
fat
Just go
guy
fishing.
because I'm the fat girl.
That's where I walked into. I walked into this thing when you guys were talking about hemophiliacs or pedophiliacs or
Right. John says he's not FDA approved to be eaten. Exactly.
Jack of Sasquatchophiliacs or whatever the hell the philiacs you guys were talking about. That's what I walked into.
Right. Exactly.
Well,
Bear. Better safe
I
than
am
sorry
a
on that one.
hemophiliac, so
Oh, gross, Steve-O.
like
Steve-O says
it's a joy to stick a needle in my arm and watch me bleed out.
it's a joy.
I assume it's facetious.
Oh, that's actually,
yes, thank
he's
you.
probably come
Yeah,
over.
gotcha.
I'm
I'm
a hemophiliac, so
Right. If you know, you know, Mo. Frazzled something.
see, you'll drown trying to eat my forearm because I'll bleed all out in your mouth.
Oof.
Well, apparently
Okay, so
Next topic.
there we go. Tiger is off the tiger's off the table.
Hey,
Yep.
you know what I found out today? I did a thing and I found the island of Patmos. I didn't know where that was before. I just kind of overlooked it. It's in between Greece and Turkey. Who knew?
Right.
That's just a segue. Any other topic is fine.
Yeah, agreed, Uman.
right next to Potamus. And then right next to that is Hippopotamus. There's 3 islands right there.
Well said. Okay, well, here's something kind of positive to end that entire conversation on. Blue says, I know how to forage, so it'll be a while before I eat my neighbor. And I think that's a good note. Learn to forage because there's a lot of information out there. Find out what your local edible plants are. You can make, for example, in my area, cattails. You can eat all of a cattail, all of a dandelion, and survive quite a while on just those things alone.
Too.
Hey, let's talk about girls becoming wolves.
What?
Little girls.
What?
I think they think there's a lot of little girls out there that think that they're wolves. You guys
Are you talking about furries?
Yeah, you guys ever heard about that?
Well, not wolves
all the attention
specifically,
it
but
deserved.
furries, yes.
So my daughter, she got taught. She was taught that she might be a furry. So she started thinking that she was a wolf, and I had to have a conversation
Right,
with her about it.
Don't eat the brains ever.
So I told my daughter, I was like, "Listen, okay, if you're a wolf, this changes things up a little bit. For one, it's gonna be really expensive surgery because you need longer arms or shorter legs to be able to walk on all fours. 2, you need to install a tail. 3, you need a bigger jaw because the second you go and attack another student in the neck, you're going to look really stupid and you're just going to get sent to an insane asylum because you don't have canine teeth to be able to make the kill bite, And at the same time, your ass is going outside and you're and I got to feed you raw meat if that's all right. She won't even eat bread, so she's a really picky eater. Anyway, I went through this whole thing with my daughter about this thing, and I talked her out of being a wolf really freaking quick. But we've gone to playgrounds, and ever since then, she's smartened up. But there's other chicks out there that literally, the parents are right there, and they have little tails out of their pants, and they're rolling around. Oh, my God. They literally just allow this shit to go down. What kind of fucking parents are out there right now letting their kids literally think that they're animals?
Thank you.
And shit and piss in a litter box. That's a real thing.
I think that's child abuse. Yeah, they're literally accepting they have litter boxes in some classroom. That's a legit thing for these people who identify as they probably taste better. Pat, that's true. Okay, we're moving on.
I did.
But yes, they and that's real. I mean, to me, that is child abuse. That is, you are encouraging a mental disorder.
Yes, agree, 100.
It's a parent's mental disorder. They're allowing the kids just like run away with their imagination, but then totally act on it. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I would imagine, hey, we would make believe we're this, that, next, and we're Transformers or GI Joes or some shit, you know, Ninja Turtles. Fine, we're hitting each other with fucking tent pegs and you know, but none of us thought we were a goddamn ball like a seagull and just started shitting on everybody, like acting as if we're flying, you know.
And the minute you would have taken that to an adult that wasn't your parents and been like, hey, you have to call me Bumblebee because I'm a Bumblebee, they'd have been like, take that crap elsewhere. No, I'm not doing that. You're retarded.
No teacher ever in my generation would have ever put up with that. They'd be like, no, I quit.
Lady Smith,
You're going to make me do that? I'm done. See you later.
Good night, kiss off. Much love.
Do you want people to think you're from the loony bin? Absolutely not. I can agree with you though. We went to the park a few weeks back and there was a young girl and she had a big furry foxtail, you know, loop to her pants. And she was literally running around the park on all fours. And I was just watching because I couldn't stop myself, you know. I felt really bad.
I can't even imagine.
I felt terrible because like I wasn't trying to like gawk, but I couldn't help it. And I'm like, oh, is that not hurting her back?
Listen, all I know is wolves aren't allowed in like public spaces. So you shoot.
We've moved on, Jess. We've moved on.
You shoot that bitch. You see that, especially in a cow pasture or whatever. You shoot that son of a bitch. And you're allowed to, especially if they're not introduced species. If it's a foreign species to your state, you're allowed to shoot that son of a bitch.
Yeah, as long as they're not protected.
There's a reason why, you know, that they got to diminish because, you know, they attack people and all that. If your kid is a wolf, you're in bad shape. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So that's why I'd have a discussion with my daughter. It's like, hey, are you really a wolf? Okay. And I had to make her prove it. She's like, she couldn't howl correctly. I matched it on YouTube. I went to like wolf howl and her howl. And then, you know, she wouldn't eat raw meat. She had to try it. She'll eat sushi. It's got me suspect, but I tried beef, raw chicken. She wouldn't do it. So I'm pretty sure I'm all right.
You know, though, like, so my generation, I'm 36, and my generation, you know, a lot of me and my friends, we grew up in single family homes, and whatever parent we were with worked a lot. All right. And so, like, for instance, me, I did not know that I was, you know, had ADHD and on the spectrum of autism until just about a year ago. And if I had known that, I could have developed some tools and that could have made my life a little bit easier, you know, no big deal. But I'm just saying that, like, so like we have a lot of adults now that have children that are undiagnosed. Like the adults are undiagnosed. They didn't know that they had, you know, this problem, whatever, borderline personality disorder, autism, maybe.
Thanks for being here.
And so I think we have a lot of adults that are dealing with their own issues that should have been handled when they were a kid, but there was nobody really around. And so now they're dealing with themselves, but really now is when they need to be giving their kid attention. And so their kid is not getting attention. And that's where I believe we're getting I'm a wolf. I'm a, you know, because, hey, if I say this, I get attention. Okay, cool. You know,
what about
also the parents get attention.
Well,
Indy, hold on. What about this? They legalized marijuana and everybody's doing mushrooms. And maybe that's the reason why these people, I mean, dude, I'm from Portland. I was born and raised there. I watched the collapse of a sane society to going full retard, and we escaped. Okay. Those people over there are raising children to believe that they are wolves and cats. Okay. The parents are fucking retarded. The kids, God help them. Okay. They don't know.
Well, hold on. First off, over there, it's happening all throughout our country.
But they legalize drugs. They let it go. So these guys are all.
Well, okay, but also, okay,
70% of the population is smoking weed up there in Seattle.
Yeah, okay. I don't think weed is the main problem, though. If you think about all of the things that are legalized, look at big pharma and all the side effects from all the chemicals. I really don't think that it can be used as any part of the scapegoat.
I don't think
where the change happened.
Hold on. Also, hang on 1 second. Hang on, Dennis and Tiger. JM says mental disorders making surgeons lots of money. And I think that that is a really huge thing to think about because, that goes along with all the prescriptions. A lot of the vaccines have even been, and the additives in our food, all of it. They are poisoning us. And that is causing a lot of these side effects, including mental health issues. And then it feeds the cycle.
Can I tell you? I'm sorry.
Good to see you, Dark.
I was just going to say, can I tell you what I think?
Feeling better.
I'm a little bit older than probably everybody on this panel. Number one, I don't discredit the fact that there is such a thing as ADHD per se.
There's not.
However, when I was growing up, if you acted out as a child, you got your butt beat.
Exactly.
And I'm being nice because that's not the word I was going to use. You got your butt beat.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, Tiger.
Which part?
You said if you do this. Go ahead.
If you acted out, if you were being a brat, being extra, whatever, you got your tail end beat. And I don't mean like you were abused. I mean you were corrected. There was a
Mike, you've got some background noise.
There is who, me?
No, Mike, it sounds like you have your YouTube running.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tiger.
There is no accountability for children anymore. Parents nowadays give their kids all the lead. You're not even a parent. You're literally just like there to be a referee or somebody that wrangles them in the house anymore.
Exactly.
You don't correct that child. You don't make them listen to what they're supposed to do. You don't do anything that was done to me or what I did to my children, which is about all y'all's ages. So
listen,
the whole problem is parents became unable to take care of their children, correct them when they needed to be corrected. And I'm sorry, this is the world we've inherited. Oh, and then there's the parents that think, oh my God, we got to let so-and-so do what they want. They got to do what, express who they are. No. If they act out, I've literally seen a child pick up a metal crayon box, a metal box that was full of crayons, and throw it at their mother before. And I sat there and I'm like, you better whoop that child's butt.
Well, Lady Smith commented that we didn't label what appeared as childhood behavior unless extreme back when. And I think that's true. I think a lot of, while vaccines, are leading to some of these issues that are becoming more prevalent, I think it's also that we've identified all these things supposedly that exist. I mean, like, what is it called? Oppositional defiant behavior. Yep. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that doesn't exist.
I just looked it up. I was going to list you off all those symptoms of that.
Right. But hold on. So they're bringing, they have us identify all these things and then they give them medication and the side effects of those medications cause more problems. So it's this cycle that they have us stuck in.
I fully agree. I've kind of actually come around to the thought. I do believe that ADHD, I think it's real. I just don't think it's a disorder. I've kind of come around to thinking that when the Tower of Babel fell, it was more than just our language that was scattered. I think our way of thinking was scattered. And some people think a certain way and some people think other ways and some people think other ways. And, they could all work together type deal. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think you just need to learn what areas you struggle in and what areas. And those are the areas you have to work harder in. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm trying to teach me and my kids.
Right.
Check it out.
Well, the thing is, back when I was growing up, especially, and my daughters too, because we lived in that kind of community back then, when they say it takes a village to raise a child, they are not lying. The village, the community, whatever you want to call it, actually helped raise those kids. If I was away from my mom and dad and I did something wrong, you best believe there was somebody there to correct me.
Yep. Or your mom and dad were going to know about it.
We don't do that anymore. Don't touch my child.
I'm not saying it isn't, Snooks.
Dude, I got my ass beat by every babysitter that I was raised with. And we grew up in a Jehovah's Witness thing. So they had several people that were babysitting. I was a family of 5, and all these different people. And we went over to their house. They were allowed to whoop my ass if I got out of line. Same way that my mom would whoop my ass
Exactly. That's what I was
if I
going to
got out of
say.
line. 100%. But this whole, I looked this up like Indy was bringing up. There's quote unquote disorder called oppositional defiant disorder. It's a behavioral disorder that involves a pattern
God
of
for his
anger.
service to cat.
It's a behavior disorder that involves a pattern of angry, defiant, and disobedient behavior towards authority figures. It's often diagnosed in childhood, but it also could affect adults. Look, I was introduced to this shit when I was in Texas, and my neighbors had this piece of shit 14-year-old that reminded me of me when I was his age, running around in the neighborhood acting like a piece of shit. And this kid now has
That's what a belt and a hand is for.
Exactly. That's what my mom did to me. And I said it straightened me out. But this kid,
I'll
now
tell you
his
what, the
parents
worst
just have an
words I ever heard in
excuse.
my life was my dad telling me, go get my belt.
Oh yeah, that was the deal. Mom can handle so much, but if dad was coming home, you knew you were getting your ass beat with a freaking belt or
Yes,
better.
sir.
And then so the whole deal is now this kid that I met, my neighbor said we became friends with these guys and all that until they told me this, and I had a few, and I was like, okay, I can't hold back anymore. Once they told me oppositional defiant disorder, I was like, oh my god, the doctor just gave your kid an excuse to be a disobedient piece of shit, and you have to just sympathize with that,
right?
Instead of no, you are a fucking retard. Snap out of it. Jesus Christ. They're just all, dude, doctors are drug dealers. That's what they are. And they're figuring out any and every way to deal you freaking drugs. So they're going to put your kids on fake meth, Adderall, okay? And then what happens when they're teenagers later in their life? They become meth addicts. That's exactly what happened. All these kids got zapped out of their heads.
I
and they
honestly
look for that
don't
kind of
believe
drug.
in putting children on drugs.
Yeah, and this
Sorry.
this ADHD thing, dude, things have just gone too fast. Video games and YouTube videos and sensitivity for that matter, we've seen, and dude, you can't help but just scroll through videos. You get caught in that trap. You're exposed to everything that you weren't before. So it's an attention, disorder, sure, but it's caused by media, the things that you're exposed to. Everything goes fast. That's why when somebody makes a YouTube video, they do it in like a fast forward way. They cut out the uhs, the thes, the little breaks in the video when they edit it, and they make it like as if the video is fast forward. It's because they're adapting to people's attention span because they're just going to swipe. So they're trying to make it all fast. So now everybody's used to it. So then you stick that same kid in school that's watching all this shit that you're allowing them to watch. YouTube, TikTok, whatever it may be, then you try to expect them to get along in school with a teacher that's half balding, that's 65 years old, and half retarded himself, and he can't even get through, a sentence more like he's like Biden, and you're expecting your kids to learn from this guy. It's not going to happen. That's why homeschool is going to eventually take over everything.
It's already happening. Homeschooling is on the rise.
Yeah, well, that's
right.
Exactly. I took my kids out of.
It should be on the rise.
My kids are in
because these
homeschool.
people cannot teach our children.
No, they can't.
Exactly.
That's gonna be the norm. That's what's gonna.
I want to clarify something really quickly. I never said that I think those things don't exist. I think that there are a lot of things that are manufactured, and I don't even mean like a bioweapon. I mean, I think there's side effects from other medications and things that are taken, and also from things like, we were talking about attention deficit. A lot of that can have to do with attention spans being shorter because of the cartoons and the video games and the screen time that kids have.
Right, because what do you put in what's the first thing that hits a kid's hand? A freaking cell phone.
They have holders you can put over their changing tables.
I do this.
Right. They have holders you can put over changing tables for infants, to hold tablets and iPhones.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like people don't parent anymore.
No,
and
they
I'm
don't.
not saying there's not any real ADHD and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, they overdiagnose that stuff because
I totally
teachers
agree.
don't want it, and not all teachers. Indy, I know you're a teacher. I'm not dogging you, but I'm just
You're
saying
good.
a lot of teachers don't want to deal with that in their classroom. And listen, my youngest daughter, they tried to say was ADHD. No, they sent her to a psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever it was. I don't remember
Well,
now
it's worse than
at the
that, Tiger,
time.
because
And
a
what
lot
he
of
told me,
go ahead.
what
Sorry.
he told me was, what you actually have on your hands is a very intelligent child. She tested out as genius. She was bored having to waiting for everybody else to catch up to her.
Right, but that's exactly what
So,
I'm coming down to.
Well, that's a
okay.
symptom of
It's
ADHD,
literally
though, is your brain works so fast that you get frustrated stopping to listen to the
yeah,
whole sentence of what somebody said because you already figured out what they were going to say 5
yeah,
seconds into them talking. That is
exactly.
absolutely a symptom of
Well,
ADHD.
then I should have been diagnosed with ADHD.
Really?
Guess
I
what?
never
That
heard that
wasn't
either.
that wasn't a thing when I was growing up.
Right. And that's why, and if you look back in history, autism, ADHD, there are things that people will mention about characters in history that's like, oh, they were autistic and nobody knew. But again, I'm not saying it like it's a disease or a disorder. I'm saying it like it's just a
Good to
different
see you,
way of
maybe that.
thinking that not
Hi,
Yeah,
everybody
Manny. Much
understands.
love.
but it's the wrong way of
Right.
thinking because when it
Okay.
comes down to
So
it,
see,
look,
I
that's the
can.
I
wrong way of
disagree with
thinking.
that.
Hold on, you
disagree
guys.
with that.
Wait. We got to go one at a time. Go ahead, Dennis.
That's the wrong way of thinking because you're just you're looking for an excuse for behavior. When it comes down to technology and how things have advanced, you need to adapt your mind with that and accept that we are evolving with that and not
Good
call
point,
it
Anti.
not call it a condition. When everybody has a cell phone and they're sitting there staring at it all freaking day long, and all this stuff is just speeding in your look. We all have smartphones. We don't need to read. We don't need to learn things anymore. Cheating, it doesn't matter. That's what all kids are doing right now. That's what we do every day, any day. Look something up. We don't need to use our brains for it. We don't need to remember math. We don't need to remember history.
Exactly.
We have Google. Okay, so when you want to talk about ADHD, the attention deficit is kind of like you said. It's exactly what you said. Yeah, I'm already bored because guess what? I don't need to listen to you.
Congratulations, Manny.
I can look
Happy
this up
birthday to your son.
and get this answer. I don't know it yet, but my attention's gone because I know I can find this out somewhere else. I don't need to listen to you. So that's what the disorder is. It's technology.
Yeah.
It's literally the generation that we're in right now and what we're experiencing, which is honestly an awesome time to be alive. Everything that we've sitting there, if you were born in the 70s or 80s, and you went from regular phones and just all
Right,
the
James.
technology that we had in the 70s, 80s, or before then, and seeing what we have right now, and watching this whole retarded society collapse because now
Yes, James.
nobody knows how to prep for themselves anymore. Nobody knows how to ride a horse. Nobody knows how to build things for themselves. And if they do, they looked it up on YouTube how to figure it out, but they don't retain the fucking knowledge because everybody needs GPS now. Nobody remembers how to get to know where they're fucking going. So when it comes to ADHD, it's a made up bullshit for a drug they want to sell to get you hooked on. And then, like I said, Adderall is literally artificial meth. That's what that is. And that's what they're giving to autistic and ADHD kids. Our kids, you're giving them meth. That's what you're doing. So it's no.
And often there's no plan for them. And often there's no plan for them to wean off of it. It's something they put them on and they keep them on as long as possible. Like many medications, there's no plan for them to ever
And
wean
as
off.
far as phones are concerned, hello TikTok, 30-second attention span.
Right, absolutely,
exactly.
absolutely.
Lucy
I don't
Lover.
disagree with you, Dennis. I think you're onto some good stuff. There's a lot in there that I agree with. Not everybody is feeding their kids the drugs,
really quickly,
but
I want to read this comment from Watt so I can move past it. He says, well, smartphones came out in 2007. These children are now about to be 18 and have never lived without a device. I think that's a really just good thing to be thinking about and taking into consideration.
And
so
think
they
about
don't
when
need to
all
learn
the
it.
increase Like it's not like I never heard of ADHD before the phones came into play. But think about how much that has increased since
Yeah. Yep,
cell
I do agree
phones
with that.
have been integrated into our society.
And then how much more
straight up.
dumb have we become since then because we don't need to learn because we have
Oh,
something else to depend on.
definitely.
And then
Yeah,
once the power
absolutely.
goes out, holy shit, what do? We're going to rub sticks against each other. This is what
I
makes me
mean, think
believe.
about it, guys. Just think about it. How many people here know 10 people's, including your family's, phone numbers by heart if you didn't have your phone?
Oh, no,
I
not
do
anymore. I used to.
because
When I was a kid, I used to.
because I'm autistic and I'm good with numbers. I know 10 people's social security numbers. I know
Me
10
too. Me too. Girl,
But,
I'm the same way. Oh my God.
I have to jump down
Like
and
don't show me your bank card because I'll remember the numbers.
right.
Good to
Dude,
know.
how many of you pay attention to where you're going when you're driving
do.
without using GPS?
I do, but it's because
I
of that
do.
very thought. I realized one day that I couldn't get around anywhere without a GPS, and I was like, "Well, I'm not going to be that way anymore." And so I use it for
what
the first
happened to
time,
me?
and
I
then
literally spaced out and ended up miles past my exit. Like I don't
Good to
even
see you,
know
101. Glad you're
how I
here.
did
what we
that.
need to do? We need to have a conversation. We need to bring some younger generation into this conversation and ask them these questions.
Oh,
right
you
here.
guys are
You're all
all
on
younger
TikTok.
than me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
but listen, I got to jump
All
off,
you
but I
guys are
wanted
younger
to
than me. What you talking about?
Landon
leave.
and Tiff, thank you so much for coming up. It's always good to have you here.
No, I'm so glad, but I wanted to leave on one thought real quick. Okay.
Yep.
So this conversation initially started with, Dennis talking about, the kids, pretending to be wolves and crap like that. All right. So
Right.
imagine yourself and maybe your partner, at Yellowstone enjoying a beautiful day of sightseeing and animals, and then a pack of human wolves come out of the forest line, and you just get to experience them in their natural habitat, galloping through the fields, like
No.
I know. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine?
No.
That needs to be on a video though.
I know. Like, oh, look
That
at
would
this.
be hilarious.
Anyway, all right. I had a really good time, y'all. This was a lot of good talk, and thank you for having me up. And I'm sorry for anybody.
Really quickly, I just want to ask one thing really fast, Landon and Tiff. Are you guys planning to stream the inauguration?
No.
Okay.
But if you do, I'll be there.
I was going to say, I think I'm going to do a backstage speakeasy for that. And it'll have to just be like kind of first come, first serve for who gets to be back there, because we won't be able to have very many people back there. But I'd like for us to be able to be together. You know what I mean? It just seems like it's the right thing to do.
Dadgummit, I wish I could reserve a spot. Like, can I buy tickets?
I'll send out information. But yeah.
All right,
awesome.
y'all. Well,
Okay.
Snooks, Anti-JM, everybody. I'm your Huckleberry. Everybody in chat, Blue Unicorn. It was so good to talk with everybody, and I hope y'all have a wonderful night.
I'm back.
It was nice to meet you.
I'm back, and God bless you. God bless you. If I don't know if anyone can hear me, because I don't know if my phone's messing up.
We can hear you
God
just fine, Mike.
God bless you. God bless you, and have a blessed night.
Okay,
Remember, Friday. Have a wonderful weekend.
So, what do you guys think about these upside down trees in the Northwest? And is it Bigfoot doing them?
What? I haven't heard anything about that.
What?
Really?
I don't know what you're talking
I've seen
about.
it. I actually seen it. I got a picture of it. And this was east of Washougal. So I used to live in Washougal. And then you go east a little bit towards what is it, Stevenson? You go
awesome,
and then you go north to the little town of Carson. And then we went camping up there. We named the campground Steve. I don't know why.
What they?
Funny campground. But anyway, it's I think it's the little white salmon river that runs through there, and the campground was right there. And there's an island where that cuts through the middle of the river right there. And I swear to Christ, there's a freaking tree that was bald as shit and upside down, stuck in the middle of the freaking island right there, where the river's running both sides. Now there was one week we went to go camp there, and there was this lady that came in that looked like Steve Irwin. and then she was a Bigfoot hunter, and we were definitely interested. Then we were drunk.
I heard that's on pause,
and she wanted to take us on a tour and show us all this stuff. So she took us down these trails, showed us all this. That's not natural. That's not natural. All these lean down trees, man. There's a lot of believers in Washington. I tell you what, if you ain't never been there before, you want to go to Bigfoot.
Washington.
Go to Carson. So upside down trees. Look it up on Google. That it's something that apparently Sasquatch does to mark his trail. Is take a full-grown tree and stuff it in the ground upside down with the roots hanging out. Swear to God.
Well, I live in Missouri, and there's supposed to be Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever here too, and I've never heard of no upside down trees.
I guarantee you'll find it if you Google it.
Well, the thing is
this a new phenomenon, Dennis, or is this?
No,
is this a new thing or something that's been around?
No, this is actually a very common thing, especially up in Alaska. These guys have gone up in where you can only get to by boat and found these things over there. This is even on these Sasquatch shows. They talk about this kind of thing. When I'm talking about like a tree that's been flipped upside down, stuffed in the ground, whether they broke it or not or whatever, but it's eventually the roots sticking up, the trees stuck down, and they're blaming it on Bigfoot.
The tree is it in the ground?
Seen it. Yeah, it's as if the top of the tree was shoved in the ground, and it's it's just fucking there. But I shit you not. I mean, I was also told.
I was gonna say, was there a flood? Because a flood can flip a tree.
Well, no. What I was told is that this is something that the loggers will do to mark a certain area that they've logged, or you know, something. You know what I mean? They'll just do that with their excavator and flip that and just shove it in the ground or some shit. That's what I was told. But
I know loggers. No,
this was in the middle of a freaking creek, so I don't know how that happened. I know I got a picture of it, so I got to go back in time on my Facebook or something like that and find it, because I don't think I have it on. This is a new phone. I know I got a picture of this shit, and I can show it to you guys. I just got to do some digging.
I got a friend that's got a picture of Bigfoot.
Dude.
You're talking about like a lady with really big feet, or Sasquatch?
I'm talking about Sasquatch.
Okay.
He was in the woods hunting, and
that makes makes sense. 101.
Picture of it.
Why do I keep getting?
I don't necessarily believe it.
Hey, why not? There's a shitload of forest out there, man. There could be some furry guys. And hey, they said the Russians developed a cloaking device. These guys steal stuff from campgrounds all the time, like Yogi Bear does. So why couldn't he just steal something like that? That's why he's blurry. You get close to him. Sorry, he's wearing some.
It's actually really not blurry.
Why do I keep getting muted?
If you're talking over people, Mike, I'm going to mute you, but you can unmute to speak. I don't know. I think you might have a delay. I'm guessing that's part of the issue, but you're kind of consistently talking over other people. But the floor is open right now if you had something to say.
Yeah, I had something to say about the Bigfoots and stuff, and with that, he's 100% right. There is stuff 100% in the woods where you do not want to go in the woods and mess with people. Not mess with people, mess with stuff. There's supernatural stuff there that is there. And with the you ever see those shows with the logging shows where they're deep in the woods and everything.
Yeah.
And they a lot of people disappear there too that are working with them, because it's called the no-see-ums, and that was back then, way back then. That's behind the trees. They just come and grab you.
Oh.
And yeah, it's called the grab behinds, or there's another word for them.
It's called the reach arounds.
Yes, reach arounds or something, and you just vanish, because there was this documentary case about It was in 2010 where this dude was with his friend. They were friends for a long time, and they were there. They were there, talking and doing stuff and that, and then he just vanished. He turned around and there was a big investigation about that too, and they couldn't prove that he did anything to him because the guy just vanished. And 9 times out of 10, every time that happens, they find the body miles and miles away, or they don't find the body, but they find the clothes, and it's all folded up in a nice manner and stuff.
Well, that's the whole deal with Sasquatch. They figured out that Sasquatch actually learned how to fold in the 1950s before that Gimli photo video. They found a pile of rocks that were stacked up evenly next to each other in smaller portions, and then right next to it, the campground that got raided, all their clothes were folded neatly in a triangular fashion on the next boulder. And then right next to it was the skull of the guy that was camping there. And they could never explain it until they found the Bigfoot print right there on the shore, right next to it.
I am not going back to this conversation, but James says, given the earlier conversation, are we sure that Sasquatch isn't using the trees for other purposes? Perfect. Full circle.
Look what happened in Russia back in, I think it was the I don't think it was Russia. It was I think it was the 40s or 50s, where these people went up there. It was documented too. I forget what the name of what it was called, and they ended up getting all incinerated.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. So there was not only that, but there was a cave that they went into, and they found old drawings that they said that were made by Bigfoot, and it was weird because it was drawings, kind of like like stick figure drawings of humans. But the Bigfoot always drew humans with buck teeth, and it was just very strange.
Blue says,
yeah, and the thing is,
you don't know about. Hold on, Mike. He says, obviously, you don't know about giant inverted trees in Alaska. Huge trees weighing over a ton are crammed 4 to 6 feet in the ground, upside down, and have been there 100 years, or 100+ years.
Yeah, that's what I was going out to. It's actually it's a real deal. If you research it, these upside down trees it's not explainable. Nobody knows what the hell other than the only explanation that I've gotten was it's Forestry Service or loggers that are clear cutting and putting markers up or something or another. I don't remember who said that, but
loggers
that was the explanation that I got. I'm like, all right, but then those trees that dude was talking about and that's been on film, they're talking about they're talking about like literally this isn't something where an excavator or loggers went to. You had to get there by boat. I actually personally have a friend that was a producer for Yukon Man. His name is Christopher Voos. You can look him up online, Chris Voos. He did Yukon Men and Los Angeles Law and all that kind of shit. He was up there, and he showed me pictures on his phone while he went up there in the Yukon filming this show, and showed me this shit where, dude, just cross the boat, you're seeing these fucking Bigfoot prints. And he's like, dude, I'm a believer. I went over there and I talked to these towns with hardly anybody in there. He's like, there's literally no reason why they would lie about this shit. And so he's like, he's a very pessimistic person when it comes down to this. Guy's from New York. He's from Long Island. He's the funniest guy I know, but he's the first guy to call bullshit. But he said straight up, he's like, look, I went up there, I produced a fucking show. I saw it. We went up by boat. We saw the prints. We saw the evidence. We saw what we thought was a Bigfoot from a long way away. But he's like, dude, after all the conversations, all the shit that we did for research for the show, pretty fucking positive. There's a goddamn Sasquatch out there. It's like, he's like, I'm just saying. And hey, I'm from the Northwest, so I want to be. I want to be a believer, so I'm gonna fucking say how I believe you.
To me, they've got to
Yep,
have
Sea
some
Lover.
really,
We'll be switching to music here pretty soon. Go ahead, JM.
they got to have some really good trail cam footage, right? Like trail cam technology is cheap, inexpensive. Whoever owns that land or governs that land should be able to put trail cams all over the place and have like high definition video.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sure it's out there, dude. I mean, like that's the thing. Like you said, that technology is on Amazon, dude. You can get it anywhere you
Right,
want.
Fran.
Right.
The problem is Bigfoot's fucking blurry. So, and look, it's a joke, right? But here, what this is
So
what's
is
funny.
nasty.
This is what's funny. This is what's funny about that joking about Bigfoot being blurry. Is these fucking drones. So there's this dude that claimed to have shot down a drone in South Carolina, right? And we got a million freaking views because everybody's tweaking out about these freaking drones flying around. And this guy's like, well, fuck around and find out. Get down here in South Carolina, I'm gonna shoot that some bitch down. All right. And so that's what he did apparently, right? And then, but that was like, you know, he didn't see it in the first video. The second video,
Was it the size of an SUV?
there's something like that, yeah, right. And then
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt for a minute.
Go for it.
My phone is at about 2% right now, and I gotta go. I apologize. I gotta go charge that. Independent Mary, I appreciate you having me up.
Many. You can call me Indy, Mike.
Indy? Can call you Indy? Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you having me up. I appreciate that very much. It's very kind, and I wish I could do this another time. And I'm glad I met all you guys. And because I gotta go because I gotta charge my phone. So you'll have a great.
Thanks so much for being here.
You'll have a great Friday and a wonderful weekend, and God bless every single one of you. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Okay, so this guy,
Andy, I'm gonna jump down because I know you're getting ready to do music.
We are shifting gears here pretty soon, here in the next couple minutes or
I'm going to
few
make
minutes.
this real quick, Indy. I will. I'll shut it down real quick.
Thanks, Tiger, for being here. Much love to you.
So the reason why I was talking about it being a joke is this guy just recently put out a video on TikTok, YouTube, whatever it was, or both or all, whatever. Recorded on his phone, and saying he shot down a drone. Okay. And it's one of these drones that everybody's tripping about on the news. And he's like, I don't know what, the government doesn't want to tell what it is, but I'm fixing on finding out. So he put out a second video, and then he didn't videotape it because what he said is that now he's sick, he's got radiation poisoning or some sort, and that you can't get close enough to this drone with a video camera because it shuts right off. And this is what he's explaining anyway, right? So that goes to say that's why we can't film Bigfoot radiation. If we get close, it blurs it up. Bigfoot is flying these fucking drones around, and that's what's going on. It's a done deal.
Interesting theory for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard a lot of talk of them being interdimensional beings, and I do believe that interdimensional beings in some form exist, whether they're demons or fallen angels or something of the like. I mean, I think there's a lot of, the Bible's clear about there being other things other than human. So that's not too far out of the realm of possibility for me. But I don't know. I don't know if I think that's the case for Bigfoot or not.
Dude, what if
I would love
Wookiees?
for Bigfoot to be real, though.
What if that's where the Wookiee came from? The costume, everything. And Wookiees are real.
You'd prefer them to be Wookiees instead of Bigfoot? There's definitely cousins, if nothing else.
That would be awesome. I mean, at least we know the what's his name will be able to communicate with him. I don't know why I call him Robert Redford. What's his name? Han Solo.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah, Harrison Ford. Yeah, at least we got a guy that's still alive that can communicate with him, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. I think we are going to go ahead and shift gears here into music. And Thank you to everybody who's been up here tonight on panel to talk. A lot of really good conversation. Sometimes there's so much that it's impossible to even get it all out in those 3 to 4 hours. But I do appreciate everybody coming up here to be a part of the conversation, and for everybody in chat, of course, being here for the conversation and keeping it all going as well. Lowry, thanks for coming up. Good to see you.
Hey,
Is Nicole with you? Oh yeah, there we go. Hey, Uma.
He's muted.
Yeah, he's not. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
here. I'm here. I was just. We've been on 3 different podcasts tonight, so like, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you too. How's your night going?
Did you guys get anything solved tonight? Like, in all of the arguments of UFOs?
Absolutely. We're all prepared for the upcoming apocalypse or any situation as it may present itself.
Big time. We had a discussion that bald eagle and manatee meat last the longest.
Hey, what's up, Minnie?
in a zombie apocalypse kind of situation.
Yeah.
So, yep.
I mean, it's inevitable, right? It's coming. So we're just like, I'm almost like, come on, would you just get it over with? Already do the thing. Please just do the thing that we already know is coming. Just do it. Like, get it over with.
The thing that guy that knows
there
that
is
guy
a feeling
that knows
for
that
that,
guy.
isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and kick off music here with a new song from JM. This is one that he played last week, but I wanted to get in here again because this video is out. It premiered yesterday. And JM, thank you so much for all the work you put into this. It was a really nice gift that you gave. And I think it's not just for me, but for our whole community. And this is Indy After Dark. Here we go.
Come on, folks, it's Friday night. Grab a seat and join the light. Open panels, talk so free. Great tunes from our community. 8 o'clock, Eastern, gather around. Voices lifting off the ground. Independent music strong. Join us in the story song. Join us, don't be late. Friday nights, it's gonna be great. Tune in on YouTube, don't delay. Independent, many united every Friday. Musicians play their hearts and soul. Every week we reach our goal. Unity and love we share. At the channel, find us there. Every week we gather new faces, voices, all that's true. Still the same old welcome found in the music, in the sound. Let's make Fridays worth the wait. Join the magic, don't hesitate. Share the love, share every beat. Together in this weekly treat. Join us, don't be late. Friday nights, it's gonna be great. Tune in on YouTube, don't delay. Independent, many united every Friday. Musicians play their hearts and soul. Every week we reach our goal. Unity and love we share. At the channel, find us there. Every week we gather new faces, voices, all that's true. Still the same one, welcome found in the music, in the sound. Let's make Fridays worth the wait. Join the magic, don't hesitate. Share the love, share every beat. Together in this weekly treat. Every week we gather new faces, voices, all that's true. Still the same one, welcome found in the music, in the sound. Let's make Fridays worth the wait. Join the magic, don't hesitate. Share the love, share every beat. Together in this weekly treat.
Awesome, JM. Love it. All right.
Hey, right on. Yeah, I've been having fun creating music out of thin air for free with the
Well,
help
I
of
love that. I'll be using that a lot here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Fantastic. And all you people calling me Mary, don't think I didn't notice. You're on a list.
Mary is your altar.
Thank you, D. Love you.
Right?
No, Mary is people not being able to read. But that's okay.
It sure is one of your other personalities comes out. That's the Mary, you know.
I mean, it brings out a different side of my personality, perhaps, but no. Yeah, well done, JM. Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was really a great gift.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
Thanks to Kat. Much love to you. All right. Here and Dennis. Oh, Dennis, did Dennis Lowry go down? I think he did. Okay. Dennis, thanks for coming up. If you're able to come up for music at all, you're more than welcome. So Dennis or Lowry, we're to you next.
It's
we
my
don't
turn
really have
already.
a theme. It is your turn already. We do not have
Hey,
a
Lowry.
theme going as of yet. So you can play whatever it is on your heart to play.
I made up a theme in my own head.
Great.
Let me just get this set up here.
I don't know if we want to stick to any of the themes we've been on for that matter.
I know. Like I generally tend to like.
Much love, Kinger. Thank you for being here, and thank you to all my lurkers and replayers.
How's that sound? Let me get it. Actually, I need to get a capo on this because I think that I actually did this capoed up one. Let's do this. So I didn't really have a theme.
You're good, Nuke. I'll make allowances.
Let's see. All right, let's do this. All right. I'm gonna fuck this up to no end. How's that sound?
Your guitar is really loud.
Okay, so let me get it back. And also remember the installation. How's that?
Still too loud.
Still too loud? Okay, got it.
Right.
How's that? I can draw it all the way back. It might be my mic picking it up too. I mean, this is like a work in progress. It always has been, right? How's that?
Better. I think it's still a little overpowering.
Too hot? Okay, hold on.
It needs more harmonica.
No, I'm not fucking
That's
strapping
also
that
true.
thing to my fucking head tonight. I'm not doing it.
I'm
not doing it. Is that Bran talking? I don't know.
That was Peanut.
How's that?
Oh, I was trying to talk, but I
Is that okay?
Go ahead, Bran. I think it's still. You know what? Let me check. You know what? I bet
Check
it's part of the problem. Yeah, you still have your echo and stuff on. There. Now it's off. Now try. Thank you.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, much better. I'm gonna check those
I'm
first.
gonna be strumming it like this. Is that too loud?
Maybe a little bit. What do you guys think?
I think it's all right.
Okay. All right. So
yeah,
here's
it
my-
should be good. Just stay close to the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, your
voice is
vocals
no
are just a little lower than the guitar.
We have a song of yours coming up tonight.
So I'll
too,
get up.
Prince and Crack.
I'll get up to the mic. It's always a thing, right? Okay. All right. So this is my theme tonight. All right. So there's actually an intro to this. What is the intro? Okay. Let me get the intro. You mother. Okay. All right. So. How's this start, Nicole? What? How's this song start? What song? Okay, Mondays. Oh yeah, I'm trying to do. Can you sing it to me? It's Friday. I'm in love. I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Wait, hold on. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday, I'm in love. Yeah. Saturday, wait.
Monday's black. Tuesday, Wednesday, heart attack. Thursday, never looking back. It's Friday, I'm in love, yeah. Monday, you can hold your head. Tuesday, Wednesday, stay in bed. Or Thursday, watch the walls instead. It's Friday, I'm in love. Saturday, wait. And Sunday always comes too late. But Friday, never hesitate. Okay, this is the hard part. Dressed up to the eyes, it's a wonderful surprise to see your shoes and your spirits rise. Throwing out your frown, smiling to the sound, and the sleek, the shriek spinning round and round. Always take a big bite. It's a gorgeous sight to see you in the middle of the night. You can never get enough of this stuff. It's Friday, I'm in love. I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday, I'm in love. Woo! It's Friday, I'm in love. It's Friday, I'm in love.
That was a shit show. That was a total fucking shit show.
Sounded good.
Oh, that was great though. You sounded great. And Lowry, I love the song choice. That was a great one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate
I
you.
hope it didn't sound like a complete garbage octopus out
It,
there.
it didn't. You're too hard on yourself.
It's at first it sounded like you're warming up. It's your first song on deck, right? I thought it went really
Tony,
well.
much love to you. Good to see you.
I love just like practicing songs with you guys because
Heidi,
so
thanks for
nice.
being here.
Okay, all right. I'll back down. I'm gonna find another one to practice on you guys, and you guys can just make fun of me. Okay, bye.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's not good. Sorry, he is hard on himself.
All right, Peanut, you want to tell us anything about this song before we pull it up?
Absolutely. This is a song that I've been working on for Al Bundy, and I've got I got
awesome.
the whole thing down, but I don't have the vocals on it. I'm saving. I'm gonna finish that up tonight, and I'll have it ready for my stream tomorrow night. But this is like just about everything else though is on the mix right here. So this is a Zeppelin song. This is called I forget it's on one. Now I forget the title.
Just need something.
It's called I can't remember the name of it.
I bet let me put it up. I bet it's on there. Oh, it's gonna go right away though.
I think we were all playing the drums there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That
the
was
drums.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well done. Love it, Peanut. It's been
Thank
cool
you,
to see
thank
you
you.
building that too. I like how you put that up in different, phases on your channel. That was cool.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that figure that way, like, two people could see like the process of putting it all together.
Yeah, very cool. Hey, Axton Nacho. Good to see you. Thank you, Snooks.
I got to bail though because I'm trying to get ready for tomorrow. I still got to finish the recording up. I got to get dinner. I just got off work like half an hour ago, so
Right,
I'm
here.
I'm gonna call it an early night.
Okay,
Mary.
thanks for coming up, Peanut. Oh, Lord in heaven. All right, thanks for coming up, Peanut. Appreciate you being here for the most part.
Well, I appreciate you. Appreciate me. Appreciate you.
Oh, yep, there we go. All right, have
All
a
right.
good night, Peanut. Take
All right,
care.
bye.
See you, man.
Bye. Later. See you guys.
All right. Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and pull up another song here. Let's see, where are we at? All right, this is Take Two drum covers, and this is his cover of "You Can Still Rock in America." Here we go.
System of the record machine.
Awesome job. Take Two. Love it. Great song. And yeah, I wonder too, Amir, how many movies that's been in. It's a great song. It's a great anthem. Seems appropriate. And yes, we can still rock. Mo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate your support and thanks for being here. All right. Okay, Lowry, you are up next if you want to go, or I can pull up some more videos. It's up to you. Actually, I think we're going to go ahead and pull up one.
Play videos. Play videos.
All right. Well, actually, I think we'll pull up a video of yours that you shared in the backstage. So you want to tell us about Whiter Shade of Pale?
Yeah, I was on tour in Germany, and let me turn down my because I got a bunch of speakers working here. I was actually over there, and I did like a month worth of dates. I think it was like 30 shows over there. But my sponsor, who is this rich guy who does booby transplants, he's like a super rich like German doctor. He supported me, and he's got a whole musical studio over there, and with a piano, he's got like guitars, amps, and everything else. And I was like, well, I want to just do a cover of like one of my favorite ones ever. And he's like, I'll give you, just do it. And so we went like 3 days, and we were looking for the best take, and this was the one. So you can
yeah,
play
but
that.
this song's not written in piano. The song is that you had to like change it.
I had to change it
to piano.
I had to change it between piano and guitar.
And Lowry
everything
would he would definitely play piano if he had.
I'm playing piano on this one
here, but
yeah,
he doesn't have it here. It's
but all my
actually
pianos and all my
in
amps
Germany.
are in Germany. So like I've got like $5,000 worth of gear in Germany. But yeah, so that we were over there, and
Good to see you, Brian.
yeah. Anyway, no more supposition. You can just play it. Love you guys.
Okay, awesome. Love you too. Here we go.
Cheers.
Whiter Shade of Pale.
Okay, you're rolling.
We skip the line, fandango, and turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kinda seasick, but the crowd called out for more, and the room was humming harder as the ceiling flew away. When we called out for another drink, the waiter brought a tray, and so it was that later the miller told his tale, that her face at first just ghostly turned a whiter shade of pale. She said there is no reason, and the truth is plain to see, but I wandered through my playing cards, and I would not let her be one of 16 vestal virgins who were leaving for the coast. And although my eyes were open, they might as well have just been closed. As the miller told his tale, that her face at first was ghostly, turned a whiter shade of pale. And so it was that later, as the miller told his tale, that her face at first was ghostly, turned a whiter shade of pale.
Really beautiful, Lowry. That was great. Good to see you, Cindy.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
You know, it's like humility is really the greatest thing about songwriting. It's just like oh, here's a thing, and I don't understand what it is, and I'm gonna sing about
I
it.
love that,
And
Linda Jean.
yeah, anyway, there you go.
Sorry, Linda Jean said, hearing this cover of Whiter Shade of Pale made my whole day.
Aw,
Aw.
thank you, and thank you. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, I think
Kristen says not enough hair whip, Lowry.
you know, it's like, you know what it is? It's like you wrote a bunch of original songs, but like doing covers is really like a thing that brings you back down to center. And you know, your original tunes will go out to people and they have their own certain thing that people have with it. And I appreciate that. But I also like, I'll pick a really juicy, good original, or not a good cover. And I'll do that and try to do it the best I can. And I'll try to do it the best I can at every angle. And yeah, there you go. That's it.
Juicy cover.
Well, it was
It's
great.
a juicy cover.
It's a
Thank
juicy
you.
cover. Well, thank you.
I feel
Thank
like
you,
that would
dear.
be like the best wedding band, like
I know.
juicy covers.
Oh, totally would. That's great.
Yeah.
I like how you think, Nicole.
Yeah. I was going to do one more live one, but I think I sent one more link for a video, but whatever you
Okay.
guys want to play it. I think there was a third one, but keep going. I love this show.
Great.
Cutest show on the internet. Damn it.
Thanks, Lowry and Nicole.
Mwah.
Love to you both. Mwah, back at ya. All right, JM, you want to tell us about this song?
Okay, this is the second song that I've done that was inspired by the Johnny Cash version of Hurt.
Love it.
You know, thinking about mortality. The previous one was called Time's a Thief, and this one's called Temporary Mortality.
All right. Well, Time's a Thief is one of my favorites of yours so far. So I'm looking, and I have not heard this yet. So I'm looking forward to it.
Am I playing this, or is Bran playing it?
You're playing it, if that's okay. You have it.
Yep.
We have it up with you. Yeah. I had put it back there to grab the link so I can put it in the chat.
Right on.
All right.
I switch audio settings and hit play.
Perfect. Here we go.
Remember the 5 clock ticking, feeling like a riddle. Years stack, youth fades, thoughts get brittle. Mirror showing lines like a road map scribble. Friends fall like autumn leaves, life's cruel dribble. Old pets sleeping eternal, memories in the frame. Family trees thin and names lost to the change. Times of thief robbing moments without shame. The echoes of laughter now whispers of the same. Hope that sleep in eternal memories in the frame. Family trees thin and names lost to the change. Times of thief robbing moments without shame. Echoes of laughter now whispers of the same. Heart beats quick, but the mind slows pace. Shadows grow long, lines trace the face. Mortality tap dancing, keeping with the pace. But inside, still young, ain't lost the race. Empty chairs at the table where loved ones sat. Missing voices replaced with old records spat. Mortality's a joker wearing death's hat. Mind full of youth, life saying that's that. Staring at the sky, questions in the night. Stars burn out, disappear from sight. Holding on to memories, keeping them tight. Middle-aged knocks, but I ain't giving up the fight. Heart beats quick, but the mind slows pace. Shadows grow long, lines trace the face. Mortality tap dancing, keeping with the pace. But inside, still young, ain't lost the race. Staring at the sky, questions in the night. Stars burn out, disappear from sight. Holding on to memories, keeping them tight. Middle-aged knots, but I ain't giving up the fight. Heart beats quick, but the mind slows pace. Shadows grow long, lines trace the face. Mortality tap dancing, keeping with the pace. But inside, still young, ain't lost the race.
Love it, JM. Great lyrics. Yeah, you do a great job including really great messages in your songs. Sometime I'm going to have to figure out how you do this, all this AI magic.
You know what? I actually revealed it on a live stream when I was dog sitting Theo. I think you stopped in there. But
I don't know
we made, on the live stream, we made 4 or 5 songs about me and Theo while I was dog sitting him, and we did 4 different genres of it. So
that's cool. No, I definitely was not there for that, but I might have you send me that link so I can go back and check it out because I am curious how you do it. That's great. Right, Linda?
I'll put the timestamp in there too for you.
Awesome. That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, Tony, we'll make sure to pull up that song here coming up soon. All right. We've been alluding to this song coming up. This is by Kid Kane and Linda Jean. And you guys, this is amazing. Kid Kane, both of you. Linda Jean, I've only gotten to know you more recently. I love all of the music you put out. You have such an incredible voice. And Kid Kane, you are a legend, just rock star completely. Always love what you do. We've played lots of your music here and will continue to do so. And it's just you two are not a combination I would have thought of. And I'm so glad you made it happen because this is really something different and I love it. So this is their latest, Linda Jean and Kid Kane together. Painted Blue. Here we go.
Darkness surrounds me, no light to be seen. Now you are gone, so is everything it seems. Stars scattered, and my heart is painted blue. My heart, my world is shattered, and my heart is painted blue. Nothing's the same without your name. Rainbows are gray, and the birds have flown away. The mountains have crumbled into the sea, and the moon's falling from the sky. Oh, where can it be? My heart, the stars are scattered, and my heart is painted blue. My heart, my world is shattered, and my heart is painted blue. No going back now, my heart's filled with dread. A world where no sunshine is what lies ahead. And time keeps on ticking and marching on. The seasons keep turning, and everything's wrong. My heart, the stars get scattered, and my heart is painted blue. My world is shattered, and my heart is painted blue. Without you, my heart, my
Dark.
heart is painted blue.
Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. Very, I saw haunting, heavy. Absolutely. Well done. And DJ Lenny also for the guitar solos. Very nice. Yep, absolutely. I'm here. Yeah, I love there's like a heaviness and like I don't know what the term is, like a discord almost in it that it's just beautiful. Really, really well done to both of you. Hope you have more collaborations coming.
And that's what gets me. I love the collaborations. I think that's
We're stronger together.
Yes,
it all ties in.
It's the life of the community, I
Yeah. Yeah. And you guys, I mean, stand alone, you two are so talented. And I love that you guys did this together. It's really beautiful. Okay, we're going to keep the music going. Yeah, right, Blue? Agreed. Tony says, I love a dark ballad in a minor key. Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
I really wish Blue Unicorn would have come up on the panel too, though. Even during the
I know.
during the music.
I know, right? I'm always trying to get him up here to talk because he has so much great. I call it blue wisdom. Actually, I think JM. Were you the first one to say that, or was that Ozark?
No, I think
it was Ozark. Yeah. Blue wisdom. So we've been saying that whenever because he just drops like facts.
I like it though. Blue wisdom.
I might sing one in a little bit, Imir. I might do one tonight. Yeah, that was beautiful to both of you. Yeah, much love to you, Kid Kane. And Kid Kane, thank you for sending that to me too, because I had not seen it. Linda Jean had put it up on her channel and I'd missed it. And there's so much out there and I have my notifications set and everything, but I had not seen it. So I do really appreciate you emailing that to me. And I'm glad we were able to play it tonight because I wouldn't have wanted to miss out on that. Thank you both for being here as well. Absolutely, Linda Jean, much love. All right, let's go ahead and pull up another one here. And then Larry, you want to tell us about this? This is Africa.
Yeah. So one of my label deals in the city was I had to do a cover of anything. They just like do a cover of anything. They called it what did they call it, Nicole? They called it it was basically like guilt by association. I think it was what it was called. They did 2 or 3 of these discs that went out. This one got like 50,000 hits, 100,000 hits. I don't know. But it's one of those songs that I loved from the 80s. And I was like, well, I'm not going to phone this one in like Weezer phoned this same phone in and they fucked it up. It was so bad what they did. It was like, you totally phoned this in. I think we did a pretty good job on this. So you guys just decide. It's Africa Toto. So you guys go.
Yeah. All right. Great. Here we go.
Yeah.
Aw, look at Lowry. So cute.
We never did a video on this. It's just
I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some long forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. The rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Wild dogs cry out in the night, 'cause they grow restless some time to do the things we never had.
God, the words make no sense on that song whatsoever. If everyone's looked at that song, it's just like the dumbest song ever of all time. And we were like,
great, though.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just like, well, let's just make the best we can of it. The words don't make any sense. The music is fantastic. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, that sounded great. It was a great cover of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I am more of a lyrics person myself, but I still enjoy those songs. And if you take different parts of that, maybe not in context, but just stand alone, it makes sense.
I mean, I guess it's like something about somebody flying around the southern coast of Africa, and then you're just like, what are you talking about? And it's actually like a studio group in LA. They're really good musicians, and they like perfectly crafted a pop song, and the words were bullshit. They were dumb. It was stupid. And I was like, well, okay, I guess we'll cover it.
Music.
I know. It was like so dumb.
I gotta tell you though, I prefer your version over the original.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm a huge fan of the original. I don't know what it is about it, but I know it's funny because a lot of people love that. It's like, I think it's one of those songs people either love it or hate it. I'm more in the latter category, but your cover of it I really enjoyed. So there you go.
Thank you, guys. We're gonna lurk and we're gonna keep listening. Love all you guys. Keep rocking.
Yeah. All right. The link is still pinned at the top of chat if any other musicians want to come up and join us. Otherwise, we're just going to be rotating through videos. If you are a musician and want to come up and just talk about your videos or ask for different videos to be shared, priority does go to those who are up on panel and then next to those in chat. But we'd love to have more of you up here. All right. This next one is by an artist named Megan Woods. She is new to me, and this is her song, The Truth. And I just thought she has a beautiful voice and love the message of this song as well. Here we go. What a beautiful message. All right, Pat. And just a really lovely song. So again, go check out Megan Woods. Check out some of her other music as well. All right, we're going to keep the great music going. Okay, right. A remarkable voice. Powerful, strong, and beautiful. Absolutely agree, Blue. Okay. All right, let's see. What do we have next here? All right, this is by the Lily Pillies. This is their latest. Manny was here earlier in chat. Hope you're still lurking, Manny, but if not, hope you come back to see the comments and feedback for your song. And this is their latest, Loner and a Misfit. Here we go.
attention for things I do. There's so much noise, but I'm switched off. That's the truth. Can't mess with my mind, can't mess with my head, can't mess with my heart. I know when you're annoyed at the way I am. I'm walking down a path I didn't plan. I see when you put your head in your hands. You say I'm looking lost, but I'm free. I can't have the way I am. I bet you can't either. I bet you can't either. No, I can't have the way I am. 'Cause I'm such a dreamer. I'm such a dreamer, yeah.
All right. I saw some of you making similar comments. I really enjoy their energy also. They always bring the high vibes. Love it. Right. Right, Blue? I think I heard you're in their United States tour, right? Yeah, absolutely, Kid Kane. Very groovy, for sure. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's keep the music going. Here we go. And that link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up and join us. All right, Lowry, you want to tell us about Arkansas? Agreed, Abe, and good to see you.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just dialing myself up here. Yeah, this was actually one of my first songs I ever wrote back in, I think it was 2001. And this was about going canoeing in the Ozarks. And it was like my ode to like any sort of folk song that you would make for going down into a place that you don't really understand. And like anyone that's been in the Ozarks knows this bit. And we were also touring, and like I have a special connection with the Ozarks. I just like that place for its authenticity, and it's also out in the middle of nowhere, and people aren't the same as everybody else out there. And so there you go. That's my thing. There you go.
Great. Love it. Here we go.
Gas station woman says she'll stay in Arkansas forever. River is near with all the folks floating down. Canoe man with the rabbit-eared radio making sounds. Radio man says the election's finally over. Fireworks in the sky and some hope has caught your eye. Locals don't seem to mind if you saddle up for drinks at the tavern. And you talk about how everything suddenly matters. And there's a river near with the fires going in the night. Fires going in the night. But I beg your pardon. What's that you say? What's that you say? What's that you say? Did you say nothing you do matters anyway? What are you so scared of? So you got lots of issues that are serving you a frown. You need to get a drink, you think that will calm you down. Can't sleep by the fire cause the world is full of lies. So you watch the bugs spend the night orbiting the street lights. Simple pleasures I'm sure could bring you safely home. You could cast your vote to the wind, cause in the end we're all alone. But those faces by the firelight tell you dirty jokes to keep you sane. And you laugh cause it's what you got. It's what you got to keep you satisfied. To keep you satisfied. And I'm glad you said what you said. You had to get it out. You had to get it out, get it out. It was cramping your style by keeping it to yourself. Now go and tell everyone else. Go and tell everyone else. Go and tell everyone else. Cause the world needs your head.
Yeah, and it's just like it's one of those things where like all it was filmed in Brooklyn, but there was some shots that were made in West Virginia, but like the footage that we took in Arkansas, I almost like want to keep it secret because like there's so many special moments in Arkansas that you would never get. You would never get it, and like unless you traveled through there, you wouldn't get like what that was unless you went to like the Burger Barn. Which is on the famous highway that goes south through the Ozarks. This burger barn that shows up like literally out of nowhere. You know, it's like it's a whole different world out there, guys. Like they don't live by the same rules as we do in New York, or say in
Wait, so if you haven't seen it, you haven't Arkansas it.
You haven't Arkansas it. You haven't Arkansas it.
Funny.
Yeah, but you got to remember that country out there is very raw and very real. In other words, people that live out there, they live on their own rules. They have their own guns. They have their own things, and everything else that you think is happening outside of the world ain't happening in Arkansas. And that was that song. And I'm gonna send you guys one more video.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
I'm gonna send you one more because we've traveled through there so much. But like I love listening to everybody's music on here. Keep it coming. I'll send you one more video, just because I've traveled enough of it, and I want to continue to do it because it's so powerful to get out into those really weird, strange places that nobody goes to. And we just happened to do it because we were on tour. That was it. We were like, oh, there's a club over here in Joplin, Missouri, or in Springfield, Missouri, or somewhere near the mountains. And everyone's like, the fuck were you doing out there? I was like, I don't know. It was just a gig that we had between, I don't know, Nashville and Dallas, right? Yeah. So, but the things that happen in between those gigs are the best. And like, again, I'll send one in the private chat. Love you guys. One more.
Thanks,
you guys keep one. Mwah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up one for me to sing. And this is what happens when there aren't that many musicians up here. All right. This is me singing Shallow. Here we go. Tell me if the sound is like way off. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I fear myself. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I fear myself. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. Far from the shallow now. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. Whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where We're far from the shallow now.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Thank you.
That was really good.
I love that song.
I'm a sucker for songs. I'm sorry, I just am.
Thank you, everybody. I'm a sucker for songs.
I'm a sucker for
Oh, I am. It's just like, damn, that's a good one.
I'm a sucker for musicians.
There you go.
Yeah.
You guys appreciate the support.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and pull up another one here. This one is by Unshackled Spirit, Sal Caruso. And some of these songs were songs that I'd hoped to play last week and didn't, I can't ever play all the songs I want to. So some of these are songs that I'd hoped to play then that I'm kind of bumping forward to here. And this is an amazing song that Sal did. I just love all of the things he does, but this one is especially poignant, I think, because it's called Honor and Agony, and it's for SEAL Team 6. And if you're not aware of the situation with SEAL Team 6, that's something to definitely a rabbit hole you should go down. But this is a great way to honor them, and I think this is beautiful. So thank you, Sal. All right, here we go. All right. Well done, Sal. Absolutely love that. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly, Abe. This is quite the epic track. And Abe, I saw your comment that you're going to have a new song coming out. Can't wait to hear that. Really love your music. It triggered my weirdness. Yeah. Blue spitting facts out here. I love it. Right? Yeah. Really beautifully done. And all of his music is just really incredible. Go check out Unshackled Spirit for sure. Yep. Epic indeed, Lady Campion. Okay. Let's see. Algo, thanks for coming back up.
Well, heck yeah, I had to come back. You're still rolling, and my buddy Alex is here with Nicole.
Right.
Hi, Algo.
JM's in the chat. Brand's here. All the great people. And when I clicked back in, you were actually singing, and I was impressed.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. I know. I usually try to do one song each week, but sometimes I try to get out of it, and then people remind me. But I appreciate that most of you want to hear me, and thank you. I do really enjoy it. So thanks. I know I'm not up to snuff with all these talented indie musicians, but I love it nonetheless.
Though. You enjoying it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you belted it out there. And
Algo, we missed you, buddy.
Alex looks forward to this every Friday. Like
Yeah.
he literally
I know.
like, waits all week for it.
I do.
He's like, it's my favorite show on the internet.
And I used to look over to Algo. Algo, you got disappeared for like a lot of years. I was like, where's Algo at? I'm like, that was one of my favorite nights of the past like 10 years. I was like, where's Algo at? But I know you're on a new path and I love you. And
well, hopefully, Algo, you'll be back streaming sometime soon too, because I do miss your lives.
Yeah, I will be. And my
Steve-o.
brother Alex, you know, I can say, Alex, with 100% confidence, I appreciate the fact that you did share that, and we have known each other a long time, and we've met in person a couple of times, and you're a good man. And Nicole, I mean, you know, you guys are
it's just so good that I met you. Like I met you years ago. And a lot of people don't meet people in this scene. They don't meet them.
No, you don't meet each other in person. I know.
And I got a chance to meet you like twice, and I was like, damn, dude, I love this dude a lot.
You're my bro.
That's the best. I've only been able to meet 2 people from YouTube land in person, but both were really great experiences. And there are some people in my area that we're talking about maybe doing a get together sometime soon.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it because, like, unless you meet people in front of themselves and have an actual thing, it's just you're just an internet friend. But like
meetups,
we've spent a lot of time actually making time to meet people in real time. And I met Algo out in Colorado a couple times. I've met a lot of people in the Carolinas a couple times, and like that's what makes it real. And I'm sorry, that's just what it is. Like
it's
you
true.
go out
You're
and make
right.
it real.
You're right.
I will say there are plenty of people I talk with behind the scenes that I consider real friends, even though I have not met them in person. But I do understand what you're saying, and it definitely brings it to another level. That's for sure.
Yeah, it levels up, Indy. When you put your hand in theirs, and you give them a hug.
Yeah.
And you're like,
and you actually see them in real life, and you're like, holy shit! And like with you, Algo, I was like, I thought you were a short guy, and you're like 5'11", 5'12".
Awesome,
6
Abe.
foot or whatever. You know, I'm like, holy shit, he's taller than I thought he was. You know, and
Wait, how tall are you, Algo? Now I'm curious.
I am the Batman.
It's weird. Like, go out and meet some of these people, and like we spent a bunch of time trying to reach out to a lot of people in different parts of the states. You call it whatever you want, like call it FE land or whatever. But we all went out and met up with people, and we're like, shit. That's not how I thought he would be. Right. He's differently, or she's differently. And then it was like super fun. Yeah. It was like really good. And like, we spend most of our time talking through screens, and I don't like talking through screens. I'm used to being in a community and like talking to people that are actually real life people. They're walking around. I'm like, hey, you're a person over there, and I'm glad that you're a thing, and you're doing a thing over there.
Hold on, this whole generation, we will never go away because we're the ones that had dial-up. We had like, do you remember what your first email address? Do you remember what your first email address is?
No.
Your first email address?
I do.
Probably a Hotmail thing. Or
I remember what your AOL screen name was? Your MySpace screen name?
Yeah.
And like, we're still here.
I think I still have a MySpace account. I think I do. I should probably figure out
what
that
happened to Tom?
Tom just
Like,
disappeared.
what happened to Tom? Like, I hope Tom is doing good, man.
If somebody has a MySpace, go back and dial it up because now it's vintage and people are clamoring to be on your MySpace.
Oh, dude,
Really? Is that a real thing?
It's
That's
a real
funny.
thing, Indy.
That
It's
could be a
thing.
thing. That could be a thing.
Mine is myspace.com/The Nicole Show was mine.
Let me see if Lowry.
See, I had mine on lockdown, so I can't see it because it's private and I can't remember my login. So I've heard there's some way to like get back into it. I just wanted to get all the pictures off of there.
Yeah, no kidding.
You'd have to probably go back to the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, like MySpace is like so weird.
You'd have to roll back.
I'm
the
trying to
internet.
find my page.
You
on
guys know
MySpace.
MySpace actually still exists, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual page right now, but like,
Yeah,
it
the
doesn't want
website exists.
Right. Thanks for that, Hawk.
It's
Thank
weird.
you.
And it's all
Hey, Can I
updated.
get some clarification from you?
Yeah.
Dude, we knew
Who is
HTML.
the one with Lowry
like,
right now?
messages
You call her
people
Uma,
bring their,
right?
like,
That's Nicole.
Oh, or that's Nicole. Yeah.
Nicole.
I call her Uma's kind of an inside joke, but yeah.
What
That's
up, Steve?
my own
Okay,
nickname
well,
for
well,
her.
your inside joke has just put her into the rock garden as Uma. Because I came up. If you
Hold
want to
on,
put me
hold on.
large
Okay,
screen,
wait. First of all, Lowry and Nicole, do you guys know about Steve-O's Rock Garden?
No.
She knows
Okay, so
Steve-O.
Steve-O,
wait.
yes.
Wait, not that
Steve-
Steve-O, a different Steve-O. You know a different Steve-O.
Oh, no, what?
She
The
knows
one
the
from-
Steve-O.
well, this
from
Steve-O
California.
This
Okay.
Steve-O paints rocks, and he has a rock garden, and he started painting rocks for different members of the community. At first, it was, I think, mostly people, artists who were up on panel, but then also for people in chat and different content creators. And it's a huge garden now,
right?
and it's
It was
a way that he honors the community.
basically, it's my way of paying back to the YouTube community.
I love that.
So
I think
I
that is
started
so
a painted rock garden.
I think
And-
that is adorable. Like, that is the coolest thing ever.
Indy
see you,
is the
Chris.
first one that I had asked permission to do her logo. So I put her logo on a rock, and it's in the rock garden.
Aww.
Yeah, and I love my rock. I do.
And
love that.
I
That rocks.
I have seen Lowry quite a few times, and his talent deserved to be on a rock because he rocks.
He does
And
rock.
Am I on a rock,
hearing
really?
Indy always referring
Dude,
to
you're on a
you
rock.
as Uma, we got the Lowry.
Oh,
Aw.
man.
I love it.
And Uma rock.
I love that you're on there as Uma, Nicole.
That
That's
is so
fantastic.
cool.
So
I'll be Uma.
it is the Lowry and Uma rock.
Aww.
Oh, that's so
Nicole,
cool.
Nicole
Steve-O.
is now Uma.
Dude, I'll tell you what. You need
You know
to
what's crazy about it is like we
Right,
cross
right.
over so many circles of different like dot patterns. We cross over a lot of circles. A lot of people believe one thing or another thing, but we've been really kind of fun in that we've like, okay, you think it's this way, great. You think it's this way, great. You know, there'd be a flat thing or whatever. But it's like everybody in this whole scene has been so fucking cool. And sorry with the F-bomb, but like we have been so cool about just, hey, that's cool. You think this way. And we actually have circles that are actually managing themselves and not self-destructing like a lot of the big things that are happening right now. And like Algo, I know you know this stuff, Algo. There are self-destructing mechanisms that are happening. Yeah, it's like everyone's spiraling. I'm just like, dude, would you just take a chill pill for a second? You know, you live on this place and you walk around on it and it looks this way. Why don't you just fucking go with it? You
I
know?
just try
And-
to find the humor in it.
yeah, that's
No
what
matter
we're trying
what.
to do.
Like the pun. If there's a pun, I'll find it. Like,
And
Steve-O,
Nicole,
that rock. Yes.
Steve-O made a rock for Alex and you.
I love that.
I mean, that's amazing. Isn't that incredible?
love that. Like, I'm like
Dude,
honored.
that's so great. I know. I'm sitting
Like,
there
he
and I'm like,
loves me. Like, really.
I'm like,
loves
I hope he painted a little Batman on a rock, which he, you know, whatever. But I'm so excited that Steve-O, dude, you're the man.
rock.
You won the internet today, Steve-O.
Steve-O.
Yes.
You rock, man. I love that. I want to see how many rocks have you painted?
Currently, I believe I'm up around 300 in the rock.
Whoa.
So,
No
fun
shit.
fact: the first Halloween costume that I was Pebbles. My first Halloween costume. So
That's cool.
that she's from Bedrock, and yeah,
She is.
She'll be played by Uma Thurman later. Like,
But no, Steve-O, that's amazing.
No, I
300?
actually paint rocks. I think I've told you this, Steve-O, but I haven't done it in a while, and I'm wanting to get back to it. But there's something really just therapeutic about creating art like that, and I need to get into it again.
I will tell you, the traveling, the bit of traveling that I've done to go out to see Algo in Colorado when he was out there. I think you're in Kentucky now. I'm not going to dox you anymore on that, but the traveling of going out and seeing a lot of these folks has been like a really good thing that's refreshed my heart over the course of the last 7 years. I remember Algo meeting you out there at Fatheads out on the plains before the Colorado.
Yeah.
And there are really great things happening with people just expressing their hearts and going out and doing things out to places that you were like, I wouldn't like. I live in New York City. I play in a rock band. I've been in a rock band for 20 years. I'm the last guy that goes out to Colorado and plays around with kids out in a farm, a farm, right? I'm the last guy that does that. But those were some of the greatest experiences I had with
How
you.
Good was it? How good was that?
It was fucking fantastic. And sorry with the F-bomb, but
in Callahan, Colorado.
Yeah, and it was just it was the most beautiful experience. And just people I got some chickens. I got a gun that I might be able to shoot.
We went to the salt mine flat thing.
Yeah, and I want to go. And actually, Fathead wants me to come back out there and go out to Garden of the Gods. I think we're going to do that probably in June of next year. But I never forget that stuff. It's I live in the multiplex of the East Coast in New York City. There's nothing but buildings all the way around me, right? But I don't really relate to that. I relate to a completely different thing. It's so weird. To have conversations with you guys.
Wait a second. Alex is the only person in we've known each other for years. We've been friends in the same circle for a lot of years. I have probably lived in, I don't know, maybe 20 different places. He's been here for 20 years. He has not moved from this loft.
Right.
He's literally the only person that I know who's lived in the same place. My whole entire family has moved out of their houses. If I go home to Michigan, nobody lives in the same house.
Well,
he's the only person it's home.
That is becoming much
When I was
rare.
a child, my mother was raising 5 kids on her own. The first place that I remember living in was a apartment above a garage. And the whole above the garage was a big apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we ended up moving from there. I was 5 years old because I was in kindergarten, and we moved across town. And my mom raised her family in this other house. And 30 years after she had left that apartment above the garage, she moved back into it.
Wow.
31 years later, she moved back into the same apartment, still owned by the same people, same landlord and everything. That's why she got back into it.
Oh my gosh.
That is
Did the rent go up 30 years later?
Well, yeah, it's weird because you want to get up to life and wherever you sleep doesn't even matter. You just sleep. That's fine. But most of your life happens outside of the place where you sleep. You wander out into the surroundings where you're at and you do your thing, which is life. When you sleep is it wouldn't even matter. You could have a damn thing on a yard somewhere, you sleep in that, and then you go out and do actual life, which is really weird because a lot of people build up really big homesteads, which I also appreciate 1,000,000%, making gardens, making things where you can eat food, do that sort of thing. But most of life happens outside of where you sleep. You could sleep in nothing and then go out and do something every single day.
You have a tennis court, and a basketball court, and all the things, and so people are even putting coffee shops in their houses now, their big houses out there. I'm surprised Rebecca doesn't have one. Anyway, never mind.
They would. Mm-hmm. They would. The point is what happens when you sleep is nothing as long as you're warm. It doesn't matter how you sleep. Then you go out and do life in a radius of I don't know.
But most people don't have rock
15
gardens.
miles or 20 miles, or then you just go out and do more stuff further out than that.
I mean, 5 miles.
Yeah, I mean, like you'd like to have a garden. You'd like to have some place that you're gonna be warm at the night, and then you go out and you get some food, and then you go out and do some stuff that's actually really important, which is like
sleep.
Yeah, yeah, and like Algo, I think you could appreciate this. The minute that the FE land started creating itself, everything was awesome. Now we can just go like, well, I'll get a tent, I'll sleep over here for a minute, but then I'm going to go out there and see, I don't know, this 500 square miles and figure out what's going on over here. And if it's bullshit, fine, whatever. And then I'll go up here and I'll figure out what this thing is up here. But like, this is the thing that we actually figured out in the last 10 years. And, in this little safe spot that we're talking in, it's really great that we can talk about it. But like, the mainstream channel is on fire and like everybody's losing their fucking mind. And sorry with the F-bombs, but I will use F-bombs when necessary.
They are. Well, and in fairness, they were betrayed.
It looks that way.
Well, I mean, so you've got this community of people who thought a thing about a thing, and then one of the main leaders turns out and says, no, that's not what I realized otherwise.
His responses are canned. And I talked to Rick Hummer today or yesterday for like 3 hours. That dude can talk like a mofo. And I'm talking, I was like, what are you thinking? He's like, the responses from said individual are canned. And we were like, that feels canned. And we went through it. We went through all the things. We're like, okay. So somebody got to him.
Somebody's getting paid.
Somebody got to him. And that's fine. Well, it's fine. Whatever. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my position on it.
No, it doesn't. And hang on for 1 second, Alex. So for the people that are on Indy's channel, what we're talking about.
Hold on one second. I'll go. Abe, thank you for being here. Much love to you. I'm hoping to play a song of yours here coming up later tonight too. And have a great night. Go ahead, Algo.
Okay, so what Alex and I are talking about is there's a flat earth community out there for a decade, close. And one of the principal people in that flipped out and said, no, it's not flat, it's round, and here's why. And it was CGI and it's fake and everybody knows it, but the betrayal of the people who followed that person, Jeranism, and gets it, they're just like stunned. And it would be akin to Indy saying, okay, so you need to go get a social credit score and you need to go get a real ID and you need to go
right, just absolutely flipping. Yeah.
The exact opposite of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and Alex and I mean, we're from a different place from a lot of you guys, but that flat earth community had a thing, whether you believe it or not, doesn't matter, but there was a camaraderie, and then the betrayal and the smackdown happened a couple of weeks ago. So it's kind of jarring.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's kind of jarring for a lot of people, but I kind of think it doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter. I'll go.
It doesn't matter because
I mean the hand waving of 10 years of looking for curvature and like measuring curvature, we never found it. The hand waving of that just goes away just because they saw a phenomenon in the sky and some ice thing that they went. It just doesn't matter.
And that's the point.
Yeah, and like honestly, I'm perfectly okay with it. It's more so like a lot of my friends spiraling that they trusted, said individual, and who knows what happened to him. Maybe he got presented with a choice that he couldn't go away from.
Absolutely,
maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
You should stop alleging.
I'm not alleging.
Honestly, like
I
mean,
no, Nicole, but he's not wrong because I mean there could have been a place where he was given a choice that he couldn't return.
It's possible.
Irrelevant though, because we all believe what we believe, and like Indy and your crew and your people are faith-based. We love God. We don't necessarily can define it. Not everybody here can define God the way that we all do, or Christianity or Jesus or whatever, but we all know Holy Spirit is a real thing running through us. And if somebody in here
I'll go. Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden flipped it and said, well, now Holy Spirit's actually Lucifer and you guys are being screwed, we'd look at them and say, okay, wait a minute. And that's kind of what Jeranism did
It was weird. It was weird.
Totally.
I don't know what to make of it. Like I've been down in the trenches with that guy for 10 years, and that
I know.
and also
here
with
you are.
it.
Yeah.
And so here we are. So like, I mean, from my perspective, I really like, I want to see how he goes about his business and does his thing. I want to see how Whitsitt does his business. But look, I'm not a church guy. I haven't been a religious guy my whole life, but I'm finding more parallels with the Bible than I am with science these days.
Yeah.
And it's really weird for me to like see canned responses from, our what I would call our boys down in the trenches that we did for 10 years. We did 10 years with these guys going through, hey, is there any curvature here? Is there any curvature here? Is there any No, we never found any. And then suddenly hand waving of all of 10 years of never found anything. Suddenly, I saw, a son doing not the right thing. Then suddenly he's this other thing. I'm like, so like, I'm just kind of like, okay, Jared, do your thing. Jared, go down your path and whatever your truth is, but it doesn't work for me. I mean, and
I know it's kind of bleeding into Indy's deal, and I get that. And I can tell you, Alex, that most people here are not flat earthers, which is fine.
That's cool. I mean, I'm down with that. Like, whatever you think this place we live on is fine.
No. The reason I say that is I appreciate that they're indulging our conversation right now.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
I do want to redirect back to music. This would be a perfect conversation for the conversation side of things, though. But I do understand what you're saying, and I think you're making a really good point. That first of all, people's views are going to change, but also as you get to know people, you'll see the people that are really speaking their truth and people who are really putting on a mask, whether they're for grifting purposes or otherwise.
It's weird.
Take advantage of others, whatever the case may be.
And I'm not even like a Christian guy. I never went to church. I never did any of that stuff, but I'm starting to appreciate the Bible more and more as days go on, because there's a lot of things that are lining up with the Bible more than, say, Masonic evolution and bullshit. And I'm like, I'm going through all this stuff, and I went through a lot of this stuff with not only Algo, but a lot of these people in this community for a better part of a decade. And I'm like, really? How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I make sense of this shit? And then I go through Genesis, and like nobody reads Genesis. Like most preachers don't read Genesis. I was like, well, how do you not read the first chapter of the damn thing that you're preaching? Right. And I'm like, we're trying to work through that one, not even anything else, not Revelations, not anything else. We're just trying to work through, I don't know. There were giants back then, and there was a flood, and it's written. So like, what do you do with that? Like, does anyone know what to do with that? I don't know.
But we're doing our best. And that being said, Indy has a really cool song to play.
That's awesome.
But if you
I actually do have an amazing song to play.
Indy, I'm also going to send you one too in the private chat, just because this is
great.
Part of that too. But I love every single person in this thing. I think this is the cutest, most amazing conversation on the internet. Seriously. And I've been in a lot of them, and I've been in a lot of crappy conversations. This one is like one of those ones that I just love every single week. Even if I play a stupid song and you don't even like the song, I don't care. Even if I'm practicing a song, I just love the shit out of you guys. So I'm gonna send a link here and
great.
You guys do you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and being a part of it, to both of you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
It brings a lot of joy.
Thank you. This is an amazing song. It's a cover of a Roy Harper song, Desert Island, and this is by Lady Campion and Blue Unicorn. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
with yellow sand and blue lagoon. I'll invite you all to come and live there one afternoon.
It'll be when no one is looking. More likely than not. We'll close the door. We'll turn the sky up. Find a good spot. Air, fire, water, earth, you were paradise. Yeah, but I'm sorry about me. But I was under the impression that it was you that were free. Gonna paint my room like a desert island, with clear sky and higher swell. Leave the clouds on the jaded horizon of the Wall Street of hell. I must say goodbye to the blindfold and pursue the ideal. The planet becoming the hostess instead of the meal. Air, fire, water, earth, you were paradise. But I'm sorry about me. But I was under the impression that it was you that were free, free to plunder.
Gonna paint my room like a desert island, with yellow sand and blue lagoons. I'll invite you all to come and live there one afternoon.
Wow.
Absolutely beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. Really, I mean, I love that every time I hear that. It's just so good. Yeah, and I loved how you were explaining how you made the music in that, Blue. Thank you for putting that there. Right, Eimer, you know, I've got dibs, and it's going to happen someday. I have faith. Sometime we're going to get Eimer up here to sing. Yeah, right, Sea Lover, very calming.
Lady
Count
C.
just says, shh.
I know, meditative track before you go to sleep. Holy shit.
Right?
Nice job,
Yeah,
ladies.
it's on several.
But
on
she's
several
not here
playlists.
because, wow.
She might still be listening. Yeah, she knew I was playing that tonight too, so I bet she'll come back to check the comments. Yeah, me too, Tony. Love it. All right. I know, I love the whole thing. Jam, thank you so much. He says, thanks to everyone who pressed the like and agreed. Thank you to everybody who's here tonight and helping support.
Press the thumbs
Yeah,
up.
every time, Bran, agreed. Okay. All right, Lowry, this next song is by you. Do you want to tell us about it?
Hi.
Oh, is this one from Rockwood?
No, this song is basically
The Isolationist?
yeah, this is the Isolationist. This is me saying, hey guys, I love you dearly, and I have a song that's about the fact that we're not all together and we're a long ways apart. And when I say the Isolationist, it only means I'm over here, you're over there, and it's really a great happiness when I see you in real life. And that goes with, like, when I go out to Colorado and I see Fathead and Algo on the I'm like, oh, you're a real person. You're actually out there. You're a real person, and you actually believe this thing. And I'm so glad to see it. So there you go.
Well, the funny thing about this, actually, I filmed it, and an old friend of ours in Rockwood Music Hall, it's closed down now, but it kind of started a whole bunch of people's careers, and Alex has been playing there for years.
Years.
Yeah. It's like
since 2003.
I think we met in like 2007 or something. No, Ken opened it up later than that, but Matt, our friend, used to do sound there, and then he started hosting this thing called Come Monday, and Alex was like, yeah, it was like Come Monday was kind of like Alex's Friday night thing with you, Indy, here. And Matt and I and Alex have been friends for ages, but Alex didn't know the lyrics to his song.
Yeah, because just
play it and you'll see what Matt does, because Matt is quite the character.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's just what it is like, hey, we're way over here. I know you guys are way out there, but we're all in the same we're in the same boat, all of us.
So what up, brother?
Yeah, and there you go. And that's what it is. And like every time we get together, it's like, damn it. We apparently the rest of us have to be way away from each other and get this thing sorted. But that's the Isolationist is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. And there you go.
All right. Hang on 1 second, Brand, before you play it. Sea Lover and JM, much love to you both. Thank you for being here throughout the night. JM, thank you for all of your support and appreciate you both. Hope you have a great night.
Love you guys.
All right, here we go. The Isolationist.
One of the finest establishments in all of New York City, if you ask me. Which you're not, but I got the fucking microphone, so I do the talking. And I got a SoundCloud with like 25 of Michael's songs, and they're all fucking awesome, just like that one. So I encourage you to get to know Michael. He's very nice, and he has lots of great songs, and maybe he'll write one with you. Who knows? He's also a fine telly picker as well. Speaking of fine and handsome gentlemen who can't remember the words to his own fucking song.
I can't guarantee his guitar's gonna work tonight, so.
This guy is the worst.
I've never sung this in public before.
Come on, man. We're only gonna point out all of the mistakes you make.
Can you guys the sound guy to push a light down under this second?
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Lowry.
Could do like I might be able to do. You know what I might
Will that help you?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't help at all.
Do you want me to hold it?
I don't even know if this guitar's gonna work. Honestly.
This is
unplugged in.
Awkward singer-songwriter moment.
Yeah. I mean, it's packed out. Whatever.
So then Matt, and like helps him for him. And I was like, what are you
That's not a
doing?
new song. It's old, but it's new out in public because I just never did anything with it in public. So I'm gonna try it. It's really cool. Actually, Matt's thing down here is really good for this. If you have like shit that you're, hold it for me. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. You do this the whole time. This is gonna make this really uncomfortable. You wanna do this? All right, here we go. I was high, barely touching theirs. I love most, very fine with me. When I was high, barely tasting the water who run dry. I was high, took a drink, I was fine, barely tasting the stretch, one searching the time, at a time. All around is a word you can't describe. How it ran down that side, that side. To my friends, this I say, I'm neglected too. I will never be an isolation man. An isolation man. Thanks, man. That was really good. Everybody cried. That was a lot of work for just one little song. Thank you.
You know, I have always wanted to say that I rouged my knees in front of Alex Lowry. And now I can say I have rouged my knees in front of Alex Lowry.
Oh man.
Oh
man. I miss it. I love you guys.
That was
Yeah.
great.
And you guys just hang in there and let's keep chatting over the next couple of weeks. This is a really weird time to be us.
Yeah, for sure.
But let's have some chats over the next couple of weeks and we'll do a thing, because there's some weird shit happening right now and it's weird, but we've got it figured out and just hang in there with us, okay?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
But you know what?
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
We're gonna be
Oh,
fine.
we're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
The timelines are all merging. Everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Just
And
find the humor in it.
That's all.
Yeah, that's simple, guys.
We'll be all right.
and keep tuning into the cutest show on the internet. And I just think it's good, and talk and do things and say things, and even if it's not the right things to say it. And we'll play some songs for you guys, and like just keep it up. That's all we're saying.
And like and share and subscribe and just leave comments to tell Indy how much you appreciate her and
Yeah.
the things that she does.
Give
on
her some love.
Fridays.
Thanks for that, you guys.
Yeah.
I do feel the love from everybody. That's for sure. And along those lines, I'm going to do a little shameless plug here for my Rumble channel. For some reason, it didn't work out tonight. I don't know why. I'll have to figure that out. But it didn't actually share the live over there. It just has it set up. So
we have to figure that out too with tinfoil.
Yeah.
I don't like. There's something weird. You probably have to switch around those two things. I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it did complicated this time, so maybe that's why it didn't work. But
it's being shared in the other dimension, Indy. The other
right, I know. The other timeline's
okay?
live right now.
Yeah, and join us. This is a shameless plug. Join us on Tinfoil Sombrero every Sunday at 7 Eastern Daylight Time. We're pretty easy. We're pretty easy. We're pretty easy over there, and come over and join us. And yeah, we love you guys. Mwah. And we'll see you guys as the times continue.
Steve-o, thank
Hey,
you.
Alex. Hey,
Oh,
Alex.
hold on a second. Hold on. I didn't upgrade on the rock.
It's
In
Rico's
real time,
tinfoil
love it.
sombrero.
Oh, Rico tinfoil
In
Now,
real
sombrero.
time, yeah.
Rico
All right, so
he's got his own.
Oh.
You got Lowry
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
and Uma,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
and you got
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Nicole Rock.
Steve-o.
so there
Well
you
done,
are.
Steve-o.
You're all on the rock now. There you go.
This is
job,
why I'm
Steve-o.
alive. Right here, right now.
Yeah,
This right
that's
here.
good, Nicole. I know.
Wow.
Oh my god, I love
Thank
that.
you so
I'm gonna,
much.
you know what? I'm gonna paint you something. I'm gonna make you something too. I'm an artist too. I make things. I'm gonna make you something out of leather. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, cool.
But I'm gonna make you something.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is yet.
We love you guys. Have a good night. Mwah. And we'll see you guys.
Much
I
love
guess.
to you. Thank you so much for being
All
here, you guys. Appreciate
Take
you
care.
both.
You got
Thank
it.
you.
Sure.
Take care.
All right.
All right, we're going to keep the music going for a little bit longer. I think we'll go probably about 15, 20 more minutes, but we'll see how it works out. I know I do have a few songs I for sure want to get through, and this is one of them. This is Zio Fender and Soundtrack and Sequenced. Love Zio to pieces. He was here earlier, and I just love everything he does. I'm not even going to remember the name of it, but he put out a video. If you go check one of his most recent videos with this, I really don't know the name of it, but this like a little mini keyboard, electronic keyboard sound thing. And that's the very technical term, but I am so excited to see what he creates with it because it was his first time kind of dabbling with it and it already sounds amazing. And I just love everything he does. So here we go. Here's Sequenced. Beautiful. It was too short. I always say his are too short, but takes you on a little journey every time, and I love it. Well done, Zio. Okay, we're going to keep the music going here. I think the next one that we'll be playing is by Tony Howie, and this is the one he just put out. I haven't even heard this yet. He just let us know in the chat that this is a new one that he released today, so I'm really excited to hear it along with all of you. Much like Zio Fender, Tony Howie is such a talented guitar player, but also a singer. So I don't know if his vocals are in this one or not, but I love when he sings, so I'm personally hoping so. But this is, I'm sure, a beautiful song because he always puts out great music. And here's January 17th, 2025 by Tony Howie. Here we go.
What's it all about? When you listen to them, they make you scream and shout. Peace, where has it gone? We've been searching for it for far too long. Just close your eyes, look deep inside. There you will find your peace of mind. Love, where did it go? Did you give it to all, or just those you know? Faith, where is it now? Is it inside of you, or just in a crowd? Oh, just look inside. Just close your eyes. There you will find your peace of mind.
Really beautiful, Tony. And I am glad that your vocals were on that one for sure. Beautiful. Right, Algo, this is powerful. This music always is. All right. Oh, yep, no problem, Shelly. Spread the love around. Yeah. Algo says, reminds me of Brothers in Arms. I love that song. I've played many covers from indie artists that I know of that. It's a great song. Okay. We're just going to keep the music hopping because we're getting down to crunch time here before my family gets home. So I'm just going to keep this music going. Steve-O, did you want to sing a song live tonight? I wasn't sure if you just came up to share the rock or if you wanted to sing one.
No, ma'am. I am currently painting more rocks. I will share
All right.
before I leave.
Perfect. Okay. Get to it. Love it. All right. Good night, Shelly. Much love to you. Okay. All right. This next one is by 15th Bend and Sailor Your Love. This is one of my absolute favorites. I love the guitar in this. I love Sailor's voice, and I really love the message of this song. And this was one that got bumped from last week, but I think we played a different song at 15th last week, but this is one that I really love. And so it was kind of along with my favorites and wanted to share it tonight. Here we go. Crutches.
While I'm left stumbling among the mess.
Absolutely stunning. Love that song every single time. Beautiful. I put it in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. He always takes us on a journey too, right?
Yep.
That roller coaster. Please do set the notification and hit the like for his upcoming premiere of Reminisce. That's on the 28th. And then I believe next Thursday, which I think is the 23rd, yes, will be his return to his roller coaster on Thursday nights. So come and check him out. I'm excited for him to start streaming again. As many of you know, he's been on vacation and away with the family, and he's back. And so we're excited for that to start back up. Thank you so much, Tony, for letting us share your song and for letting us know it was out there. Much love to you. Love you to pieces.
Okay,
Tony,
Indy.
that was so good.
Mhm.
I have Brand's base coat painted. It's in a black light paint.
Oh, awesome. What? Okay, cool. Hold on. There we go.
Yes.
Show it again.
So this is Brand's rock, and it is
Yes.
a bumpy rock. It's like a meteorite.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
It's full of crevices. You see all the green
Mhm.
inside? That's still wet, black, black glow in the dark paint.
I love it.
Okay, so that's the base coat.
Great brand.
And then I'm going to have the name put over the top of it. But also what I have been doing while you've been airing this.
Oh, love it. Look at that, Algo.
I know. I'm very honored.
100%.
Oh,
Had to get the Batman on there, right?
you killed it. You killed
That's
it.
great. Well done. Love it, Steve-O. Those are both great. I like both, but I have to say I really love the artistic rendition of Brand's odd icon. That's great.
Steve-O.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That
You
one
did
there.
that while we were talking?
Yeah, this is just I just
Kryptonite.
threw the base coat on this one.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So cool. That's great,
Yeah.
Steve-O.
That's very cool.
Very fun.
So I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. I mean, I just keep coming up with more names, and then I gotta go find more rocks. So
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
But
Love
I
it.
have a whole bunch of them here right now. I'm going to have to pull everything out of the rock garden and replant it, and then I'm going to put a video out on my channel.
Very cool.
Because
River rocks are the way to go. They get that smooth texture. I'm telling you.
Well, a lot of that though with the river rocks is the paint comes off too easy. You have to prime those.
Oh, I never did prime them, but I would definitely rinse them first if you give them a good scrub.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, but they have that
Because-
smooth texture. But I mean, but then look at that. You wouldn't have had the perfect rock for brands.
Would not have had.
Awesome. Those are great, Steve.
Some of the rocks that I'm doing are stepping stones. You know, the
Cool.
garden's just a variety of a whole bunch of different. Some of them are even painted lava rocks.
Very
And
cool. Well, definitely
sandstone and all kinds of
let us know when you get your next video out of the rock garden so people can see the whole thing.
Yes, I will.
And
do
Very
that.
cool.
Maybe Auntie can link Steve-O's channel so we can all be there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys should already all be
Okay, I
subbed up. Let's
think
make
my
sure we're
rock
connecting with
garden
each other.
I think my sub count is in correlation with the rock count. Just saying.
Well, I think it's great
Anyway,
what you're doing, and I know a lot of people support what you're doing, Steve-O. It's great. You're just doing it for the community, and that's a really
I'm just glad
loving thing to do.
it's bringing happiness throughout the community, and
For sure.
so I'm loving it. All
It
right,
is.
I'll see y'all later. Y'all take care.
All right, thank you, Steve-O. Thanks for coming up.
Take care,
Thanks
Steve-O.
for having
Thank
me
you
up.
for the rock.
All right, you guys
Have a good
take
night.
care. Good night.
You too. Okay, we've got a couple, I think maybe 3 more songs coming tonight. This one is by Ozark Drifter featuring Carrie Angel. This is the latest that he's put out on his channel, and it is Meet Me in Montana. Love Ozarks and Carrie's voice.
Wrote my whole life down in a notebook. Songs about you and me. I've been singing every soul in Tennessee. Nobody seems to listen. No one ever smiles the way that you do. So I guess you'll never hear me on the radio. And I give up this crazy dream of mine to hold you once more. Won't you meet me in Montana? I wanna see the mountains in your eyes. Whoa, whoa, I've had all of this life I can handle. Meet me underneath that big Montana sky.
Well, I left home for Hollywood, looking for a part to play. Well, you always said I had such a pretty face, but I guess I'm not that pretty, 'cause no one looked at me the way that you do.
Well, you'll always be a movie star to me.
Darling, now I guess it's time that I let go of that dream.
Won't you meet me in Montana? I wanna see the mountains in your eyes. Oh, oh, I've had all of this life I can handle. Meet me underneath that big Montana sky.
Well, we're stuck here in these hills that they call mountains.
But darling, back home in your arms is right where I wanna be. Won't you meet me in Montana? I wanna see the mountains in your eyes. Oh, oh, I've had all of this life I can handle. Meet me underneath that big Montana sky. In Montana, I wanna see the mountains in your eyes. Oh, oh, I've had all of this life I can handle. Meet me underneath that big Montana sky.
Beautiful, beautiful cover of that song. Love it. Oh, I like that. Brand says, the world moves for love. It bows before it in awe. That is a quote, but I'm not sure who by. That is a beautiful quote. Thank you, Brand. Yeah, beautiful Ozark and Carrie. Love that. And I think your voices go really well together. So I hope you guys work on some more together in the future. Okay, we have just two more songs. I'm going to go ahead and play one more, and then we'll do some kind of closing thoughts and announcements, and then a final song to play us out. But this has been a great night, and I'm glad to wrap it up with a couple more great songs. This is a song that many of you know about. Frank Turzo wrote a song called New World, and he put it out as something that others could use to kind of add their own music to. And there are so many. I have a playlist that's public that's called New World Collabs, and you can go check it out and hear all the many renditions of the song. I know we've played quite a few here. This is a really beautiful job that was done by Mandar. Many of you know Mandar. He is Pendar's husband and Tyler's dad, and an incredible musician as well. And he did all of the guitar and everything. And this one, his rendition of New World with Frank Turzo's vocals. Here we go.
been a while since I touched your face. It's been a long year. Somebody save me, and I'll save somebody. This is a world's war against you and me. Find peace, be one. Stop 'em dying. Stop 'em dying. Somebody save me, and I'll save somebody. This is a new world. It's just you and me. Stand tall, stay strong, sing of love, sing of love, lessons learned. Move on. Be as one. Be as one. Somebody save me, and I'll save somebody. This is a world's war against you and me. Somebody save me, and I'll save somebody. This is a new world. It's just you and me.
All right. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, very true, Anti. And I agree, Algo. The truth makes me kind of sad. Yeah, it's touching, if nothing else. And I just appreciate all of the truth that's in that song. I think it's incredible. And I love that, I love Frank's original on its own, but I do really love a lot of the collaborations too. I mean, it's really neat to see how, with the message of that song, so many people coming together. It's pretty amazing. Right. Absolutely, Algo. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody who has been here throughout the night. Thank you to all the musicians who have been up here on panel and who have let me share out your music. Everybody who is here in chat as well, even those lurking and those on the replay, appreciate you all. If you are lurking or on the replay and you'd like to leave a comment, I do love to see those and, just kind of know who's here. And I appreciate those of you who have let me know you're watching behind the scenes. And then thank you to everybody who is here for part of the conversation. We had a really full panel for conversation tonight. We covered a lot of information. And I'm just really grateful for everybody who's here to be a part of the conversation and ask the questions together and learn from one another. I really do believe that we are stronger together and that there are more of us. We are the many, they are the few. So thanks for being here and being a part of this all. I'm sorry that the Rumble didn't work out tonight. I'll try to get that figured out, but that's kind of part of the process, was just, giving it a go and see how it is. And we'll get the kinks worked out. And then we can be, running amok over on that platform as well. Any final thoughts, Bran or Algo, before we play our final song?
My final thought is you just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
You bring all the people together and your heart is on your sleeve and we all see it. And I think we're all careful with it, but it's right there. So just keep doing it.
Thank you for that, Algo. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right. Bran, any final words? I'll put you on the spot for a second with only 3 of us up here on panel.
I see that Blue is still with us. That's cool.
Yes, I know. I'm glad you're lurking. Because I'm watching kind of to the right rear of the scenes. Nice. You cracked me up, Blue. And Blue, I really do wish, I love your music, but I really do wish that you would come up for some of the conversation. You say that you would never stop talking, but that, we face that problem with a lot of people up here. So you'd be in good company. And I really love hearing your Blue wisdom for sure. Thank you for sharing links. Anti, thank you so much for being here throughout the night. Snooks, thanks for being here earlier. Bran, thank you for sharing links always. And JM and all of my mods, thank you so much for all of your support. Really, this is a community channel more than my channel, and I really do look at it that way. So I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. All right, this final song is by Joe Riley, The Axeman Unleashed. And it is his cover of the national anthem. And I thought it was a good way to end the night. Here we go. Much love to all. We're stronger together. God bless. Keep an eye out for backstage speakeasies. I'm hoping to do one for the inauguration. I just feel like it'd be a really good thing to get to watch with some of you. And I'm sure there'll be people kind of hopping up and down. We'll probably pull up a bunch of different streams to show different people who are covering it and just get to watch it, kind of watch how it all goes down together. For those who pray, please be praying for our country and for all of the leaders. Whether you agree with them or not, we need to be covering them in prayer. There's power in prayer that I know I don't fully understand, but there is power in it, and it can't hurt. It can only help. And I think we just need a lot of help in whatever direction things are going to go. All right, here we go. Here's the national anthem.
Bye.